The difference with Patricia. off the bat of Wishart for his century. Do they take a punt and bring up one of those men on the leg side? They've already brought one inside the circle. They're bringing another to the leg side. There's a third player coming across, so they're going to have 3 deep to stop the boundary. There's 3 inside the ring on the off, and there's a deep third man who's kind of floating. Where's he going to bowl? And Wishart knocks a single. Clever, clever. Briscoe could ruin this for everyone and whack another 6. He thought about it too, didn't he? If I can get into his head, he was thinking, wallop it, but also, no, don't wallop it. I'm sure Wishart would be more than happy with the victory, even if he's on 99. He won't care about that. That's in the air. It's going to be tight. It's 6. It's 6 again. And that, it's got him within sniffing substantial distance. Overgone. 3 left, and Briscoe's gone bang, bang. He only just got it too. Just see the fielder coming in then, but he was never going to get it. Went over by 2-3 metres. And the chant from the bloke on the hill was now Briscoe, Briscoe.
You went quiet there for a couple of balls, the spectator.
Yeah, well, he's livened up again. That's what happens when a wicket. Maybe he got a bit, maybe he fell asleep. So 6 runs for Wishart to get his ton. Five runs for victory. And I know there's some different rules around when you whack a boundary and what's actually counted.
Oh, the 4's got to count, doesn't it?
All eyes now on Seb Wishart. Islam to bowl. And he knocks a single. Big shout out to all the people that helped us with the coverage and commentary today. Literally just me for the box for 90%. Hobbo's been sending me texts to keep me up to speed as I'm trying to do my stuff. Best wishes to him and his recovery. And a little single down there. Duff's chimed in a few times, and Ben Shaw came in and had a nice chat with him. Yeah. He was good value.
Disappeared though, didn't he?
He's enjoying himself. He's probably got some sort of commitments. Oh, gee whiz. He's probably got some other commitments too. 4 to win, or 4 will win it. Jared, does the batter get the other 2? There are some rule changes. I feel like I should know those rules. They changed them a few years ago. This is it, Wishart. He's on 96 for the victory. And he smacks it straight in and straight down the ground. It came off the fielder, and that's the victory for New Norfolk. Great performance here from the Red Caps. And Wishart, I think, may have just got a ton. We don't know. It doesn't matter. New Norfolk do it. They get the victory. I reckon we just do that. 100 to Wishart. We're unsure. He doesn't get the other 2 runs as far as I'm aware. He should only get one of the 1 run. He leaves on 97, even though it's a boundary. That's the rule change, so unfortunately. So New Norfolk have won the SCA 50 over grand final. They redeemed from their opportunity loss last year where they couldn't play the game, but they've gone back to back anyway. They've won it here and they've done it in style. Seb Wishart not out 99 in the end. Actually ran, I think they ran a 3 at the end. Jared, they just kept running. He was shy of a century though. Brilliant performance from him. 100 deliveries, 10 boundaries, 2 sixes. Good morning, everybody. It's SCA Grand Final, and we're at Eady Street. New Norfolk winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Wellington will be taking off in the middle. We did have the toss. We might quickly go the toss before... No toss. Well, Wellington did win the toss. Chris Hobson's joining me in the commentary position. Chris, I know you get excited this time of year, mate.
Hello, Peachy. How are you?
We're in a good spot too, Hobbo.
This is perfect. You're not going to get a better day for a game of cricket here today.
Hey,
it is amazing.
The last 4 or 5 years, rain's been a pest, bar last year, and this year Dew was a pest. But we're away. We've got Thomas, who's this end of the field, and we've just got a bit of glare at the moment, so you'll cop that for the first few overs, but expecting an interesting grand final because Wellington have really underperformed, do you think, getting to this part for the last 4 years? New Norfolk at 1-2, looking for their third in a short space of time. They did get that one victory a few years ago during COVID when they finished on top. But what are your sort of expectations with Wellington being the host?
I think Wellington today, they're a very proud club. They are going to come out here absolutely firing, between Ross Thomas and Mark Goose McConnell. Like, Goose will play shots from ball one. He will not die wondering. He's a proven finalist performer, and it's going to be a good battle between him, Giles Lester, and Tom Briscoe in the first few overs. It's
a good matchup. I'm a fan of Lester. I think he's improved. He'll bowl little away duckers early on. There's a little bit of dew, so we had a delay of around half an hour before the start, which is we're just talking off air, saying it maybe needs to become a common thing, as there's that little bit of away movement from Lester early on as Thomas comfortably leaving it. Expectation, for those that haven't seen Eady Street before, this ground moves from right to left as we see it from our commentary position. So towards the cinemas and Northgate, there's a slope of, I reckon, 2 metres from the pitch. It's quite considerable, and then it's uphill to the offside from Thomas at the moment. But that's going to have a bearing too, isn't it, Hobbo?
It will. The top side is very quick and it's very short. So square of the wicket's short. The straight boundaries are long. So we'll take a good hit to clear them. But Wellington have the firepower, and so do New Norfolk. So it's just going to come down to who bowls better, who fields better. And at the moment, Leicester's bowling a great lining length. Roscoe hasn't really played too many shots. He's just been a bit watchful. So we'll just see how it plays out for the next few overs.
There we go. So we've got the glare off the pitch now. Other thing that's a bit curious around this ground is there's a few rabbit holes or something. There's something going on in the players' run-up, which might just mildly impact as the players come in, particularly from this end of the ground. But it's looking pretty good, this pitch, isn't it, at the moment, Hobbo? You'd go all right out here today. You'd get some runs.
I'd enjoy this one. Ground's good. I think the rabbit holes they got from the bowlers might be put back to one of the Wellington bowlers in Ashley Bird, just steaming in off the long run,
yeah,
thumping them feet down and trying to knock the bowlers off at the top end.
So there's 2 slips in play for this first over, and it's finished with a maiden. So a good start from Lester with his first sort of 5 deliveries, just moving gently away, and over number 1's gone. And there's our club room, the new club rooms, which is, I don't want to be unfair on the facilities here at Wellington. Super people that work in the bar here over the years. And here's some image of early in the day. This is how much dew's on the ground. So someone's brought the Isuzu out. Are they a sponsor, Jarro? Isuzu? We'll get them on board. And they brought the... I think you were here, Hobbo, weren't you, very early?
It's very good. It was like the rain coming flying up off the grass. You've never seen nothing like it. But it's good to see Wellington do them sort of things to make sure we do get away on time. Or else, if that wasn't done, we'd still be sitting here, twiddling our thumbs and waiting till about midday before we got play.
It does make a difference. It's around about 21. We're expecting a top of about 24. There is absolutely no breeze. We've got John Anning, who's going to come in after 5 overs. He's going to be sharing the commentary box. So I've got 2 extremely handsome men with not a lot of hair with me today, and mine's greying. So we've got some very experienced people who will be giving you the coverage. We've got Briscoe, who will put this right on middle and off first ball. In fact, he's bowled it miles outside of. So Briscoe will nibble this away as well. 2 slips. You happy with this field at the moment early on?
Early on, it's very attacking, so it's good to see. But I am looking forward to this battle between Briscoe and McConnell. McConnell, as I said, very attacking. So if Briscoe does get into his pads, he's going to whip him straight over mid-wicket and onto the road. And look out, taxi drivers coming up the street.
There might be a strategy here for Briscoe, just to keep it outside there. I just feel that early on in his innings, McConnell, he's not going to play a big cover drive. He's going to wait till it gets to his body, isn't he, and work it through that mid-wicket region.
Unless he gets frustrated, then he might actually let them arms go, pierce it through the covers. There's no deep cover mid-off sort of fieldsman. It's very attacking on the offside. The fielders are hustling in, and as we know, the Norfolk Red Caps fielders are amazing in the field.
Well, they've got 2 players backward to square on the leg side. They're their 2 fielders currently out. In fact, Might just be one actually deep backward at the moment. There's a player just jogging around the ground who should have a vest on.
Yeah, he might be the 12th.
Might be the 12th man. I actually looked at him.
He's got a water bottle in his hand.
Yeah, that's not helpful. He needs to stick a vest on. I would have thought that's usual, but he's actually wandering around through mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square at the moment. Is that fielder on that leg side trying to give a little bit of protection to Briscoe. That's a good bounce. That's a really good bounce.
Bowled a bit wide though. Sort of not making him play first up.
The thing is, I mean, really out of a white, with a white Kookaburra, how long does it swing for these days?
Depends how you look after it. If you look after the ball, and especially a nice, lush green grass like Eady shoots at the moment, it should hold up the whole 50 overs. But if you don't look after that ball, it could be destroyed within the first 10 overs.
Swing-wise though, Hobbo, it's not necessarily going to swing much after over 10, is it?
As it just comes back to how much you look after it.
Well, that one's been through the gap. So somehow through that ring field, just behind the keeper, and a frantic dive down the ground, but that's not enough. And the first runs of the grand final. We'll see it on the replay. That was a genuine push. I actually thought that was a straight one for Briscoe. Maybe just missed the line there, McConnell. We'll pick this up again. Genuine edge, wasn't it?
It was. It was a good ball.
Just. You're saying he needed to get it across. Well, straight away, as soon as he got across, and that was a pretty frantic dive just down towards some infrastructure.
It is doing a bit off the pitch. He is swinging it away. So if he can get McConnell playing, there's a chance he could bring in the 2 slips into play in the gully. Oh,
there you go. He called it perfectly. So there's that delivery that just came across a little bit closer, which forced McConnell to think, well, I'm going to have to play a shot at this one. Second over gone here in the grand final. I hope you're enjoying it. If you're listening in, we're a half an hour delay due to the weather. Chris Hobson, Aaron Peach Roberts in the commentary. John Anning to join us in a few overs' time, share the duties. And it is a magnificent day in the northern suburbs of Hobart in our beautiful southern capital. And there's the Wellington team. A lot of players have played a lot of cricket in this group, isn't there?
There is. A lot of premierships involved in those guys.
They had a run, didn't they, 5 years ago, kind of. And they also made the state T20 grand final on a few occasions too. I remember seeing one very close grand final at TCA.
That's a great cover drive there from Ross Thomas. Up the hill.
There's that short boundary, isn't it? I feel like people don't realise it's a little bit shorter on that side, and the first really confident and authoritarian shot.
Yeah, it's only around 50 metres from the bat, so which is a bit different. You've probably got about 70 metres to the road side, which is that slope down the hill. But up the hill, once it goes past the inner circle here at this ground, it's just going to fly. So you will get value for shots. And as the day does dry out, Norfolk are going to relish the conditions later on.
Where's Webb going to come in? He's moved up and down the order a bit. What are your thoughts?
He's going to come in number 4. When we spoke it before the match, he's guaranteed 4. So he's happy to come in after the first drinks break. And he's a guy too. If he comes in and the wicket's in hand, he can destroy an attack.
Yeah, I suppose he builds his innings really well, Webb, and he's not the only one. I mean, Downton's probably moved up the order. I'm sure he's going to. He may bat at 3. He's listed. Beams, I feel like Beams will play maybe a moving role. I'm not sure where Beamer will come in, but he's been in good nick. Hasn't played a lot of cricket.
Yeah, Beamer will be one of those that sort of comes in. Hopefully they'll try to get him around about after the second drinks break. Not many wickets down. He can control the run home, and they can try and get that between 10 to 12, maybe 14 runs and over, and really set a good total. They're looking at par score of about 270, 280.
I was going to ask you that. So that is the feeling then in a 50 over game here. That 270 is a score that you can get to fairly comfortably.
It is comfortably, but with the bowling attack Norfolk has, it's going to take some good shots. A lot of risks to get there. But the guys from Wellington, they will play their shots. They're not going to sit back and, relax. As you see there, Thomas there with a cover drive. Goose even with soft hands, boundaries there. If they start putting in the areas where these guys can actually manipulate the field a lot of bit, they're going to go for it.
We've got McConnell just doing the chalk work. 2 slips, a very close gully at the moment too. He's taken a couple of steps in, which is maybe an indication of the pace at the moment from Leicester. The rest of the field's pretty standard. Deep backward square in place. No third man though, which I think is probably okay to a bowler who's going to be getting in some induckers into McConnell. There is a chance to attack here though, isn't it, Hobbo? I mean, the field is up.
A lot inside the circle, as you said. He probably wait till the next over, I think. Once Goose has faced probably about a dozen balls, he might start to let after speaking about that, he's going straight forward already. Straight over top of long on. That's
a great shot, and giving some intent to a delivery that was pitched up from Leicester and going down the ground with some confidence. That was a sparkling cricket shot early in his innings. And after a really watchful start in those first 6, now McConnell's shown his capacity to hit down the ground on the leg side. Look at that whip. Bit of risk in that because it is potentially swinging back in. It's hard. I think this is probably the easy matchup for McConnell.
I'm just saying, while the field's up for him, he's going to go over the top. He's probably up there at the order to do that with the batting lineup that Wellington has. With Nathan Webb's, Nathan Muir's coming in at a solid middle order, as you said, with Ben Beams. The batting's there.
So much experience in that 3, isn't there? Like, there's oodles of winning grand finals and being there, and they would have been gutted on a couple of occasions. They haven't been able to work their way through the semis, Wellington.
Well, I do think they owe New Norfolk for the COVID grand final a couple of years ago, where it was a Jason Rigby-inspired 100 that actually beat Wellington in the second semi-final, where Wellington was the dominant team all year. So if Wellington had won that game, they would have gone through, hosted it, finished top, which would have given the premiership.
Yep.
But because New Norfolk did it with an absolute amazing innings from Riggers, they held on and got the premiership.
Speaking of Rigby, he's been in good form with the bat too. Has he become a batting all-rounder now?
I think he is now. He's dropped the coach tag. He's loving cricket at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming out of the Premier League cricket a few years ago as one of the most dominant batters in the league and bowls, I suppose he bowls first. He'll bowl first, maybe even second change today.
Looking for this. If Briscoe can get his line right to Thomas here and sort of just aim for that, probably the 4th stump line, and get the ball to come back, there's a chance Ross could be plumb in front on the stumps here.
So let's see what Briscoe can do if he can get something to come back in. He nibbles it away. That's clever bowling. So he will bring the ball back in, but there's that one. He just pushes across the right-hander. Clever bowling from Briscoe.
Speaking of Rigby, it looks like he's warming up at first slip, so he could be coming on very quickly by a little bit.
It doesn't hurt getting everyone a few overs in while the ball's doing a little bit. Too much humidity around, but certainly we're seeing just deck away at the moment from Briscoe. I mean, this is his bread and butter, isn't it? Brings the ball back into the right-hander, but then will move it away. So clearly his strategy is the LB, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like an Andrew Down roll. Out, or in. Something simple. So Thomas is going to be on the ball here if that one does straighten up after seeing 2 wide on offside.
And he can bowl that. He's, I think, nearly bring another offside player over here as that's a full toss straight to extra cover.
Got away with one there.
Yeah, once that's through that infield, it does challenge the fielding side to be able to stop balloons. There's a good setup to the right-hand side. Hob, I feel like you might be in that later. There's a nice little bar and barbecue.
It is perfect up there. It's a great setup, like 2 marquees set up, chairs, bar stools. There's a TV up there if people want to watch the races.
Is there really?
It's an amazing setup. Like, it makes you just want to retire and just go sit there and just have a few frothies, support the boys you're watching and just enjoy the day. It's amazing there.
It's one thing the Norfolk do is the whole town will be here today. They've got great supporter base. Wellington are a more sort of suburban cricket, but a big club. A lot of juniors, a lot of senior sides playing throughout the division. So a lot of their other teams. There's only one other grand final today. Most were played last week in the Southern Cricket Association, as that one is probably just a bit more back of length from Briscoe, and Thomas squirting it out to the offside for no run.
Just seems New Norfolk are a bit flat at the moment. Like, just seems like flat foot out there. Doesn't seem to be much talk out there. It seems very quiet. Like we've got the doors open here in the Duff bus, and it's very, very quiet.
It's a good call. You kind of get a sense, don't you, sometimes the way the player's moving in and congratulating the bowler for a dot ball or a play and a miss. And there's been a couple of play and misses as well, as that one goes past the outside edge with a raised arm of Thomas, and it's the end of the 4th over here in the SCA, a grand final. So New Norfolk requiring to go through the prelim finals, hence the hosting rights to Wellington in 2021-22, which I think is certainly an advantage. And some of the great grand finals we've had over the last couple of years, even included St Anne's and New Norfolk. Well, that was a prelim last week, and it's a convincing victory for New Norfolk. There's a forceful shot through towards mid-off and no run. But I mean, it was a dominant batting display, wasn't it, last week for New Norfolk, Hobbo?
They did. They batted well. Like, I suppose they need to impress themselves against the qualifying final when St Anne's went up to New Norfolk's home ground and beat them there quite easily, actually. And New Norfolk had to come back through the hard way, which they did. Like, they were never going to lose next week. That was the word in the camp. They needed to be owed the St Anne's, and they went out and did exactly the same. So, at the end of the day, you probably got the two best teams for the season playing today, which is a rare thing. Sometimes you get a team that gets through lucky, but arguably they are the best two teams. They are the best bowling teams, the best batting teams. The fielding's amazing. Like, to watch a good game of cricket, if you're not on Dove TV, make sure you get down to Eady Street and have a look. Even if you pop down for a couple of minutes, it's a great little spot now.
So at the moment, there's a lot of patience from the batting and bowling team. However, if the bowlers tend to move the ball into a hitting area for either of these players, particularly McConnon, they will throw their hands at it. We've seen one lusty blow down the ground, another good cover drive. But other than that, Hobbo, it's been McConnon just waiting for the ball to come to him.
I think he might have a crack this ball.
He actually might
just
have thought
defensive.
About it.
If a Riggers is getting very old or them shoulders are very loose, he might be coming on very quickly. Probably not a bad idea to get him on.
I actually don't mind at all. Yeah, you'll get a bit of extra bounce. I reckon there's a little bit extra life in this wicket. It's that nagging line, which I don't think McConnon's going to play a shot at that.
I think he's just waiting for Jai to miss his length, whether over pitched or just short. And he's just going to throw that kitchen sink at it. As I said, there's nothing on the boundary at the moment.
Yeah, still only one out.
Apart from deep fine leg.
Yeah, they can have two out, but they're just staying with one out currently, which is, I suppose, fine when the ball's doing a little bit and they're trying to attack with two slips in place. And there's a whip across the line. Didn't quite get hold of it. It should be cut off just before the boundary. Great fielding. Don't step over. Well, don't want to step on the line, do you, when the ball's that close? We've
got a good angle for that from Duff.
Yeah.
So beautiful camera work there.
Yeah, Martin Duffy on that. Well, we might give you a break, Hobbo. We've got John Anning coming into the commentary box now. We're 5 overs done here. None for 16 in the SCA Grand Final. Welcome, John Anning, to our commentary position. What have you seen so far out there in the sunshine?
Thanks, Peach. I've just been just having a bit of a wander around the crowd, and there's just a quiet buzz around the ground. It doesn't feel like a grand final just yet.
Okay. Yeah, it is a static start, isn't it? Like it's just, I don't know, both teams trying to find their way out as that one is dangerously played. It's been misfield. They're going to get maybe even a couple of runs here. That was some pretty lazy fielding from a ball that was bobbled in the air to suddenly 2 runs. But yeah, disappointing piece of fielding there. So early stages, John Anning, 18 runs on the board, couple of plays and misses, the ball doing a little bit, but the players both teams are fairly conservative at the moment.
It feels like they're just feeling each other out at the moment.
The early stages, that one's thrown up by Briscoe, and I reckon he was saying to Thomas, do you want to have a crack at this one? And he said no.
I just wonder now if New Norfolk might just be starting to worry a little bit. New Norfolk are a bit Leicester or nothing with their bowling attack off field. He's taken a vast majority of their wickets.
Yep. What's he got this year? He's certainly, I might just check his stats in a minute, but I know you're the stats man.
44 wickets,
John Anning, and they sit somewhere in your cerebellum and then you just spurt them out. It's like pressing a computer, and there's that one that Briscoe can do, which just holds its line a little bit, and we're just working off the scene. And there's the movement and the gyrations of Rigby, who's at first slip at the moment, flanging his legs and arms around.
Could be a little warm-up action, could it?
Yeah, there's great research which suggests warm-ups have no impact on your ability to reduce injuries. That's been researched over the last decade, but it does help your body actually move the action of bowling a cricket ball when you get a bit older. And that action's through to third man. They've got no third man at the moment. I mean, I can understand it. It's a third man fine leg aren't necessarily the way that is. Just on the effects mic, is some dad had to come and rescue his kid who's on a trike who came a little bit too close to the effects mic. So Jared Martindale, who's doing the pots and pans today, our great friend Jared, just to the left of us, has got a very distinct and clear sign. Don't wander near the effects mic. We've had some rascals over the years get too close and say a few too many things.
It's pretty poor form from Joe, if you ask me. I was really un-Australian.
You just think just free for all, you reckon?
I agree.
But you know what? It's worse for footy coverage of Duff TV. We've actually set up at various country football grounds around Tasmania, relatively close to places where people drink alcohol, and we've had to move the effects mic or even turn it off from people that have been a little bit too keen on their football. Should be okay in cricket though.
We'll see at about 4 o'clock.
Maybe about 2 o'clock. It's going to be warm here today. We hope you enjoy the action here in the Southern Cricket Association Grand Final 21-22. We're 6 overs into it, and they're ticking along without a wicket loss. We think this is going to be Wellington's strategy. Wait for the loose delivery. You're not going to get too many, but I actually reckon Lester and Briscoe, they're sort of saying, well, Rigby's going to have to bowl a few overs. They're going to have to get some from Booth and some of their slowers. You're going to have to try and make this last 50 because we are going to bat our way through and accelerate. So they're not necessarily going for it too early. And I think with so many good batters, Wellington, John, they can take this risk, can't they, just to start conservatively.
I totally agree, Peach. I think it's actually really, really smart strategy from Wellington. Jai Lester does have 44 wickets this year, and he's taken twice as many as any other new Norfolk bowler in the side.
Well, that has been forcefully struck down the ground, and that will go over the line for a boundary out towards the work and construction there. And we have got sun at the moment, which is kind of shining from the northeast straight onto the commentary position, which makes it a little hard to see the cricket ball. But that was a great shot.
It was a really nice shot, Peach. Just a really straight backswing from Mark, hit straight through the ball. Delicious shot.
It's his area too, long on.
Yep.
It'd be an interesting one in a couple of overs. You can nearly go deep backward square and long on and go, okay, we'll take your 2 hitting areas. You're going to have to try and do something different and bowl kind of back of a length. It's the first time he's been successful at working as that sweeper on the offside comes into play for the first time. They've only just moved them out there in this over. So McConnell looks like he's going to be the one, John, to accelerate the innings.
I think that's his role, Peach. I think he'll be looking for the boundaries, but I think if they're going to be upset with anything at the moment, Wellington, it's just probably a lack of rotation of strike.
Yeah, good call. Hasn't been many singles. You know what, like, I think the field's really close, which gives a chance for boundary hitting if you can get it past, but it feels like New Norfolk are, one, a little bit sedentary in their movements, but they're actually quite in the circle, cutting off those singles. Yep. There you go. There's a single. Right on cue.
Very nice. Well, drop and run, always a good way to rotate the strike, unless you're physically incapable of doing it like myself.
The running bit or the dropping of the...
Both.
Like your job today is to give us stats and some narrative on the game and some intel, so we'll worry about your running between wickets maybe next year in your pre-season.
Well, we won't.
Left-hander on strike now, and he's trying to whip it away through mid-wicket, and a glorious blow onto ground number 2 here at Eady Street.
Really nice clip up the hill. Ground like Eady Street, not a long boundary square. You don't have to plummet the ball. You can just guide it over the boundary.
Well, it was guided by McConnell for 6. As we see, this was picked up on a length, and it's a tough one for Lester at the moment. The ball's probably already stopped swinging, and then Lester can definitely get the ball to go across the left-hander, but his delivery, which is most effective, is the one that swings in. It's a matchup that I think really suits McConnell.
Yep, that's his square legs, his area.
I do believe, though, and they're just fiddling around with the offside here. Yeah, this is the right move. They need to close this area off, and I actually thought they could do it. I get why you want to protect the boundary to the actual Eady Street and the village cinemas downhill, but this is the boundary which is actually just as hard to move and manipulate your field. So 2 players out on the mid-wicket fence now. McConnell on strike on 23. Lester with his right arm bowling around, and that one straight away worked off the off stump to behind point. Now there's a bit of strategy going on, John, isn't there? Like, for me, McConnell down the ground's probably his aim now.
Yep.
And there's obviously a few more overs until we lose that requirement to have fielders inside the circle. But what does Lester bowl? What length?
Look, I still think he's got to hammer that middle off-stump line, because, you know, that's the way you get most wickets in cricket.
They need a wicket, don't they?
Indeed.
Yeah. Yep.
Indeed, you still got to aim to nick him off here.
So if you do that bowl at middle and off line, you obviously bring in the slips where they've got some catches. You maybe bring in LB, possibly bowled if the one straightens down the line, which is certainly a chance. So you bring in three options for dismissal, but gee, it's warm out there, isn't it?
It is warm. I think the other dismissal you might be looking at for Goose there, who does like the square leg area, is the leading edge. If you hammer middle and off, the ball moving away slightly, you bring cover for that leading edge into play.
Not express either of these bowlers, but they just have enough to work the bowler in it. Looks like, oh no, Briscoe's going to continue here. I thought Rigby may come from, I suppose the other end is maybe the preferred. It's hard to tell. I've seen a lot of action here, a lot of cricket here, and I've never really know which way the fast bowlers want to come from. Probably just a local preference. As Briscoe to continue, and that's past the outside edge of Thomas, and there's a difference in, I suppose, confidence at the moment. Thomas is finding his way, isn't he, John? Whereas McConnell's taking the game to the Norfolk bowlers.
I think you're right. I think Tom Briscoe, he's also bowling a really good length, and he looks like a strong lad. He looks like he's getting a bit of lift, where
yeah, but it bounces, isn't it?
Drive from the other end is just coming onto the bat just really nicely.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, Briscoe just getting a little bit more bounce. His wrist position at his release point is really high. So still only one player on the leg side, on the fence, and there's only one inside the ring at the moment on the leg side too. So I think this is an excellent field for Briscoe to bowl to. They've just given a bit of protection if he gets one a fraction straight, and Thomas wants to work, but they're sort of saying to Thomas, you're going to have to be crafty here to get it through the off.
Yep. He's just bowling a really good line here, Tom Briscoe, pitching the ball on the pegs each and every time. He's got the advantage of that left arm going across the right-hander, just to add that extra challenge with the white ball, where it may have already stopped swinging, being 7 or 8 overs in.
Haven't seen the ball swing in the last 2 overs. In saying that, they've probably bowled a fraction back of the length.
Yep.
And that's probably the strategy now, is it's going to be a grind, I reckon, without that early wicket for New Norfolk.
This is great work here from Wellington. They're really setting themselves up for a real charge in terms of runs here. Wellington are all about the top order. Nathan Muir, Ben Beams to come in, Nathan Webb, of course, to come in probably the next 3 batsmen, and that's where they'll focus their effort in wanting to get all their runs from.
Yeah, it's a very strong middle order still to come. Actually stayed leg side then, Thomas, to try and find some room to work at the off, but disciplined bowling from Briscoe.
It's really good. I think it's also probably the attraction of that downhill boundary there. If he can give himself a little bit of room and crack a couple through to the boundary there, it gives Tom Briscoe just something else to think about. He's really settled into a real routine here of dot balls. Great over that. 3 overs in Tom Briscoe. I think it's probably his second or third delivery went to the boundary, so he's bowled 2.5 overs for 4 runs effectively in a grand final. This is great stuff.
So 8 down here in the grand final, 34 runs. Once again, thanks to the SCA and also to Duff TV for, I think, the fourth out of 5 years covering the 50 over grand final. And there's some of the sponsors, thanks to Kookaburra, KFC, the Cricket Hub, Good Sports, and Clennett Hire 10.
Are we making a change here? It looks like we're making a change. It's probably a good move, I think. It's Giles is just proving it's a little bit ineffective in the first few overs, and when he is your gun bowler and you do rely on him for 2, 3, maybe 4 wickets to win the game, it's probably best to save him for a bit later.
Yeah, I reckon it's a good call. Back Rigby on, he'll hold it in. Rigby will bowl back of a length, he'll bowl a little fuller. Martin Duffy just to the right hand side of us, he's in the stratosphere in the Clennett Hire scissor lift. He says he's up there for about 2 hours without going to the toilet, which is obviously fine. Most of us can handle 2 hours, but he's just gone past 50, Duff, age-wise, so I hope he's okay. We've had some windy days covering cricket as well. And that's the first shot down the ground, which has been cut off, which has been down the ground and on the ground, and a single.
Just a solid one there. Full delivery, punch down the ground. No excuse not to do that pretty much each and every time. the bowler bowls a full nude nut.
Bit of a groan from Rigby as he delivers another cricket ball, which he's done 1,000 times. I'm sure it's learned for him, his action. Probably the only thing he's done over the years is just reduce his length of stride.
He's been a solid contributor with the ball this year, Jason Rigby. We all know he's a talented cricketer. Just taken the 12 wickets off the 48 overs.
He's a batting all-rounder now. That's in the air. It's just going to get over the infield. Fortune favours those that are prepared to pay shots. And there's that young lad on the tricycle again, once again in the way. Could be a menace at the moment. His dad's doing a good job to foster him around the boundary line.
The brave shot that. If you just a little bit inside out from for Ross, probably wanted to play that just a little bit straighter.
You know what makes it really hard is Thomas has his hands really low, his bottom hand, which allows him to get the ball up. It's hard to put it in that direction with that grip. I reckon that was premeditated though from Thomas.
I reckon it might have been just a sign of the pressure he's under.
Yeah, 14 off 13. I mean, it's the 50 over grand final. If you got McConnell going at just over a run a ball, but West of Wellington batters are going, well, we don't want to come in yet. Muir and Co are happy to sit in the sheds for another 10 overs. There is a space there through that offside with no third man, which is an area which Rigby will have to be careful. He doesn't bowl it too back of a length, and he works that because he does stay leg side now and again, Thomas.
I do think he just wants to narrow his vision to be a bit of a tighter V straight down the ground here. Jason's bowling very full. And you might find it easier to punch straight down the ground as opposed to through that cover point area.
I reckon it's hard for Thomas to play a straight drive. I just don't think it's his natural movement. That's the end of the over. Good over from Rigby to start off. 5 runs off. The one loose boundary and the rest was pretty good.
Indeed. It's good last delivery that from Jason. Just looked like just cut back off the pitch a little bit, and with Ross trying to punch through the leg side, it just becomes all that more difficult when the ball's coming at you.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to get that tiny bit down the slope. I don't want to sound like it's Lords. That sounds a bit pretentious, but there is a fair slope at this ground of probably a couple of metres, and there is a very small slope on the pitch as well.
You look at the shot here on screen at the moment, the slope actually looks worse than Lords. That's incredible.
Yeah. His duff straight though. He might not be actually level himself.
We might get the spirit level out at half time and just check the grade of the.
We'll be getting a spirit level
wicket
from Clennett Hire 10, won't we? They'll be the ones that help us with the spirit level. So Briscoe into his 5th.
We're really searching for a wicket here, Wellington, inside the first 10 overs. I think that you would want to have taken at least two by the end of this over, if not at least the 1 as a minimum, just to tighten the pressure a little bit on Wellington. The run rate's certainly not out of control, but early wickets in the grand final are paramount, I would think, to success as when you're bowling first.
Yeah, definitely need one now, and they're trying to search one. They're trying to get Briscoe. It goes wide on the wicket, and it's thumped straight down the ground. It actually might not get to the fence. It's going to be really tight. Yes, it does.
It does.
That's the 3rd one down the ground for McConnell.
It's nice.
Good shot.
It was a really nice shot from Goose there. Just leant on the full delivery. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Straight over the bowler's head. Classic cricket shot.
Kind of swipes across the line a little bit and it goes straight. You feel like it's going more to the leg side. But his technique is so grounded to hit it straight down the ground. And there you see how high Martin Duff is. He's great bit of vision on that boundary as it just got to the fence. Was that? No, he's dropped it. Oh, no.
Put it down.
He's going to get run out here. What's going on? No, he thought he was out, so you can't be out if you're going off the ground thinking you're out. So he's nicked that. The keeper's dropped it, and they've tried to run him out, but you can't get run out when you think you're out. Well, let's have a look at that. I I reckon is the keeper saying, like, I held it? No, you didn't. The ball did spill. You can hear the nick there. Had it, lost it. He's off because
The umpire's giving him out.
Briscoe's going down celebrating. The umpire said you're out.
Where's the Benny Hill music, Peach? That's
Wow,
incredible.
how curious that was indeed.
That is incredible. I always thought the first rule of it to being caught out was you actually have to
to
hold
catch
the ball. We might ask Caleb in the break. Just
Well, we got out of it, all of that. They managed to run. We got to run.
no, they didn't run. Stop ball. It's one of the busiest stop balls of the day, to be fair, Peach, but it was all happening.
Well, there's one that held its line. Nearly identical delivery again. He literally just assumed that the umpire had given him out. Briscoe was celebrating, and the only person on the ground who I think was even appealing still was the keeper.
Who ironically dropped the ball.
He didn't have it. It was about a metre from him. Well, there's that shot down the ground and some risk in that one. As an inside edge, will get to within a few centimetres, and there it covers the line and a second boundary of the over.
That is a bit of a slog there from Goose, and I love a batsman who is willing to ride their luck. Really.
Well, this is when you do it, isn't it?
That's right.
You just got dropped. You're already halfway off the ground, and you're trying to put it on top of the Wellington change room.
All of a sudden, momentum just feels like I might have switched a little bit. You know, Goose has a little bit of luck. Boundary early in the over. He gets dropped, follows it up with another boundary, and all of a sudden it just feels like Wellington have a bit of momentum here.
Yeah, it's a good call. Things are just starting to move in the run rate area as well. Well, that one's outside the line. A conservative appeal from Briscoe and behind the stumps. Briscoe's actually got his line here dialed in, doesn't he? And with this field, although there's only one player in front of square on the leg side, McConnon's feeling reluctant to swipe after that last one. Good battle here. One ball left in the 10th over.
Good single there. Brings Goose back on strike. All the runs are coming from Goose's end here.
Well, that's the end of the over. We'll give you a break, John, and we'll bring Hobbo back into the commentary box. And 10 overs gone here, none for 48. So here's this drop catch. Hobbo, what do you make of all this?
Well, you've got to take those. Definitely the grand final, you definitely got to take those. Like, Goose will make you pay, as we've seen a couple of balls later with that windy whoosh. He's going to have a crack. If you're looking at it now, I've got bonus runs now. I can set my team up for a great score, and I'm going to have a crack.
Yeah, it was an interesting, not something you see every day where someone walks off given out by an umpire on a drop catch, and then the fielding team wouldn't have been able to run him out with the new rule that came in about a decade ago. However, it was action at plenty. But you've heard a few whispers though about Goose, so he's obviously been working hard. He looks good at the moment. Other than that, probably one woofed in that last over. Is that a nick? That is a nick. First one down. Rigby gets it, and after all of that drama in that 10th over, McConnon gone.
Well, it hasn't cost him much. That's a bonus there for Norfolk. Probably a ball there that maybe should have gone over a cover. He has missed it, but he would have looked at, I should have been out the over before. I got my team an extra bonus 4 runs. Would have liked to have been out there a bit longer, but I can't. But now captain and coach of the Wellington team, Nathan Muir's coming out, who's had an absolute awesome season himself, averaging well over 50 again, and he will be a prize scout for the Norfolk Redcaps.
Well, McConnell's been getting some, you said, some batting practice off his work colleagues. Is that the story?
We probably don't have to mention it now. But all week he's been using the bowling machine.
Have they been using the right delivery in the bowling machine? That one outside off's been the one that sort of he's left alone, and the one that's come back in that's jobbing him. But a nick there, good bowling.
Yeah. I do appreciate those guys that actually do take that extra yard to actually do improve their game. You know, it's worthwhile just coming down here with your mates, grabbing the bowling machine out, a bit of practice, coming to the grand final.
Was it during work hours though? Did he have his work gear on? I'm just curious around that.
That part there I did not find out from my secret informant. Just got told that maybe it was a few work colleagues that were feeding the machine. Now, it could have been after work hours.
I'm sure it
could
was
have been
after
a very
work.
long lunch break
I'm
too.
sure it's after work hours. Be no issues. Obviously working very hard, I'm sure, is just what kind of we got. Muir in now, though, a player, well, I've seen a lot, you've seen even more. He will work his way into his innings. There's so many areas he can score on, but he's got to do what everyone else does. Get a bit of chalk out, mark his line, and get set for his innings.
Yeah, and all due respect, he's a very stubborn cricketer. Hates losing, hates getting out cheaply, and prides himself on leading from the front. So he'll have a good crack here. We expect to bat for the next 40 overs and be there at the end to get them over a score, you know, well over that past score of 270, and maybe even push 300.
What I like about Muir, his strategy is usually good. He reads the game really well. He can score particularly through that sort of cover area. Really dangerous, particularly at this end of the ground. But he generally reads the game, works out what the strategy is. He just needs to consolidate because the runs are coming.
He doesn't have to really do anything taking a risk. They're doing 5 and over, roughly. So that's a good start. So cash in towards the end. He'll see it out for the next few overs. The ball's there. He'll put it away too.
But certainly that you'd offside Hobbo, that's his scoring zone early. But I wonder if Rigby, he's got a really attacking offside field. They've got a bit of protection on the leg side as the only player outside the circle at the moment, which we've had for most of the innings. See, that's just good. Although, tell you what, you have to get in a hurry there, but that's good from Muir. Push and run, get off strike.
That's it. Maybe mid-off was a bit deep there. I think Matty Bowden, maybe a bit deep there.
He's a good fitter, Matty, too. Like, was he a bit flat-footed? I'll just see that in the replay again, Jarro, if you can sneak that one up, because I actually reckon that was a risky single. Yeah, he's back foot. Good call. He was deep on back foot. And against Thomas, who's not really hitting the ball through that area, maybe it's a very minor error. Whereas, you know, Muir's going to hit there. He's got such languid... I don't know, is it languid? I'm not sure of the description, but he somehow, you think he's hitting straight and he gets it always a little bit wider through that extra cover area with so much power.
Yeah, he's got big forearms, you know, big biceps. He can hit a ball. It's just timing, though. He spends a lot of time out there in the middle. He prides his game. They've been absolutely amazing. He leads from the front, and like he would not be going down without a fight today. Same as Rigby, though. He'll keep bowling this line and length. You know, you've got to upset his line. If you don't upset Rigby's line, he'll get over the top of you and he'll keep it going like this. He's got the height there, so the ball that you'd normally have from, say, the Jai Lester, which is coming from about probably another half a metre difference. You know, you can sort of get those ones on the drive and hit through, where Rigby, same difference, it's going to come hit you on the splice of the bat. So you've got to be a bit circumspect when you're actually playing them shots. So after the wicket there of Goose, you know, maybe they're having a bit more of a circumspect look. And you definitely don't want to lose 2 weeks in a row. Start losing 2 weeks in a row, you've got clumps, and all of a sudden you've got to rebuild. And your Norfolk are well on top.
Yeah, and I think the players down the middle, I mean, they can all rebuild a little bit, but they'll want to come in and just be comfortable early, don't they? Not have to worry too much about a wicket or, you know, where the game might be at. Just keep moving them. Wellington just want to gradually move and build and gain that momentum. That's their style. They've got so much depth down to Phillips. For Zackley, can whack him a bit. Like, they've got so many batters still to come.
And even the big boy, Downton, he would love to come out there, you know, with an over or two to go, where he just, you know, let those shoulders just go and get warmed up for his bowling effort.
He does swing him, doesn't he?
He likes to hit a bomb.
Yeah, and he can certainly hit down the ground. But at the moment, we're in the 12th over. Briscoe into his 6th. He's been the leader of the pack so far. And it's probably the one that's most troubled, although the wicket is Rigby's. And the big wicket of McConnell a few overs ago.
You just see how many overs Briscoe does bowl. Like, you'd probably want to have him come back definitely towards the dying stages if they're Wellington on a roll. So it'd be a decision between Rigby what he does with him.
Yeah, I want at least 2, maybe 3. Maybe 3, particularly if another wicket doesn't fall.
Yeah, he's got Josh Rowlands to come on as well. You know, Seb Wishart with his little offies. Banksmith himself. So they've got plenty of options here.
They're more a medium pace attack, aren't they? Less a spin, whereas Wellington traditionally been used a lot of slow bowlers. This will be mostly a seam attack from New Norfolk today.
Yeah, the idea is just try to strangle them as much as you can. It is a hard ground to defend, but it's 5 and over in the first 12 overs. It's not a bad start from both teams. New Norfolk probably one more wicket, but let's see how they go. They're outside of the first power play anyway.
Another quick single, but comfortably through on that occasion.
Wellington are killing you on quick singles. The red caps fielders inside that circle and your sort of mid-wicket cover sort of region have to be on there. They've got to realise these guys are doing that. They're not hitting the boundaries at the moment. Now that Goose has departed, be on the one.
About adjusting, isn't it? Wicket comes in, you could probably bring a step in, particularly when Thomas is on strike to certain positions. Only one slip in play at the moment. There's certain positions which you can attack a little bit with Thomas.
When you look at the field in the offside, like you've got 2 covers, and they're virtually only about 5 to 7 metres apart from each other. Like you've got to have one in close. It's either maybe catching for the miss hit or defending that single, and the other one backing up. So you've got the cover at the back there. There's no good having both of them start on the circle and walking their way in, because you've got that drop and run, and that's what they're going. You've got 2 fit blokes out there.
Yeah, good call. You've got to have a slight in-outfield at times, particularly on that offside to cut down the angles. And there's a ball worked through that gap. It's got through a very small gap. There should be a couple, and that'll give Thomas a bit of confidence that he's got that ball more confidently along that carpet on the offside.
So there, you probably save yourself 2 runs there. If you have that little cover in sort of closer, he cuts out the angle as well while being close to the bat. You've got the point and you've got the deep cover. Now they can cover them ones. It's worse if it gets past the short cover. It's only a single at most. Having these blokes coming in like that, once he gets behind you, you've got no backup. So you're chasing, gets the extra run. And if that happens 4 or 5 times during the game, there's extra runs there. It's going to speed up, so there might be a boundary here and there. And it could be the difference between chasing 250 to 280.
So Thomas just knocked that back to Briscoe, decided to keep him in his crease and keep him honest. That's the end of another Briscoe over. He's 6 gone for Briscoe, number 20 for him. We've just got past the 50. It's 1 for 52 after 12.
And looking now, the barbecue is absolutely firing up there at the top end.
Yeah,
a little wet area.
We're just looking at the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, we've got quite a few set up and enjoying the sunshine. About 21 degrees at the moment. Don't know what's on the barbie. There's a fair bit of smoke or steam coming off at the Hobbo.
We've got some sausages, hamburgers, steak and onion there. So if you're hungry, come through here. Don't worry going to one of the takeaway shops around here. Come down and grab yourself a snag. They're not Bunnings quality. They're probably a bit better than Bunnings quality. But at least you've got your onion. You can put your onion on top of your snag, bit of sauce, bit of mustard.
The question I have, which is discussed a lot now in my workplace, is do they just do a bread with the steak on top, or they got a bit of bread on top? Is it a proper sandwich?
Oh, I reckon here they would let you choose your own.
Right, okay. You could just go bread and the steak with the onion on top with no second bit of bread, which I don't know what that's called.
We'll call that a convertible. But there's definitely a lot of smoke coming off there. I wish the smoke was coming this way. It would be nice to get a big waft of the aromas that would be coming through here.
I'd say that barbecue hasn't been clean for a while. That's the first bit of swing was seen for probably about 3 or 4 overs. So working the ball well here, Rigby, into his 3rd over.
Nice comical figures, 1 for 6. So does pride himself on not going for too many runs. As I said earlier, the Wellington guys are going to have to change their line to him. Like Muir does bat out of his crease, so he's trying to upset Rigby's line. Rigby's played a lot of cricket. He's going to know to drop back his line a metre or so, and what he's done. So if they want to get runs, they're going to have to go at him really hard.
Yeah, the thing about Rigby is his line, which is his real skill. His length will vary a little bit. That's where he'll have a little bit more variance in his bowling with his length, but his line is just so consistent. Once he dials in, it's very hard to break.
This line, you're not going to go at him anyway. He's going to see him off. Run rate's really good. 1 wicket down. Plenty of time left in the game. Just going to be see who cracks first as Rigby comes in again to Muir.
There's that one. He's on the move then.
He's just trying to upset his line.
It's his style, isn't it, Muir, at the time? Just to walk, I don't know, stroll at the bowler maybe is the best description of it. We'll just get a look at where he's setting himself up here, Muir, because I reckon he's, as you say, Hobbo, he's a little way out of the crease, maybe
a good half a metre.
That's a good half. It's probably hard to tell from this position, but yeah, good half a metre. And then he's now and again just takes an extra stride.
Like even with that long stride, you're looking around about 3 metres out from the stump. So even if he gets hit on the pads, he's trying to take LBW out of the way. Now with riggers, it's going to be very hard to get an LBW. He's going to have to virtually hit him on ankles at that length from where he's batting, or else his height's just going to take that ball right on top of the stumps. I think Ross Thomas is batting a bit differently. I think he's more close to the crease.
Just got a shot here. Sorry to Hobbo. We've got the fielder here is literally coming from out of the marquee there, who is just a deep backward square at the moment. We might get Jared to swing around there for a second. There's a couple of marquees with the Wellington balloons set up, and they are right on the boundary line. Whoever's doing the health and safety check of this ground, maybe just suggesting they could be a little further back, but and the fielder literally came from out of there.
Yeah, maybe one thing they do have to look at, it's been an issue most of the year talking a lot of the teams, that the boundaries are too close to fences and
well, there it is there. I mean, that's a metre and a half. What did you say, 4 metres?
4 metres are the guidelines. Now, whether it's the umpires who have to do their match reports, whether they're getting those put into the association for them to check up on, something that's got to change, because all it takes is for a fielder to be chasing a ball, even towards the light pole. There's probably about 2.5 metres to the light pole, and that light pole is made of concrete and steel, and it's got no give for the human body. So if you go running into that, and people say, oh, you can see it. You can't see it. You're chasing the ball at 100 mile an hour, you're looking at the ball, you slide, you jump in. Some of these guys are very quick along the field. They're going to slide into it.
There we go. That's right, nearly on the line. That's maybe 5 centimetres back from that line. Yeah, so that's just curious. I mean, the councils obviously get, or the people that do these markings have all the rules and regulations, and I'm surprised it is that close. Hopefully no issues. Rowland's in the attack now, and what you'll get from Rowland's is that every ball outside off, just on off, and the ball quite full.
He's had a great year too, Josh. Also team of the year for the first time, I think, in the SCA. So him and Jai Lester, who Jai Lester was player of the year as well.
Hard to keep Jai Lester out.
Not we're taking 40 odd wickets for the season. As we spoke to a couple of guys earlier, he's had a standout year. He's sort of come from nowhere and then all of a sudden just had this breakout year. Now we need him to sort of stand up a bit today, but Mulk will just keep hitting the line, making them play. Bit of in-swing there.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle. See what Thomas does. We're in the 14th over. There's a deep backward square. There's only, I think, only one in outside the ring still, as we squeeze our heads through the glass here and try and get a bit of a line of sight, but only one outside the circle still. And things have quietened down with that wicket as a plain miss from Thomas.
Good to see that short cover has actually came in now. He's a lot closer to the bat.
They're listening to our commentary out there. Sure, they're mic'd up. They've got to be mic'd up to us. Although it's certainly to you, mate. They'll be trying to get some intel on what to do. But you're right. They've got... it's something that probably Rowlands wants as well. An extra catcher nearly in a way. With a slip in play, you only need one in there and create a little bit of doubt on that drive. And there's a back foot shot that's going to race away. It's been some time since a boundary. I think 4 overs, in fact. And Thomas gets one away through backward square.
That was a great shot. Just waited for that one. As you see on the replay, just outside probably the 6th wicket line. He just lays back, cuts that through. And down the hill, you're not going to chase that.
I just think... probably hindsight's great, but maybe the protection there would help.
I think the deep square, they've got him back. I don't understand why he's there.
There we go. Great shot of the...
look at that.
Well, they're medium rare at the moment.
There's a couple there, bit well done. I like that. I'll be up there for one of them later on.
I think he thought that hit the toe first, and then he's appealed Rowlands, but I think that was bat into toe or bat into... ball into the foot.
Oh, that's come straight off the middle of the bat, straight into his toe. So Ross Thomas will have a sore toe for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's not one of the more unpleasant, isn't it? That inside of the thigh and the back leg and that toe is probably the 2 spots you don't want to be hit.
And you can't rub it.
No.
It's in that area. It sucks.
There's that nice work from Thomas. He's starting to try and find that offside area.
Still got a nice little tail end to the batsman too.
Yeah, it's
in the
interesting.
12th over, 13th over.
It stopped swinging, but maybe it was more the style of bowling from Lister and Briscoe. But now Rowlands and Rigby have come in. They have been able to get a little bit of movement back.
And after 14 overs now, we're 158.
So 270. I think this is okay with that loss of McConnell, but I mean, what's Thomas's role? Does he try and accelerate here, or does he just play the role of at the other end while Muir and co do the work at the other end?
They'll keep going till drinks, then reassess. Nathan and his deputies will come out and have a chat, how they see this game situated. Right now, there's no reason to take a risk. Like Roscoe's putting away the bad balls. If that's his role, like he's 20 or 43, he's not going to catch up at the end because he hasn't got the power of these other guys. But if his role's to bat through the innings, he gets 100. Now that's a win. And the other guys can bat around him. The idea is like Muir, he won't throw his wicket away. He'll be hoping to be there in the last 10 overs at happy hour. And if that's the case, these balls that are actually getting bowled to him now, they're going to go disappearing into the car parks.
Which park your car, mate?
My car park's over in the car park, and it's in probably mid-wicket danger.
Yeah, I got mine in the furthest car spot in the car park, but it's probably actually more dangerous there. Yeah, a spot where balls could disappear to that car park just on the edge there of Eady Street into the Village Cinema car park in the North Gate. We've got Muir on strike. He's going to face Rigby, two very experienced players. Look like a very experienced chef over there in the barbecue area, just very intently looking at his steaks as he was moving them around. Rigby.
Taking a lot of pride in his cooking. I think it's Stephen Waite over there, life member at Wellington. And also, I think, the University Football Club.
Yes, he's involved with Uni Footy Club, if it is Stephen.
Yep.
1 for 58, so just the one boundary we've seen since a couple of boundaries in the 10th over. Only the one since in around about 28 deliveries as Muir's working his way in. 4 off 14, or 4 off 15 now for Muir. Not a huge surprise. He does take his time to get in. He knows there's plenty of time, but does Muir take a risk with the field up though, Hobbo?
No.
Try and push it through that offside, or will he just knock a single?
He'll just keep doing this. He knows he's got the power and the technique towards them final overs to actually, catch up on the balls.
They could get some momentum here because Chandler, they've still kept the power play field though for this entire sort of first 15. Some good bowling at the moment without too much luck or reward for Rigby.
Yeah, I think the deep, fine legs probably a wasted position apart from... The fielder's actually probably like, because you have to sit there, the old marquee, bit of shade there for a little bit of time before he walks in with the bowler. But bring him up on the 45 and maybe put a deep cover or a mid-off back and then just bowl outside the off stump and allow Muir to hit through there. He's not going to sort of play these ram shots in the first few overs of his innings.
Yeah, it's a fair call. Muir's mostly looking as offside player at the moment. As you say, he'll work his way in the innings and find that leg side area. As there was a short single, I should say a quick single onto the offside.
If they're playing there, they're still too deep inside that ring. They've got to get the in-out sort of fielders working properly. At the moment, there's so many singles, so probably a dozen easy they've taken to fielders. Some have been straight to them. If they're willing to take them on, like these guys are rabbits between the wickets. So maybe the Norfolk fielders need to be a bit on their toes. Because if he's going to get past you, it's going to be 4 anyway. So he might as well attack that ball and get a chance to, make a run out of something.
So frustrating for the bowler too, though. The turn of strike or the change of strike. You're working on a plan and a strategy. That just got the scoreboard up. That Nathan Muir isn't 3 there for those that have just jumped in. His name keeps disappearing off the screen. But it's Thomas and Muir in at the moment, and it's Muir on strike, and it's Rowlands from the commentary end of the ground. So just replicate cookie cutter approach here with the fields, except now I've actually just got to change right away. So there's a
deep cover.
Got a deep cover right on the fence. I don't mind that. We've just got a few changes. I think might be Rigby going down to deep backward square. But there's 2 fielders outside the ring at the moment.
Right there with that look there, you show how deep some of them are on the either side.
Well, that's been clipped straight down there. And a single.
Good field positioning that.
Spot on, wasn't it? Didn't move an inch.
I think though you've got to have that one there on the leg side there for Rowlands. If he's angling that ball in,
yep,
all you got to do is just be off your line, a stump width, and it can be easily whipped there quite easily. If he goes towards leg, it's going to go finer of Jason Rigby down there towards the clubhouse, new clubhouse rooms.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think Rowlands, the delivery of that his stock ball is probably just back in with a bit of movement off the pitch. I think he necessarily swings it a lot, but that protection's good for him. But at the same time, they've got a point now in play when Thomas is on strike, so that deep cover moves to a point for Thomas just to protect that boundary if he bowls a bit more back of a length, like there. He doesn't want to play cover drives, does he, Thomas? He's not his shot.
No. Just sort of sit on that back foot waiting. If you bowl short to him, he's going to put you away, and as just been proving, he's done that. Played one good shot through the covers early on in his innings, but his role there is just, you know, see them off by the sound of it.
Well, only 12 runs in the last 5 and a bit overs, so they've brought it back here. New Norfolk. There's that back of a length that just waits on it and he plays inside the line, but there is a fielder now covering that area.
That's it. Now that fielder there will move around to a deep cover for Nathan Muir.
I reckon he's forgotten too. He stayed still. He's having a chat to a mate down there. It's community cricket, isn't it?
It's the coach too. I think it is.
Now he's realised.
Banger.
So Muir on strike. Straight out there again, so that fielder getting a bit of work.
They can do it. They're fit and strong. Most of these guys were playing football very shortly anyway, so it's a bit of a warm-up for them.
Yeah, a week away from footy season, the SFL. Looking for another big season of community football. TSL starts today. There's the club rooms that are, you said, Hobbo, what are they, 3-4 months away?
Yeah, June, they expect them to be open, which is basically for the rugby club and the cricket club. Basically, they're designed as a big sort of open communal area with like a sliding door in between. So when the rugby use one, they can use it. They're all big functions. They can open it all up. So they're all totally separate. New umpires rooms, change rooms, shower facilities, just to get in line with all, I suppose, not good sports, but women's cricket, women's sport, those sort of things as well. So it's a great added infrastructure for this ground. Then some new nets put in.
Wellington obviously got a females team, and the rugby club have got a female team too. So level the playing field. I'm sure some funding there, and also I'd imagine they're pretty substantial infrastructure, some federal funding. I think the cricket club, Wellington, may have thrown in a bit of money too to support the grant. So good on you, Wellington. I don't know disrespect. I really love this ground. I've been coming here a lot. However, the club room, it's an okay club room, but the rest of the space in there is pretty average.
Yeah, don't go for a toilet run.
In the top 2 worst toilets in community cricket in southern Tassie, and I don't have a ladder anywhere. That'd be weird, but they're pretty average dunnies.
Yeah, no argument here. I spent a lot of time in.
The nervous wee.
Yeah.
You want to make your nervous wee pretty quick because they're pretty average. So they'll be pleased that finally, after all these years, Wellington, who have been lobbying council and everyone else that's been floating around for some new facilities, that's only a few months away, and they'll get it next year. As Rigby, first time he's really gone leg side, and looks like a leg bite. No, in fact, there were some runs.
I don't think Doran wanted to lift his leg up there. I think he's quite happy with 2 legs on the ground at the moment. Maybe he might have lost a bit of balance in his old age.
He's a character, Doran.
Oh, I love Paul. We've been around for a long, long time. Both cricket and football. Loves it. Since he's retired his days.
He was a pest on the cricket field, though.
I don't think it's changed when he's an umpire. Loves being a part of it. Don't get me wrong, great umpire.
Yeah, very good umpire. He's umpired, I think, the last 4 of these 50, maybe more. He's very consistent, and that's worked down the ground by Thomas for no run.
Yeah, it's one of them you like, as long as the umpire's consistent and they get in position. You don't care. The worst thing you like, these umpires just stand there and they're there to watch the game, and you might as well bring a chair out to them. They can just sit there and watch the game and not get out of the way. But the ones that get in position and show a bit of initiative of what they do, take some pride in it, they're the ones you like out there. Have a chat to as well. That sort of.
Oh, that one's just ducked back in a little bit.
Done a bit.
Thomas just now and again stays, as I say, leg side. That's his. He doesn't really have a trigger movement. We'll just see here in the replay. His feet's stuck. There's that foot just sort of goes at the front.
Just a bit lazy, I think.
Yeah, and his weight's sort of a little bit on his back foot. Wasn't able to transfer it with power through that offside. And Rigby, he was in it there for a moment. 1 for 9 for Rigby. He's got a ball left in his 5th over. It's been a fine spell from the former captain. And he's bowled another that's nibbled in.
I just correct there, Drinks. Current captain, ex-coach.
Sorry, current captain. Beg your pudding. Anyway, so that is Drinks. It's 1 for 63 here after 17. So that run rate's dropped from 4.8 just before the wicket fell down to 3.7. Thomas on 21 off 49, Muir 8 on 23, Rigby 1 for 9. We're going to go and see you, Hobbo, now, actually. We've got some interviews with you.
Could be exciting, this.
Yeah, we'll see how you go, mate, chatting to both the coaches. I think it was coach or just the captains?
Captains, umpires and a few select players.
You just got everyone then while I was going to grab a coffee. You've actually been able to get to everyone. Interviews coming up. We hope you're enjoying here on Duff TV. A very level playing start here in the SCA Grand Final.
Nathan Muir from Wellington has won the toss here today. Lost the toss, and they are batting. So you've had a good start to the year. First year as a coach. Is it any different just being a captain coach or a normal captain?
I think midweek, obviously trying to get plays for each week of the games. Obviously been a struggle with COVID this year, but come game day, no. We've got assistant coach for that reason, we've got a good club base, so come game day, it's the same as every other game.
Now you've dominated virtually all year. Any changes between the second semi-final and today's game?
Yeah, we've made one change. Isaac Manton's gone out, and Ross Thomas has come in up in the batting.
So you've had just strength from the top of the order though, Ross there at the top?
Yeah, correct. So Ross Thomas has come in to strengthen the batting order. These guys have a very, very good bowling unit, so we think a bit strong at the top. We'll see how we go.
Now yourself have had an absolutely amazing year again. Keeper of the year, captain of the year, coach of the year. Can we expect anything new from you today?
Nah, mate, just happy with the team game, mate. Doesn't matter which way that goes, so as long as we win in the day, that's all we're worried about. So team game first.
All the best. Good luck. Play well.
Thank you.
We'll just have a little chat to Jason Rigby here. Won the toss. Captain again. Extraordinary, going for 3 in a row this year. Anything different from the the preliminary final for you guys today?
No, virtually the same, mate. Mulk's big. Josh Rowlands back in for Stewie Rice, so yeah, it's good. We're essentially full strength, so yeah, big game for us.
Now you've taken a step back this year as coach, just being captain. Banger's taken over. How's he gone and how has he embraced the club as their coaching role this year?
He's been excellent. No, I mean Banger's a local boy, so I mean I did it for 5 years, so it was good to get somebody. You know, one of the young, he's only 25 I suppose, so he's got a future doing it. He can do it for the next 10 years. Means that I've got a bit more time up my sleeve. I've been injured for half the season, so haven't been to training. So it's nice.
Now, Jai Lester, I have a bit of a chat about him. He's Player of the Year, Adrian Eisel medalist, had probably the season of his life. You've seen him come through the ranks, as you said, being coached there for 5 years. How will he go today on the big stage?
Mate, he's a star. So I think he's got 46 first grade wickets this year, so I reckon... I mean, he'll take the new ball, he'll have the first over, and, mate, we back him in. He's played the last couple of flags. He had a bit of an off-season last year. The year before was good, but this year he's been amazing, and their top order's strong, so if he can get the job done early, we'll go a long way to winning.
Now, whereabouts do you think you guys are going to win it today? In the bowling or the batting? Or I know you guys are amazing in the field, so there's no issue there. Where do you think you're going to win it against the Wellington side?
Mate, I think for us, I choose to bowl most weeks for a reason. I think our bowling's our strength. We've got some good batters, but... personally, I like to know what we got to chase, and we'll try and get through our overs relatively quickly today. And we get 2 or 3 wickets in the first 15. I think we'll be all right.
All the best today.
Thanks.
Good luck on your hat trick, and talk to you later. Cheers,
Cheers, guys.
And after a very well-earned drinks break for all players out there, we are ready to go again with Josh Rowlands taking up the attack from the commentary end, and he'll be bowling to Nathan Muir. Now, it would have been interesting to see what they thought of the situation after the great start they got off to, and now, as I said, just running around at 3.7 run rate. Although no risks, and we'll just see how they end up going. Umpires are ready to go, scores are ready, commentators are ready.
Yeah, I just had to just nibble off my great job, by the way. Just had to nibble the rest of my little bit of banjo bakery delight that I grabbed on the way here.
It does look amazing too. I reckon it's nearly as good as one of them steak sandwiches.
Well, I had to grab my lunch because I don't usually eat animal products or meat. I'm not a vegan, but I don't eat meat, and I do like the smell of that. But yeah, I grabbed something here just in case it wasn't an option for me. We've got a really intriguing start here, Hobbo, because we've had a steady with good bowling, and that's a nice punch, but there's a fielder out there. So a really steady start where the ball was doing a little bit. Players were conservative. McConnon then started to get on top and played some really lusty blows. McConnon then got confused, walked off the ground when he wasn't out, nearly got run out, all sorts of calamity. And over later, he's out nicking. Rigby gets a wicket, and from then they've been going at well under 2 and over. It's been a good fight back here from New Norfolk, but they'd love another wicket. Yeah, they're going to need at least another 2 or 3 wickets in this session before the next drinks break.
If not, she's going to make it so hard. Like, if these guys, in, especially Muir, if he's in at the second drinks break, he's going to be on maybe 30 or 40, 50 runs. He's going to explode if there's only 1 or 2 wickets down.
Muir's one of the great fidgeters too. Those that haven't seen Nathan play up close, there he goes. That's his. It's not quite Steve Smith style, but he
Sanif Jar Saria
fiddles a lot with his, just little fiddles with his equipment and his helmet. That's a clever little tuck behind point.
Shot.
That's racing down the hill. It's not going to quite get there though, but that was a good bit of cricket. You could just see Muir just saw that ball was a little short, and they've managed to run 3.
There's the difference between there's some fit runners out there.
Oh,
A lot of us, that's just an easy
Muir's
choice.
super between wickets. This is a really clever cricket shot. They've left that gap there. That did have the deep point out too. Now the deep point goes back for Thomas, so maybe they just mucked their fields up there a little bit in New Norfolk. And Rowlands has now got just the gully in play, no slip. And there's that languid cover drive. It didn't beat the field.
There's a chance for Roscoe to finally get his innings underway.
I actually thought that was it. He was going to have a real wind-up. He doesn't actually need to wind up, does he? He just manages to sort of get that ball inside out. Maybe not a full flurry with the bat like Muir. And there it is again, just kind of opens a face and once again finds an in-ring fielder. It's frustrating for Thomas.
The thing is though, he'll keep composed. He won't try and throw his wicket away. He'll keep going.
They've bowled pretty well to him. They haven't given him too much on his legs, although I think it's his back foot game that he likes the most. Haven't seen a lot of Thomas bat. Back foot sort of, I think, his style. Is that sort of where it's at for Thomas at the moment? He's waiting on that shorter delivery.
Very fair to say. He's like, as we said there, the front foot's there. It's like he's on his crease. He's not taking that big front foot forward as you see Nathan Muir do. Nathan just tries to get on that front foot all the time.
Always on the move, isn't he? Yeah.
The thing is, if the bowler, even someone like a Rigby bowls it short, he's got that weight transfer that can come straight off that front foot, straight to the back foot. And there's no boundary big enough here that he can't clear. So it's one thing he probably not doing. I know years ago, St Aidan's with Josh Henry, they played Wellington in the grand final when they first came into the competition from the Cricket League. And they set up their top big guns with short balls and had deep third man, deep fine leg and square leg and deep sort of point. And they just kept bowling short, and they fell for it. Now, is that an idea to do to Muir, who is a compulsive hooker? No, he's going to get a few away, but if he mistimes one, there's a chance there.
We haven't seen too much. No. Well, there's a little bit of short one. He falls over and he hits it for 6.
That's a great shot.
Well, it was unconventional and just on... Hobbo called it, and that chap's going to have to go get the ball. He's going, what's going on here? Why is a cricket ball here? But we'll see on the replay. An out-of-control Muir onto that hook shot and successfully getting it over the fence.
It wasn't overly that short. It was just probably a bit between sort of hip and chest sort of height. He's picked it up well.
Picked it up early, but it was just strange how he fell over like that. He didn't actually put a heap of energy into it, but it was a very effective shot. So the first big shot. And we're just after the interval here, and we've got the run rate back over 4 now.
If you see on the replay here, his weight, he's on the front foot, but he sort of just rolls back. He doesn't go back with the back foot, just rolls back with the weight, and maybe that's why he lost the balance. But at the point of impact, he was solid, set to go.
Yep.
Then after the shot was played, he can fall back and do the old back foot ballerina sort of twist and pirouette.
And he gets another ball, which is a bit more cramped up, though, on the offside. On that occasion, he decided just to stay leg side and knock it away. It was a second 6 of the innings. The first for Muir. He moves to 18.
That 6 from McConnell was amazing.
Beautiful,
out
wasn't it?
there in the wet area watching that travel down. That was just, the sound off the bat was amazing.
Is that what you'll get, isn't it, Nick? There's no slip in play. Might not reach the fence, although I tell you what, it is quick. Next boundary line.
It's going to get there.
Even though it's as far as it possibly can be. It's not far enough to protect, and another boundary in this over. This time a genuine edge off the bowling of Rigby.
He's probably missed a trick there, especially with Rigby bowling before that ball, 1 for 15 off nearly 6 overs. Why would you not have a slip in? A bit more of attacking revenue.
Yeah, true. They even kept the slip to I think right up until the drinks break there was a slip in play, but since they've come back out, I think they've removed that slip at both ends.
It just seems to me if you're not going to have a slip but there's no third man, what are you doing? It's sort of just opening the gap up. The next one we had was Briscoe at Gully. So between there, you get an edge or even a late cut, which Muir does like playing that late cut if you've seen the over before. Easy runs, and he'll start doing that. And Thomas will do that as he likes to sit on that back foot and put the pressure on them. It's a grand final. Have a crack.
Yeah, it's kind of the strategy. They're just sitting in at the moment, aren't they? Norfolk. It doesn't look like they're trying to get a wicket. They're just gone a little, well, not conservative, but they're just trying to hold and stop the bound. Well, not even stop the boundary. They're actually trying to just cramp up. And I reckon there's a real opportunity for particularly Muir to take this on. He's got the 22 off 32 with that 6 and that edge through the slips. With this field still up, I reckon they can take him on.
Yeah, it's just still very quiet out there. Well, there's not much noise coming from the spectators here. There's quite a few starting to build up now. So you expect the fielders to actually be up and about, but they're just like waiting for it to happen.
So, fairly high full toss in the air, but still under the waist from Rowlands.
Norfolk are a very chatty sort of team. Speaking of man, there's a bit more encouragement happening out there. They love being on top. When they're on top, they don't shut up. They keep going at it, and they're good out there. Like, nothing's a personal to the person batting. It's just more banter amongst themselves, and they keep themselves up, and they're all G'd up. They need to get back to that sort of situation now. That might be a couple of wickets, or it might be someone to do something special with a run out.
Well, there was
an amazing catch.
Well, Muir was just backing up there quite a way. He was 3 or 4 steps down the crease, but it was hit straight to cover. You might not see that one, but you have to quickly transit back and get back in his crease. So still no slip in play. Expect that gully, ring field on the off. And that's where it goes again, straight to that ring field. So the only player out at the moment, Hobbo, is that deep point, or deep forward point, I suppose. There is a gap there for Thomas. That's if he wants to try, and he's been here for 55 deliveries, so I think he's starting to see it quite well. There is an opportunity for him to go. It's a good little battle here with Rowlands bowling just outside off. Will Thomas take on the cover drive?
Playing a miss.
There's that pressure, isn't it? That one wasn't cuttable. Well, that wasn't the length to cut.
I should say they're trying to strangle him. You've got the close point, deep point, cover, 2 covers. You've got a deep cover on the 30-metre circle. Short cover, I do like the short cover. Probably a bit too straight for my liking, the way Malk's bowling. Maybe a bit more to his left, probably about 5 metres. Might be a better spot.
Still got the deep backward. I'm not sure that's really needed at the moment. With Thomas, yes, to Muir, but I haven't seen Thomas work. Maybe one down there. You could nearly bring him inside the circle, because that's not a boundary area for Thomas.
You've got to make sure he's got to keep that side off stump. It's a 3-6 field, maybe 3 on the leg side. Where you've got one at mid wicket, and your deep sort of square fine leg.
Tell you what, that delivery was interesting, Rowlands. He deliberately threw that one out just to see if Thomas was going to be tempted. But you have a break, Hobbo. And we're going to bring John Anning back into the commentary box with 20 overs gone here. 1-4-78. We're just a touch under 4 and over. And Chris Hobson will wander up, most likely somewhere where there's probably some food and a cold beverage. And no doubt he'll get some more intelligence from us. We welcome John Anning back into the commentary box as that ball's defended by Muir. G'day, John. What's been happening?
Thanks, Peach. I just did a couple of laps.
Did you?
Chat to a couple of umpires. Enjoyed the nice weather, and I'm enjoying a really even kind of contest at the moment, I think.
It's good, isn't it? Like, they're just on 4 and over.
Run rate's not out of control. Not too many wickets have fallen. Prime for a huge last half of the innings. Wellington certainly look like they're just readying themselves for a real attack on the New Norfolk bowlers in the last half of the innings, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just feels like Muir's about to wind up, but he'll strategically wind up. He'll wait for the delivery that he wants to hit, and he won't dare see that field. It's a very strange thing to see. There's a pram in there too, so there's some youngsters here watching the game. And there's back of a length. He loves it there, Thomas, but doesn't get past the infield. That was one missed.
It's just not quite hitting the consistent boundaries they would like at the moment, Wellington. I think they've had a few balls in the last 4 or 5 overs they really could have laid into, and whether it's just trying a little bit too hard or quality of bowling, they just haven't quite been able to get them away.
Yeah, it's been a bit of both, I suppose. I think the field positions have been pretty good. Hobbo's been mentioned the in-outfield has probably prevented the single, but I think it's been the fact that they've been able to keep that field up and that offside because they haven't been splitting it. And if they do split that infield, then they'll probably have to make a call and move one of those players out to protect that offside. But at the moment, with the intent at the moment, it's just a little conservative with Thomas soaking up quite a few deliveries as well. Not that he's not batting well. And I actually don't think he's not doing what Wellington want.
Yep.
It's like an old school sort of 50 over game, isn't it, from 20 years ago where the runs came in the last 10 overs. You try and get 100 in the last 10. And in fact, that's probably even a bit of a modern 50 over game where they know they can get 10 and over. And this is the ground you can, John, isn't it? Get 10 and over.
Indeed. And I think it's probably not the worst strategy either, considering I think that a lot of their runs do come from the top half of their order. I think that the Wellington team does fall away just a little bit in terms of players that can score heavy.
Yeah, you're right. So they're all bat quite well, but they're not going to hit a lot of boundaries. So
that's right.
They're really competent. They're a team where they lose a bunch of wickets, they can still nerdle out a decent tally, but they want 260 plus at the end of the over.
Yep.
Rigby might be bowling out here, maybe. Although Booth, we've got Jordan Banks-Smith. Expect him soon with his firebrand style of cricket.
I think he's got a big decision, Jason, to make now. He's bowled 7 overs. Really, if he bowls another one, he probably bowls right through, which can be dangerous. I think he's bowling well. He's bowling tight, which could be very, very useful.
Is that your house on top of the hill there, John? Right up there?
Not
actually,
mine, mate.
That's Hobbo's over at Old Beach, actually. I think he looks just above the ground. I think he's fit further around, though. You're a northern suburbs man, though. Is that out?
Oh.
What a catch! Sensational grab down to the right. We'll try and pick that one up again. We were just looking at some real estate.
There was a sharp little catch, and unfortunately Ross Thomas there has just suffered from going inside out one too many times. I think it was a little bit late on it. Outside edge, sharp catch in the gully.
Well, another wicket falls, maybe against the run of play. There's Webb now coming in to bat for Wellington, but a stunning grab in the gully from a Rowlands inducker. It was in the air for a while, just getting it before it hit the turf. And Norfolk celebrate their second wicket.
Good catch. Catches win matches, Peach. It's the old saying, and nothing is ever more true. And doesn't the game change? The scoreboard just changes quite significantly from being 1 to 80 off 21, from being 2 to 80. There is a little bit more pressure on the scoreline there.
Yeah, great set of hands from Briscoe in the gully. We might get one more look at that, Gerard. I think initially it looked like he was going with one hand, but he had enough time to get 2 hands down underneath the ball, and Thomas is on his way. Here's another look at this replay. It all happened in a hurry, though. Briscoe's hands were neat. And the opener, who bowled really well at the commentary end of the ground, has now snapped. What a great catch. And the second wicket down at 2 for 80.
Good catch.
It's interesting, this ball's pretty much just outside off, ducking in. He's got it to pretty much off the face of the bat to a fairly square gully.
That's just the inside-out nature of the way he's been playing. He's been playing like it all day.
Yeah, he just turns his hands. It's something that it's a little bit about his grip and also about his setup, and a big wicket to Rowlands, and he's been good, Rowlands. Now, one of my favourite players in SCA cricket, in community cricket in Tassie, is Webb.
He probably hasn't had the year this year that he's been used to having previously.
He's waiting for a big game, I reckon, Webb.
Still averaging 37, mind you, so it's not all bad.
A bad year for him.
Yeah,
He's 37,
right.
I'd be fair. No century this year. A few half centuries for Webb. One thing Webb does bring into play, if you get the line right, is LB. If Rowlands can just duck one back in. But Webb there pressing full for that first one. slip comes into play with the new batter.
Interesting part of the game now for Nathan Muir here. Just be really interesting to see what he decides to do. Does he just keep digging in, or does he keep playing some shots? He's faced a lot of deliveries. Would start be feeling more like he's in now, but Wellington probably can't afford to lose another wicket in the near future.
It's a fair call. The strategy will be interesting in the next couple of overs. Webb will be sensible early and look to push and run. There we go. Right on cue. I think Muir might just look for the odd boundary. Keeps disappearing off the scoreboard, Muir. That's not a Duff TV thing either. We're linked in. What are we linked into, Jerry? My Cricket, but it's pretty fabulous for us commentators, because generally I've got a second computer going with My Cricket and I've got notes on who's and what's happening, but it makes life a lot easier for a community cricket, and that's a couple through the gap. Good shot from Muir.
Sensible shot that. Just pierced the gap. 2 runs. Didn't try and hit the cover off the ball. Into the gap, down the hill. Easy 2, and that's probably, I expect, the type of cricket he needs to be playing for the next 4 or 5 overs here.
Yeah, keep busy, keep active, keep the runs going. Good amount of people here at Eady Street, the former home of the Glenorchy District Cricket Club. I don't know how long ago they would have played on here. Would have been a turf wicket maybe 10 years ago. There was a turf wicket here.
Probably a little bit longer than 10 years, I reckon, but that was when Wellington were playing here.
Wellington playing in the old days in the turf wicket. What was that competition called? The Derwent Cricket League? Or
it was called the City competition, I think.
City, was it?
Was it the...
I don't know.
So I should know that.
We'll do it. We're in it.
Yep. I was on the association committee when the two associations merged. That's something I should know. Crowd's definitely picked up here.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep. Vibe's good.
Great little venue for intimate cricket. Enjoyed last year's at Tynwell Park in New Norfolk. Was a grand final. New Norfolk hosting. This year Norfolk had to come through the long way, and Wellington got hosting rights. We've had a T20 grand final here a couple of years, or last year, or year before actually. Yeah, top little venue. It's going to be even better when that club room's all finished.
Yep.
And Roland's, I should say Rigby, is continuing from the Newtown Road, main road end of the ground. So this will be his 8th over. So as you said, John, if he bowls an 8th, he's probably going to bowl the last 2. Briscoe and Lister look like will be the ones that hold up, as that one's off. And one thing you'll get is fast singles. These players are very whippy through the crease. So number 5 is Webb and number 4 is Muir. For those that are watching the game on screen, the numbers make it easy for the commentators.
Just gives a really good grip on the run rate here, Jason Rigby. Probably why he's still bowling, I expect.
Yeah, I don't mind it. He's changed his style too. I mentioned early 3 or 4 overs ago in the commentary box that his line is so consistent. His length is where he'll lose a little bit of his variance, but his line is so good it's much easier to set a field, or he set his own field for it. He's just changed his length in the last over, and he's bowling a little bit more back of a length. He doesn't want to let Webb get comfortable on that front foot. Well, there is one front footer. We've also got a catching cover in play, and we can hear a couple of dogs. They're having a bit of fun just to the left hand side of us. Great thing about community cricket, you've got a ground, most of the grounds are just in suburbia. We've got houses around us, and we're only about half a metre from someone's back door, actually, in the commentary box here. So hopefully they know there's a cricket game on at the moment.
Just goes to show, cricket's not only a game for the humans, for all types.
Although we have had some battles between these two teams which have resulted in some classic results, and this one looks like it's going... It's neither team's really on top. I reckon it's level at the moment. New Norfolk know that they love chasing. This is why they won the toss and decided to defend. There's that hit and run. He just goes. I think he does know that Muir's going to get down there because he's so fast.
They'd be pretty happy in New Norfolk. I think they would really rather another 1 or 2 wickets, but with the run rate lower than 4 at this stage of the game, when you've put the opposition into bat, I think they'd be pretty satisfied with the way things are going.
Yeah, I think they'd be more than happy. They think they can chase 260 plus. Even though you'd say if you were choosing who's got the better to midfield, that shot to mid-wicket, there's actually not a lot of room behind there too, so they're going to get a couple. He's so fast between wickets.
Yeah, it's good running, isn't it? Really good running.
But yeah, the run rate. There's the sponsors again. Thank you to all those sponsors for the Southern Cricket Association. Kookaburra has been involved for years, as have the Cricket Hub. Good Sports are obviously assisting clubs become safe and welcoming, and then the Clennett Hire, which has shooted Martin Duffy up into the screen. There's our friends that have supported Wellington. Thanks to all those sponsors that are helping out. There are sponsors for the Red Caps. Paulie's Pizza. Have been to Banjos a few times in Norfolk over the journey. Haven't been to Paulie's Pizza though. Wonder if it's any good. Dial in or send us a message if Paulie's around. We'll give him a plug. Roland's into his 6th over, and that's a wide. That is the first wide. Might be the second wide. It might be one down leg side, but that's the first offside wide. That was a big one.
Very big wide. It has been. You're right. It's been a remarkably disciplined bowling performance so far from New Norfolk. The extras are right down, which is probably reflective of the run rate. That's for sure.
Yeah, a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, the extras are a handy addition to any batting team. And that's down the ground, through the off, high in the air, and scoots off the surface and finds the fence.
Didn't get all of that, Nathan. Then the ball just really floated towards the to the boundary line.
Thin air here, isn't it, in Glenorchy? That wasn't interesting. Let's see this one. A real webby. Look at that. That's just classic. If you want to try and create an image of Nathan Webb playing a cricket shot, I reckon that's it. He manipulates the ball through the offside, and they've actually plugged that gap already. And a welcome boundary. Him, he moves to 6, and the score now getting a little closer to 4 and over, or the run rate, and the score getting closer to a century. Batting just on leg stump, and as he gets one on leg stump.
Nice way to top off a boundary. That just hit the boundary, clip off a quick single. You've done your job. Do that once every over. You've made a lot of runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Good strategy. Annoys the bowler too. Tell you what, that was close at the bowler's end. I just wonder if the clip and run is, the fielders are on their toes. There a chance here for a run out.
They felt in the game the field to Nathan Muir running to the non-strikers in a few times today, and it's probably only a matter of time before they actually hit the wicket.
I reckon he was out too by, it might have been a 50-50, would have been a hard one to call. The umpire certainly got side on to the action. And that one just drifting back in, and Webb managed to get his bat down and work a single.
It is hot outside today, I think.
Yeah, it's warm, isn't it?
Yep. Jason Rigby down at square leg. I think he's just finished off his 5th bottle of water.
It's been a warm summer too. Now that's been clobbered. And the second boundary of the over, and this time down on one knee and over mid-wicket. Well, there's some intent.
Yep, nice shot there. Just all bottom hand, straight through the ball to a vacant corner of the ground.
Just waited for the right length, I reckon, there, John Anning, didn't he? And he thought, well, that's where I'm going to hit it. It's a good shot from Muir, showing some intent. Once again, he's coming down the wicket too. That was probably a metre or so outside off stump as well. This next delivery is nearly identical, and he actually plays it to point.
Solid over. That was that 12 off the over, really, with zero risk.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and particularly that shot. And the thing about New Norfolk, it's a little bit the case in grand finals, they will keep their field up for as long as possible and they'll keep asking the batting team, well, if you want to take it on and go over the infield or go through, go for it. But it's going to take some risk. Well, there wasn't much risk in those 2 shots in that over that went for 4. The Webb shot down the ground, and then the Muir shot through mid-wicket.
Yep.
And they've got to 98.
And we just also noticed on the scorecard there that Nathan Muir has very quickly ramped his strike rate up to 80, where it was sitting back down near 30, only 2 or 3 overs
Yeah,
ago.
well, he was going around a ball early in his innings, but he didn't get marooned necessarily, but he's being kept in check because Rigby on the toes of Webb at a single. So we're nearly at the halfway mark of this first innings from Wellington.
A lot more ones now, the last few overs, since Nathan Webb entered the arena.
It just happens, doesn't it? When he comes in, just stuff happens.
Just something else for Jason Rigby, the new Norfolk captain, to think about on top of bowling the cricket ball.
And
great
2
effort.
fielders on their fronts. They managed to cumulative stop that.
Ooh, and that's Try Lester there, I think. They don't want him injured, that's for sure.
Just wonder if that ball landed on his knee. No, maybe it didn't land on him. His left knee looks a little sore at the moment. He's hobbling around. He's still got some overs to bowl.
I expect he'll be all right. He's young, he's fit.
He's keen.
Bowlers, he won't go away, that bloke. He's found a spot he likes to stand along the fence there, and Nathan Webb's not happy with anyone being there.
Yeah, he's very slowly moving too. There he goes. Off you go, champ. No side screens in community cricket. Although in saying that, some of the side screen in, say, turf cricket around the place are pretty small as well.
Indeed.
They're about as big as a barn door, just kind of being moved by a couple of teenagers.
I have always thought the ball's not coming 140 clicks here. Like, it
white
couldn't
ball as
possibly
well.
matter.
Yeah.
Could it? Watch the ball, mate, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit different maybe if someone a little faster, but and that's a bit too short, but they've got that field cutting off the angle at the moment. Sort of Rowlands is Rigby, I should say, he's giving a few balls here for Webb to get back through, but they kind of say, well, we're going to give it to you. You've got to get it through that gap. At the moment, he's been unable to pierce those 2 players at point and just forward a point. There was a groan. The only groan is that ball's gone away for byes. And it's going to stop about a metre in front of us. There we go. Duff TV camera work right up there on the scissor lift.
Leg byes.
And
I
what
expect
else to pad? There's Martin Duffy's fingers.
Jason Rigby here is looking knackered. Like, he's bowled 8.5 overs, and 8.5 quality overs. But you said earlier, he's just given a few balls for the batsman to hit. One down the leg side there, and might have bowled 1 or 2 too many.
Maybe, yeah.
Just for lack of impact. If nothing else, just for lack of impact. He's tired. He might bowl out and restrict some runs, but really what Norfolk should be chasing here is a couple of wickets. And it just looks like he's going through the motions a bit.
Do they maybe bring Lester on for an over here just to try and prize what is the 2 best Wellington batters at the crease?
Yep.
Do they try and get one of them out? Or are they trying to maybe grind them out and say, well, you're not getting boundaries, and if you do hit a boundary, which Muir did in the last over and so did Webb, you have to take a risk. But they've got to get the field right, don't they, John? If they're going to do that, they also have to have enough interest and enough options for the batters to hit to then try and maybe make a mistake.
They the next bowling change will be interesting. It's actually probably a key decision in the next 10 overs, really, because if they're going to wait for the Wellington batsman to make a mistake to take a wicket, it's quite possible we'll be 2 for 200 before we know it.
Well, there's a forceful shot.
Great shot.
Down the ground and a boundary.
Great shot. And you'll see the bloke here at a sort of a wide mid-off, probably only 10, 12 metres away from that ball, and didn't move. Didn't move to chase it. Was never going to get there.
Look at this. This is a belter from Webb. Cracked it. It's interesting where his bat ends up after he makes contact with the ball. It never follows where the ball went. A lot of batters will tend to follow. It's nicely whipped off, but didn't get past mid-wicket. We might get one more replay of that boundary there, Jarrett, just to see. This is very much Nathan Webb's finish. Look at where his bat finishes. It actually finishes maybe pointing back towards us, but it's a real whippy action which creates a lot of velocity. It's a super shot.
But it's nearly 360. It goes straight back up and ends vertical again.
Well, he's gone again. There's a fielder out there, though. There's actually a fielder in the game in the ring as well, as that ball didn't get the elevation. I reckon he would have wanted maybe that fielding position at the deep long off, just prevented him full throw, so just a single.
I think you mentioned it earlier. Norfolk have had a bloke out at deep square leg there probably the last 12 overs, and if he's fielded the ball twice, I'd be very, very surprised. Yeah. Feels like a bit of a waste.
Certainly not maybe more to Mule than Webb. I think you could take a risk if they're trying to find a wicket.
Deep mid-wicket, back off, goes out here. And they still the one. That's very, very good batting. Really sensible batting.
So predicted score, we're just past the halfway. You tend to double it and add a bit more. What's the target at the moment, John?
I think 260 minimum is still the target here. Lots of wickets in hand. A couple of dynamic batsmen still to hit the crease. So 260 minimum.
They'll have to make a bowling change. It's nicely worked through backward point. In fact, that's going to get the distance.
You could see the ball pick up pace as it got past the ring there.
Look who it is against, the young lad in the tricycle. He's everywhere at the moment. And a second boundary. That was a delicate touch from Webb after a couple of forceful blows down the ground. Now he's worked. This is good cricket from both these players. Probably a little frustrating that there's no fielder down there. They can have fielders outside the ring. And at the moment on the offside, there's two for Rowlands bowling his 7th over. So there's one down the ground at a very square long off and a deep point extra cover sweeping, as that's now worked through the leg side. So 360 cricket here from Webb.
He hasn't faced too many dot balls, Nathan Webb.
It's another good observation. Yeah, he hasn't, has he? And probably the difference with Thomas, he faced over 40 dot balls.
Jason Rigby going to finish off. 10 physically sapping over.
Well, there's the wicket. The first one from Rigby. And that was a dash from McConnon, who was just starting to get moving with some boundaries. This is the second wicket. A great catch by Briscoe in the gully, or just a fine point. So they're the 2 wickets. And there is our favourite person on the ground at the moment, that young lad there with number 11 on his shirt.
Hasn't stopped all day, the young fellow. I was talking to his dad earlier.
Who is his dad, by the way? He looks a bit familiar, actually.
Might be Daniel Muir, is it?
He's done a few laps. His lad's done a few laps. His bike has been mostly carried. Great work. Great to see the kids here. There's plenty as well. Rigby into his last over. It looked like he tried to bowl. You know what we haven't seen a lot? Slow balls. Rigby can bowl one. Briscoe can bowl one too. Really haven't seen that change of pace. And I reckon this might be the time, John, that you might want to make a change, because both these players are looking to force the ball.
I think it's. I'm not sure if New Norfolk have a spinner in there.
Well, man, I mean a bowling change, like an actual slow ball.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, the Sepp Wishart potentially can bowl some nudies.
It's a dangerous ground though to bowl the slow bowlers, because it can. Yeah, the run rate can skyrocket.
Over the journey though, Wellington's half their team's been slow bowlers.
Yeah, true that.
Particularly their 2020 games or T20 games. But you're right. Norfolk have traditionally gone with medium to seamers over the last few years as what's created success for them.
Is that a cultural decision from the Doon Valley, is it?
They're like, it's like the northern part of Pakistan, isn't it? Only ever fast bowlers are created in that northern area. Yeah, just the current rhythm, I reckon. No one wants to bowl spin at Tindwell Park.
Just hooked around the corner.
It's going to find the fence. It was a little loose from Jason Rigby. He hasn't bowled many that have been short and on the hip, and that was just an easy swivel from Muir, and he climbs up towards his half century. Once again, putting away the loose delivery.
A tired-looking delivery, if you ask me, Peach. Tired-looking delivery.
Yeah, I can understand why he's bowled out here, because they've got two other bowlers that are probably going to bowl to death, but there might have been some argument to get him to come off, but maybe that's his. As you get a bit older, some bowlers just like to keep going, don't they?
Can't come back.
Don't need to come back then. And do a second warm-up and waste their energy. It's Hobbo over there at the moment. I feel like he was drifting towards the barbecue. Yeah, I think he is too. That's just defended, and he was after a run then, Muir, but in the end he said no, stay where we are. So the run rate's gone from 3.7 to 4.4 pretty much since Webb's come out to bat, John Enning, and it's been a good change of rhythm for them.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Like he's looking very, very busy. He's scored 20 off 21. Nathan Muir hasn't gone into his shell. He's actually increased his strike rate as well, what has been out there. And in what's been a really important 7 or 8 overs, I think it's probably been for Wellington, just push the game, move the game forward, and try to take control, I suppose, of their innings.
Yeah, they're in the marching orders at the moment, but it's still, as we see the bowling figures there, far wickets to Rigby and Rowlands, but the run rate of Jai Lester, the premier bowler this year in the competition, 6.5 runs and over. That was McConnon only who did that. And I think it's Rice into the attack now, who bowled a few overs in the game last week against St Anne's.
Always interesting to see the part-timers bowl, I think, Peach. It's the big occasion, big responsibility, and wouldn't it be great to see someone who probably doesn't bowl overly regularly take a couple of wickets in a big grand final, especially for a young fella.
I wonder if Rice thinks he's a part-timer.
I probably made a fair assumption there. That's a good point.
We'll see. We'll have a look at the first ball and see if he looks like a part-timer. His run rates, his run-ups fairly long.
That'll change as he gets older. he'll wisen up, get back to 5 paces.
Well, our pots and pans man here, Jared Martindale, his longest run-up was 4. He's got it down to 2.5. It's very difficult to get half a pace as you jump, as Rice's first ball just nibbles away, did it?
Did a little bit. Might take the part-timer tag back.
No, that's a genuine action. He's bowled a few overs this year, Rice.
Looks like a strong young fella.
I'm laughing because of the cliche. We're just trying to cover the fact we don't know too much about it, because he's bowled a bit at the start of the year. Just look at his stats here, but hasn't bowled much. In fact, he's bowled once in the last 7 weeks. So he's gone from gone down. It certainly was near the infield, and they pick up a run. And Rice nearly brought in the W column, but yeah, Nathan Rice, he bowled quite a few overs early in the year, a few second grade games as well.
Possibly a first grade part-time.
Well, he nearly got a wicket in his second delivery, I should say. Just getting that field set again as mid-off goes a fraction straighter. Still room to go down the ground here for Muir. And that's exactly where he's gone. He's just nudged that through the gap and raced away across the outfield for 4.
That was really nothing more than a front foot defensive strike that it just whizzed down the hill.
Well, the annoying thing is mid-off went straighter, and that's where the ball went. It went where mid-off just was, and that's not a big gap. I reckon that straight cover. Should have got his right hand to that. I reckon he might have thought that mid-off was further around then. He didn't need to make the dive, but glorious timing.
20 runs to that corner of the ground in the last 4 overs, I reckon, Peach. If ever they needed a fieldsman there, anywhere, it's there.
Well, he's bowled it there again. It's got a little square and there's coverage out at the sweeper and deep cover fence. There's a shot of Eady Street, just heading down to Newtown Main Road, curls up onto Tolosa, and you might need to consider your travels if you are listening in and you think you're coming into Norfolk. Might be going further down on the Chapel Street, because you could be in trouble if your car has got a cricket ball rushing at it. And the fence here just on the side of the ground is about, what would you say, 2.5 metres high. Needs to be another 30, I reckon, at times.
Indeed.
Particularly these two in. Webb on strike. He's knocked a couple down the ground. He edges. That was mostly deliberate, but it was a little closer to the keeper than he would have wanted. It's going to run away for a boundary down the hill. Webb keeps it moving.
Another clever shot from Nathan Webb. With the void of any slip in position at the moment, you've got a real big area to score some runs down there now. If you can just angle the bat enough to avoid the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good call. There's obviously a gap at this stage of an innings. And a desperate dive. 4 runs. So we'll see a second bowling change.
That looks like Giles Lester back into the attack.
Just wait till he swings around. We're out of fairway from the action here. Thanks, Duff, for zooming in. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like Lester. So we called this move a little while ago. Maybe they need a wicket. I think this is now they need a wicket. They get a breakthrough here. They get it back to level pegging. But I think they're being... Well, they have to be going to just over a runnable for the last 6 overs. Just over a runnable. In fact, they're at 4.6. There's Lester. Nearly gets one. First ball, has he?
Got him.
There's a big appeal. The raised arm and Webb. Well, Muir is on his way. Flashing at one outside off stump. And the man who's got so many wickets, he's accumulated them. Lester comes back, and the golden brain of Jason Rigby created the change. Got the wicket. Muir on his way.
That'll do a huge amount for Giles Lester's confidence today. I think he probably didn't bowl the way he wanted to bowl early on in the game, and to come on right at this point of the game where wickets are paramount and take it first delivery, will just skyrocket his confidence.
We'll just get... Jarrow was rushing out and doing some work in the on the van. Jarrow might just get one more replay. Did that just nibble away a little bit? It was a juicy half volley, maybe a warm-up delivery, but still not. Just a little bit of movement away at the last minute and an uncontrolled shot. And I've got Ben Beams into the crease with a very high number of 99.
Only good players do wear the number 99, Peach.
Do
I
they?
have heard.
Is that what you're after next year, is it, 99?
Well, I might have it.
Oh, you've got 99 this year?
I do.
It's a very high number. Is there some relevance to that? It's certainly not your batting average.
No, Jerry wouldn't give me the number I wanted. Gave that to a retired player, so
wow.
I had to pick another one.
We don't want to create any controversy in the band here.
Ben Beams in now, probably the most, or possibly the most destructive batsman Wellington have in their lineup. The game could turn on a dial here if he gets going.
What's he, the one out this year too, Beamer?
Yep, averaging a cool 168.
Oh, he had a look at that one too. Suddenly, the wicket. So they brought their strike bowler back on. He gets a wicket first ball. No doubt Muir will be very disappointed, and you could see in his body language as he wandered off Eady Street. He was disappointed in his shot selection, and the one that was excited was Lester John Anning. He was jumping up and down, as was the keeper.
Indeed.
But Beams comes out to the crease, a bit of pressure on him.
He's very strong on the leg side, Ben Beams, so the Giles Lester maintains a foot and a half outside off stump here. He's just going to give him 4 or 5 really nice siders that I expect he'll just leave alone.
Yeah, well, Ben Beams will play pretty conservatively in the first 10, but They're just trying to get off the mark, push one onto the off. There's not a lot of space. They've got a very protected ring field on the offside to Leicester. And there's that little bit of movement away, so this ball is holding up nicely in the 29th over here in the SCA Grand Final for 21-22, and there's still a little bit of away swing, and that just probably shows the class as much as Leicester in his wrist position.
Indeed.
That he's still getting swing and others weren't. Although, to be fair, probably Rowlands and Rigby are more seam bowlers. Not getting much out of this turf wicket, or I should say Syntho wicket. That's a forceful drive, no run.
Side shot, straight out of the screws from Ben Beams. That's how you want to play your first shot.
Second.
Straight out of the middle of the bat.
Second wicket here will change things. Though I say get one, get a second.
Wouldn't they be excited if they get Ben Beams here, or Nathan Webb even? If they get one more here.
Yeah. Well, that looks very close. Huge appeal from Leicester. Beans was wandering out of his crease. And the umpire said, no, I'm okay with that. That looked adjacent from first impression from behind the wicket. And Leicester's now getting some Paul Doran directions on why he gave it not out. It pitched outside off.
Oh.
He was on the walk. I think the only thing that prevented the umpire raising his hand was the fact that Ben Beams had moved out of his crease and probably got at least a step and was on the move. He just knew Beams was just a little worried about that LB or bowled early in his innings. As till he gets warmed up, that's the one to get. But big moment there, John Annie.
Big moment. You can just see the Ben Beams wanting the leg side, you know, and you're probably right. Just got himself just outside the line of the ball, but my word, that might have looked very, very out from the other end, that's for sure.
It's hard to tell from here body language, but Ben Beams swung around. I reckon he was thinking, please don't. That's a 50-50, that's a 50-50, but I might have just got away with one there. But so you'd probably say on first impressions from here, it's a benefit of the doubt certainly going towards the batter, which is the rules. Rice into Webb and a nice punch.
It's actually not the rules. Benefit of the doubt to the batsman is a furphy, is it not?
Yeah, true. Well,
the bowlers wouldn't agree with you, that's for sure.
The earring is on the side of it. Has to definitely be out, I suppose, is the interpretation over the years. Well, that's high in the air. This is going to be out.
Well,
Rice has got the breakthrough, top edge, and Webb is on his way in 2 wickets in 2 overs, and it's levelled up again.
it looks like it might be all starting to happen here. This is a massive, massive point of the game. The last thing you want to do as a batting side is lose 2 wickets in a row. And Wellington have done just that, and both batsmen were batting particularly well at a high strike rate. And now all the pressure spins right back around on Ben Beams. Replay here, slightly short of a length. Nathan Webb, not a tall stature batsman, tried to play a kind of pull shot and just delivered an innocuous catch to the wicketkeeper.
Odd shot. That was an odd shot. And that backward square, there was a gap there, but not a massive gap. It's just a strange decision as Laycock into the crease. And it went straight up. It must have hit flush on that edge to go straight up in the air and not over the keeper's head. And an easy catch.
And probably indicative of Nathan Webb's year. He looked very, very good. Slightly unusual shot out for probably a really well-made 20, but right at the moment where he didn't need to be getting out, that's for sure.
2 new batters in the crease. This is a critical time for Wellington to keep themselves tracking well. I mean, any score over 200 is going to be competitive in a grand final. Things can be different, pressures are different. As now Rigby's making some changes. I reckon he might attack again.
Luke Laycock at the crease. He has made 100 this year in first grade against rugby, averaging solid 36. 73, I think, in Wellington's last game against Norfolk. So all's not lost.
The only other grand final going on at the moment is the 6th grade grand final, which has been moved 8 times, hasn't it? We might have a bit of a sneaky look at that 6th grade grand final, Sanford.
6th grade grand final at Risdonvale, you mean?
Sorry, beg your pudding, Risdonvale. Good ground now at Risdonvale. It's a massive improvement to their space.
It certainly is.
Big fan of the change rooms there. That's a nice shot, but cut off by the fielder.
Would we like a score update for the 7th grade grand final?
Well, we're gonna see. No, we're gonna
have a look, will we?
Gonna see some info in a minute. We've got a pretty amazing thing happening. We've got 2 games happening at once here in the SCA. We're going to cut to that grand final in a minute to get an update on what's happening. That's edge, but it just fell short of Rigby in the slips, and this has been enticing from Rice, the not part-timer.
Indeed.
The full-timer, nearly getting a 2nd wicket.
Good advantage of playing with nice soft hands there, as you can play the ball straight to first slip, but ultimately directly into the ground.
Yes, identical. Well, this time though the ball's got through the slip cordon. The chase is on. There should be at least 2, if not a 3rd. And they're going to come back for 3, but not a convincing shot from Laycock. See, Laycock looks a little ginger too on that 3rd run, or maybe that's his way of running. There we go. How good is this? 6th grade grand final. Fantastic angle there. They must have a...
Look at Mitch McPherson here. 6 overs, nearly 4 for 6. Thanks for coming.
Gambier's been good this year too, hasn't he, in this grade?
Yep, won the 6th grade player of the year, I believe.
I think you're right. So this is a Derwent stream, is it, Jarrah? The pitch looks narrow, doesn't it, from this angle? Oh, no, it's not. But
Rinsdale does a very, very narrow pitch.
Good nick that ground, though, isn't it? Look at all the signage. Great stuff there. Thanks, Jarrett. Thanks to Derwent for bringing that stream. We'll check that one out throughout. It's got the live score going. Is that on Facebook? YouTube's. My face, YouTube's. It's all happening. We're on Duff TV. And John Anning is going to wander out and get some more intel, have another chat to some umpires, and Hobbo's just wandering back in. He'll get himself set up. But that's in the air and over the top of the point fielder away for a boundary. Living dangerously, Laycock. Edges in the last over, and now a little tickle in the direction of Gully. He stayed down and just over the top. They've got some tall fielders. And it went down to the fence of 4. Hobbo, we've had some action, mate, in the last few minutes.
That's been good. Norfolk would want me out there mingling with the crowd more often. They've taken a fair few wickets. A few runs, but the danger part is the wickets. Now, talking to a couple of Wellington boys, they're saying that Luke is the form batsman of the team, and they're expecting big things from him today, so this could be interesting to see how he takes it on.
What's his style, though? I haven't seen too much of him.
Me neither. This will be a good time to have a look.
There we go.
See what we can do.
We'll have a story to you soon, and we're expecting.
He's scored hundreds throughout the seasons.
He's squared up by it. Good choice, though, wasn't it, to bring Leicester back into the attack?
Good captain's move, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking about it for a few overs leading in. Would you take a risk and try and get a wicket? Maybe make some changes to the field? Well, they didn't really need to, because in the end, a couple of poor cricket shots from both their star set batters, and they've got 2 wickets to bring Beams and Laycock in, both yet to get set. Yeah, the shot of Nathan Webb, I don't know what he was doing. It was just, the ball wasn't there for that sort of shot. It wasn't even stump height, and he's tried to cross bat it. So I don't even think it was even premeditated. It's just he just ended up getting really tangled to a delivery, which certainly, as you say, wasn't the type of ball there. That's your favourite spot over there, Hobbo. It is amazing over there. I've just been up there, had an amazing hamburger, nearly as good as the Norfolk cheeseburgers. Now, they're amazing. If they had some cheese on these hamburgers here, they would be absolutely pushing Norfolk for them. But to Jamie Hill, who's at home watching us on Dove TV, mate, g'day, mate. Thanks for the hat. It would have been great to wear it today, but I knew you couldn't get down here because your lovely wife has got COVID and you are taking care of her. So I know plans are in place for this evening, and sadly they are very much changed. So, mate, hope everything's well with the family, and I hope you're enjoying the telecast on Duff. Yeah, I think there's a few people at the moment isolating, and a few people that are sick at the moment as COVID causes some changes in rhythm. That's the end of the over, and the rhythm's been changed as this run rate's gone back from 4.6 down to just under 4.4. They're going to have to get a wriggle if they want to get that pass score that they think they're going to have at 270.
But the beam stays in. One more wicket and we're heading sort of the tail of the Wellington batting lineup. So
Yeah,
Norfolk will be up and about.
They lack a few hitters, don't they, after both beams, particularly once beams goes. They've got competent batters, no doubt, but they're not the big hitters that they need. They put a lot into that middle order. There's the Wellington sponsors, thanks to all those that have contributed. Yeah, we keep saying 260, Hobbo, don't we? And I think John was saying 260 seems to be par at the moment. A bit of work still to do, but if you double from 30 overs, then they're right on the money for 260, providing they don't lose maybe 1 or 2 more wickets.
Yeah, they can't lose another week between now and 40 overs. They've got to at least have some sort of platform for some of the hitters to come in. Like there's some big boys to come in now, and they can hit a ball. And if Ben Beams is still there, you know, in them last 10 overs, and he's going to unlaunch as well, but he can't do that at the moment. He's going to have to build his innings, which he's absolutely amazing at doing anyway.
Well, there's a slip in plays. Beams still yet to get off a mark, and there we go. All 3 stumps have just fallen over. That was brilliant. Well, Rigby's coming in having a chat. He's a good lad. He'll be saying something funny, no doubt.
There's actually a bit of chat out there now. It's only taken them 2 wickets of Muir and Webb for him to be up and about. Like, you can hear Rigby from the boundary line. That's good. This is the new Norfolk of old. They're up and about. They're into it. They feel like they're part of the game now. So I'm interested to see if they can take this to the next sort of session.
I'm not sure the umpires or engineers, but those stumps didn't look like they were put in hard enough. They crumbled far too easily.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's only sand out there.
Yeah.
So I think some of the clubs out there in the grounds put some dirt in there. For future reference, the dirt has to be level with the pitch, not 10 centimetres below, so you can have the stumps even lower. You know, do the right thing by this.
Yeah, I feel like there's not much there for Paul Doran to work with. He's banging into some just hard stuff and a bit of loose sand at the top. But for Wellington's point of view, they don't want to see those stumps knocked over again, so they'll be happy they're just put back in the ground.
Puts a new meaning to the word sandcastle out there with these boys.
Well, there are, yeah. It's taken a while though. Generally, he should be able to slide them back into the existing holes, but he's probably had to make some new ones. Done a good job. Got the protractor out. No, not happy with it. Yes, he is happy with it.
Caleb's giving him the all clear. Must say it's very impressive from Rice since he's come on to bowl though. He sort of dragged it back a little bit. Only 1 for 13 off 2.5 overs at the moment. As he got the more important wicket of Webb.
Nicely timed through the gap, and that's a welcome boundary as Beams is away. Classic Ben Beams just there.
Nice and steady. Like, people have their favourite players to watch. Like, have you seen Nathan Mallinson bat, or people like Rhett Lockyer bat? You know, Ben Beams. Oh, this guy's an absolute dream to watch. If he gets going, you know, there's no bowler here that can be beating him in sort of this cricket.
He smacked some pretty impressive centuries over his long career. He's
just a #1 sportsman and an all-round great bloke. He's a top bloke. If you haven't had a chance to meet him, make sure you do say good day to him. Top bloke. He had time for everyone and just enjoys his sport.
Yeah, he's been playing a little less cricket over the last few years, and as he moves into his early 40s. Now it's gone down. That's over the infield, and that'll be another boundary.
Stephen there seeing the bounce of the ball kick on now. Like, this ground is drying out very nicely. Definitely value for shots. He's picked that up nice. 8 runs off the over for Beams. He's up and running, which could prove very dangerous for the Red Caps.
You actually look at his overall career, just see this shot here from Beams. It's a pull, sort of a pull that ball from outside off stump, well outside off. I was actually trying to think, he's got a few doubles. There we go. Has he got a double? No, he might not have a double, Ben Beams. Well, he might have had a double, and 176 his highest score, but once he gets his momentum going and moving in his innings, he's one of those players, isn't he, Hobbo? It's really hard to stop. Heavy leg side scorer, but can go through the off as well.
As we spoke to him at the beginning of the game with the interviews and that, he's dropped down from being an opener to the middle order sort of role and that, and this sort of set up perfectly for him. You know, it would like it to be a bit more, probably the 40th over, but now he gets a chance to build in. Well, he can still score 100 here quite easily because he does score at a good rate. And he said he's virtually got no respect for the bowlers when he's up and going. He'll respect the good bowlers until he gets started. He said 8 off 11, and 2 of those have been scoring shots through boundaries. So there's no quick singles.
Yeah, so 9 dot balls, and they're all defensive push forwards as Laycock is facing another over. I thought they might have left Leicester. They're looking for one more wicket here from Leicester, and they've kept their slip in place as well. So the area they're looking at getting Laycock is through the offside. There is no one deep. In fact, there is one deep on the leg side just behind square. He's the only fielder outside the circle. Not seeing another one, Hobbo, either outside the circle. So there's one outside the ring at the moment. Is that what you're picking up? It's really attacking here as there's a flash. And it's been picked off by the ring fielder.
Deep fine leg. But they've got a good ring on the offside now. Some of them are not. You've got the deep ones and the sort of in bit closer. But maybe they just thought there's probably going to be too many quick singles for these guys.
Laycock looks comfortable outside off. I just see if Lister can just angle one in towards his body here and maybe make him work one onto the leg side and still getting that little bit of movement.
And not knowing too much about Luke, I don't know if he's one of them players that will go over the top early. The field's there, they're probably inviting him to take that shot. Bowling just wide of off stump, and if he wants to swing the arms, he's free land out the back of, backward point all the way around to mid off.
In the air, that's going to be caught. Oh, it's just short. In fact, I think he should have got that. That's 4. So Laycock pierces the field, but should have at least been stopped by point, and that was definitely catchable.
He's very deep.
And the fielders with their hands in their head after that missed opportunity. That would have been another blow to Wellington's run here in the middle order.
I do believe that's Coach Banksmith too. He would be not happy about
fielder,
that.
Banksmith. Hasn't bowled yet. Oh, he had a little think of that one there. Laycock in the last minute he decided he needed to raise his arms.
And today we call that a good Marnus Labuschagne leave.
There's Banksmith who just missed that catch a few moments ago. Great work by Martin Duffy because that was flying out there. He managed to get the camera around to it.
But he knows if he takes that catch there, Wellington are in trouble.
There's the angle in. Trying to go for the LB and a single's got. And also Laycock got as well as that throw hit him on the way through.
And at the end of the 33rd over, we've got the Wellington Warriors at 4 for 149. Beams on at 8 off 11 and Laycock 12 of 16.
Well, Beams has had a few not outs this year, so maybe he's thinking that as well. Only the once out throughout the season.
Loves his red-ink, old Ben Beams. And a very good counter of cricket balls too. Loves counting the 5th and 6th balls. I guarantee you, when he's in form, he'll be counting them balls and you will not see anyone else on strike apart from him.
There's a single or a 3 maybe on that last delivery just to ensure he keeps everything rolling. Well, that's what you got to need. You've got to be a little bit selfish as a good batter, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And he'll have a big smile on his face as he runs past you. So they seem to be going on. They're sort of rebuilding at the moment, the Wellington Warriors.
So Laycock on strikers. Beams is actually probably struggling to stay there. He's faced 16 balls. Laycock now 17. Beams has actually been there for longer. He's only got the 11 balls. They've still got a slip in play. They've got 5 fielders inside the circle on the offside defending that area. There's certainly space for Laycock if he wants to go over the point area. So we have to be really full here, Rice. This is a fullish line or fullish length, and that looked like for a second I thought he'd nicked it.
On the camera I thought that was a big edge.
And I even thought here through the effects mic, it's not super loud, but I thought that was a noise.
The ball's still doing a bit. We're in the 33rd over. No? Probably not the right shot to be playing when you're 4 down heading into drinks.
Certainly was.
See it through.
It was maybe just the juicy option with the field up. This is combative cricket at the moment in the SCA Grand Final. Hey, Gerard, can we invest in a stump mic? Is that opportunity? Be good, wouldn't it? Yep, Gerard's nodding. Just mean you have to drill a hole into each wooden stump and insert a wireless mic, make sure the batteries are charged. We'll go next level here in Duff TV next year, but at the moment We've got our Fex mic as Laycock on strike, and it's same again, Chris Hobson.
There is some good shape happening here from Nathan Rice. He's trying to get Luke to drive through there, which there's not much of a gap. Even if he does hit it, he's got to go over the top. It's like threading a needle.
It's a risky shot. You're right. There's a slip in play. He's bowling the ball. He's bowling out swingers. We're nearly at drinks, and then there's 5 players on the offside inside the ring.
Yep.
It
So
looks like
it's got to go up.
Yeah. Is he going to do it again? He gets one on the body. That's disappointing because he works it around for a single and gets him off strike. I reckon he would have liked to have had him on strike for the rest of the over.
They would have sort of a bit of a memory sort of explosion there from Rice. Even though it's still a good ball, only got a 1. But
Yeah, true.
so you prefer to have Laycock on strike for the next couple of balls just to see how he goes into the last ball before drinks. With Ben Beam's experience, you would say, like, don't want to jinx him. He's going to see this one out and have a drink, come back out afterwards and see how we can go after that.
I'm smiling because it could be a boundary. There you go. You
There we go.
Nice loud swinger. Yes. All right, we're going to see some more interviews here. That Hobbo, the roaming Hobbo, as we have a drink breaks. But it's 4 for 150 here. It's drinks, current run rate at just over 4.4. Ben Beams and Laycock at the crease. Rice with a wicket a few overs ago is doing a good job. There's our scorecard with Muir, McConnell, Webb and Ross Thomas all back in the sheds. Beams and Laycock doing the job, and to a few interviews that Chris Hobson did before the start of play earlier.
Now we have a chat to one of the umpires. Caleb Berritry is his first umpire for this year, his first grand final. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Umpired footy for 15 years, so been on the big stage in the footy field, but not so much on the cricket stage.
So you're actually enjoying cricket, taking the step up to first grade cricket this year. Is there any difference between umpiring the lower grades on your own to umpiring with someone like Paul?
Yeah, I guess having the support from the communication from the second umpire is handy compared to umpiring lower grade cricket, where you're out there by yourself. You've got someone to talk to communicate to throughout the day, so it works out well.
Excellent. All the best. We'll have a quick chat with Paul. Very experienced umpire on probably his 100th grand final this year. Any difference today, mate?
Oh, I don't think so, really, mate. I think for us, it's really just another game. It's more about the players, and there's something on offer for them at the end of the day where we just need to come out and do the best job we can so they can enjoy their game to the utmost, really.
Excellent. Well, you guys go well. I'm sure it'll be an awesome game for everyone, and let's make sure it's a cracker of a day. All right, guys, just talking to Jai Lester here. Had an absolute standout season. Well, congratulations, Player of the SCA, more importantly, the Adrian Eisel medal. But also now you got a chance to do 3 in a row for first grade here for a hat trick of premierships. How are you feeling?
Pretty nervous, I've got to say. No, should be right. Yeah, nerves, butterflies, but a bit confident. We've got nothing to lose, so why not?
Exactly. Now the idea of just coming in bowling first, it sort of takes the butterflies out of it. So instead of just sitting back there waiting as a batsman, you can get straight into it. Are you going to be taking the first over?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, from the bottom end. Hopefully we can get us off to a good start.
So you Player of the Year, taking 40 odd wickets, and they're going to make you push into the win. It's a bit rough.
It is what it is.
All right, good luck. Have a great game, and all the best for the season. Hey, we're talking with Tom Briscoe, mate. All the best today. This will be for 3 in a row for the club. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feel pretty good today. Coming up against a pretty good outfit. Wellington, they've set the benchmark this season, so yeah, it'd be good to get it done against them today.
Where do you think you guys are going to get the job done? In the bowling department, the batting department? As I said to Riggers, your fielding is amazing. All the young blokes there running around, and even the older blokes can catch. Bowling's very good, batting's solid. Where do you guys personally think you're going to have it?
Yeah, I think obviously a few early wickets, will go a long way to getting it done, and then partnerships with the batting. I think they're always crucial. You can't lose bulk wickets, in quick periods. So chasing. I think partnerships really.
Now, just talking with Jai and even Riggers, he braced him like 40 odd weeks this year, had a standout season. Yep. Young fella, You've got the experience, you played a lot of cricket. How's he situated in the positions of the guys you actually play with at such a young age?
Yeah, I think he's been fantastic. It's sort of come from nowhere because, last year he didn't have the best season, but he's from what the fellas told me before that, he's got the potential, and he could. If he wanted to try his luck at a higher level, I think he'd do very well. So he's got a lot of potential, I think.
All right, all the best.
Thanks,
have a great game.
Cheers.
We'll chat at the end of the game.
Great job, Hobbo, with the interviews, mate.
Great stuff to sort of get in there and have a bit more of an understanding of what the players are thinking on before the game actually starts.
Always a nice addition to the insights from the players as Leicester's continuing, so he might be left with 2 overs as Jamie Hill's given us some intel you hear, Hobbo, about young Laycock.
We found out that his scoring zones are offside covers, either through the fielders or in the air. So I think that's where they got the sort of setup.
Was exactly where he scored all his runs bar one little paddle to leg. But Ben Beams is on strike. He's been out there for over half an hour. He's only faced the 12 deliveries. 2 of those have been boundaries, so he's had a 9 dot balls, which he's played relatively comfortable, besides a very early LB appeal when John Anning was in the commentary box, and we both thought that was very... I don't know where you were standing when that LB was, Hobbo, but it was very close.
I was behind the bowler talking to Josh Walsh from your Norfolk. G'day, Joshy. You're recovering well from a knee reconstruction. We hope to see you back out in the field again next year, mate. You're an absolute legend of a bloke. And his finger was straight up. So, but not any new Norfolk bias or anything.
Once again, not a terrible decision for the umpire. It's very difficult for us behind, but it certainly looked like it pitched just on off, maybe outside a fraction. Beams was on the move, which may have just saved him. Maybe the umpire also thought he got his front leg just outside the line, but he's currently on 8 and looking dangerous with 2 boundaries. There was one particularly big blow that took the ball from outside off, and the ball ended up on the leg as it gets jammed in. It's that one delivery, that little bit of extra pace, isn't it, from Leicester? Now and again he gets.
It angles straight into the bowl, to the stumps. So.
Just a little bit quicker now and again, Leicester.
You just see how many, like 40 odd wickets he's got, how many were bowled or LBWs? Or
well, we can see that on My Cricket, mate.
Gotta love My Cricket. We'd be lost without that nowadays.
Sensational, absolutely. We've done a few grand finals, and My Cricket has been through the off. Yes! Great shot, Ben Beams.
He's in for a day out, I reckon, Beamer. He'll be loving this.
That's, I'd say, the most comprehensive stroke, not the best shot, but the most textbook comprehensive stroke we've seen, and that was a flying off the willow of Ben Beams for a boundary.
Tell about everyone out there in Duff TV land, if you guys are only just watching on Facebook and just seeing the updates on My Cricket, get to a TV, and if Ben Beams is still in there for 40 overs, get ready for a show. It will be an amazing vision, spectacular.
Used to be pretty nippy in his early days too, Ben Beams, with the ball. Still bowls a bit.
Nice little off spinners.
Was very fast early on in his career, particularly before he took up AFL full time.
Nice little challenge here between Leicester and Beams.
There, that was good from Leicester, just holding that one back a little bit. They have provided some cover points, so 1 boundary from Beams, and I think sensibly they put a player out there.
By the sound of it, we're going to have a bit of spin coming on very shortly, where it might be a bit of Matty Bowden or maybe some Seb Wishart.
I don't see much Bowden bowling. He's sure he bowled in Premier League cricket a little bit, maybe in the longer 2-day games.
Very quality leg spin bowler too.
Yeah, I think he was at Lindisfarne. I swear I used to see his name in the paper a little bit bowling. Some slow stuff, but maybe a little bit harder on these synthetic decks.
Seems like Briscoe's going to be coming back on from the commentary end, which is not a bad move. He's only bowled 6 overs, so whether you bowl 2 over him straight away now and leave 2 in the back 10, just to try and get that breakthrough. Yeah,
so 4 overs from their two openers then to finish off, you think. So they're going to have to get some overs from some part-timers.
Yeah, so I'm back in Seb Wishart from the bottom end now, just to bring it up. Just hit that spot. Get through that 5 overs they probably need.
It looked like it pitched outside leg, but Briscoe was still keen to appeal.
That is definitely not out. Just walk back to your mark on that one. You see here, way outside leg there. Duff doing a great job up there in the crane, about 25 metres off the ground. You get altitude sickness very soon if it's a bit windy.
Well, yeah, he's not a fan of the wind in the crane. It's probably not safe, to be fair.
Oh, that's a great day, though. There's virtually not much wind around at all today.
That's closer. Close. That is closer. He's gone. Briscoe comes back and gets a breakthrough. A huge wicket of Ben Beams, and he's gone for 13, trapped on the crease.
Yeah, it's perfect ball. Just had to move it across probably another 10 centimetres, and he's just got the reward there. Same ball, same line.
And that was the only area that Beams looked a little bit weak early on in his innings, was maybe hasn't played as much cricket Yeah, that's pitched just in line, I'd say.
Just on the leg stump.
Just on the leg, and it went on and maybe just straightened a fraction, and you could see.
But a good decision there from Caleb. His first grand final, you know, under the pressure. You know, Wellington sort of under the pump there. It's a do or die decision there, and he's probably done an amazing job. Full credit to the young fella.
Yeah, that's pitched right on leg, I reckon, at worst.
Yeah, it's going to hit middle and off.
It's not pitching any closer than on leg, and I think if you had a heat map, we actually just tried to get him a pen on the mark. It looked like it got him right on leg stump. And Ben Beams is on his way. A big wicket, 3 boundaries to Beams. And now Kobe Phillips comes to the crease, the nerdler, the unconventional cricketer. That's not unfair.
Very quick between the wicket. He's a rabbit. He will run and run and run.
One of my favourite footballers, Kobe, because he wears long sleeves. There's the setup of Martin Duffy. On top of the Clennett Mitre 10 scissor lift. There's the wicket taker Briscoe. And Phillips straight away into the action, defending that one, and straight away Briscoe saying, get back in the crease.
Bit of sloppy keeping there from Cody Needs. Oh, might be a chance for a run out there if the guys are quick.
Well, yeah, it was a bit of a mix-up as they were turning into that run, but as you say, Phillips is speedy.
Yeah, there would not be many people quicker on a cricket field with pads and 5 pads and helmets and carrying a bat than Kobe Phillips. Sometimes running up and down the wing of a football ground too.
Yeah.
Not much stopping him.
No, not many people get hold of his jumper. See if he can work out how to take on. Yeah, it's the real leg side at the moment. And full from Briscoe into the right-hander's legs.
Quite dangerous too. There's still only 3 fielders on the leg. One at square, one behind square, and just your mid-on sort of mid-wicket sort of area.
You know what? I think this is one where Briscoe's literally changed his line and hasn't told the captain. Well, he needs to move his own field though. I mean, he's bowling, the experienced bowler. Briscoe can obviously make his own field changes. That one's a nice little change up, short one. There's a slip still in play, so there's catches there. And a dominant offside field. A massive wicket in that over as we saw Ben Beams trudge off the ground after being given out LB to a Firebrand Briscoe. He's got 1 for 20 after his 7 overs, and the score's 158. Duff doing his dance. There's Martin Duffy on top of the...
Bit of yoga up there, you got to love it. He's having the time of his life.
Martin Duffy has some very strange lunches for a full day of cricket. I'm not sure we've witnessed his lunch at the moment.
Is that the 3 style?
Often has just a random carrot or a celery stick thrown in with maybe a bit of hummus, which is not unusual itself. It's just the fact they're often just pulled straight out of the garden with dirt on them, and a full carrot or a full celery and an egg that hasn't been cooked just sits in the sun for a couple of hours. He's got an iron stomach on him.
Just in the background there you can hear the Northern Suburbs taxi coming past.
It's a bit harsh, Hobbo.
We love it out here.
Yeah, well, you're on the Eastern Shore, mate, so...
I suppose I am there, aren't I?
Yeah, you might be northern suburbs of the Eastern Shore, but you are
Still
Eastern
north.
Shore. Still north. You're still part of the people, are you?
Yes, we love the people out here.
We had a wander down for a coffee before. A couple of nice little hipster places popping up in the northern suburbs. A spin is in. So
probably not the best start from Seb there. Just
wide.
Rolling the arm over with a wide.
Didn't pivot at all in that first delivery. Wishart, he's been waiting a while. He's probably going to get 5, 6 overs maybe out of him. Maybe bowl at the body. He won't be giving anything short, Wishart. Still have a slip in play. They've got the gully as well. And nearly got it. He's nicked it. Yes. And he's not happy either, Laycock. He has edged that through. And bowling changes by Rigby are creating wickets for Wellington.
That is going to put Wellington in a dire straits. Well, they've still got Ash Burgess to come out now. Can hit a ball. Can hit a very long ball.
But they've got so many overs left, don't they? They need to just keep... As Burgess wanders out. But that's Laycock gone, who's been in good form.
They don't want to be losing too many wickets.
Very confident.
Maybe he was a bit surprised by the ball.
I think Needs definitely thought that out. He juggled it too.
Yeah, definitely a good nick there, I think.
Maybe just disappointment then, Thomas. I should say Laycock on his dismissal more than anything, as the drinks come out. Needs takes a great catch, keeping up to the off-spinner Wishart, who made 99 not out in last year's grand final. He'd love another big score again.
Now we've got 2 new batsmen yet to score.
Well, it's been that, hasn't it? There's been rolling new batters in the last little while. They were 2 down for a period of time. Only 25 minutes ago, Webb and Muir were cruising along, and they started to get the run rate up from 3.7 to 4.7. It increased over since that initial drink spray hobbo, but since then, those 2 wickets and the return of Lester and his golden arm for 2021-22 has turned this game.
I think it's the age I was saying, never ever give up, especially in a grand final. Anything can happen. You know, as you said, Wellington were cruising, then a couple of wickets, a bowling change here, a bowling change there, and she's all different. Now you'd have to say New Norfolk are maybe a tudge in front.
I think they're definitely in front, but we do know that, probably hear it again, grand finals, you don't need the big score always. It's just the pressure of a grand final that individuals perform well, individuals struggle. Things go against players, and it's Wishart who's currently got a golden arm, as that's knocked down the ground. No run though.
We started well. Something off the one was
wide
wide
of
of the first
wide
ball.
Off the first, yeah.
Which Rigby probably looking at me, oh my God, what's going to happen now? But he's come back extremely well. Like, the guy does bowl really well. So
there's a quicker one, and that's. Well, there's a chance at the bowler's end. He would have been out.
That was amazing fielding.
Well, Burgess was never going. No offence, Burgess is not going to flip through the wickets like Phillips is. They're a little difference in their trajectory.
Yeah, maybe Kobe needs to realise he's not running with someone of his pace.
Well, this is the old one where Phillips has gone, well, that's my call. Well, it's not. It's in front of the wicket, and he would have been gone.
Gone by a long way.
That would have been a massive moment. And there we go, Doran flying around to his left.
That's what you like.
Right, getting in a great position to see that potential run out.
That's why he's done so many grand finals. He's one of the best that can do it. Fit and agile. Not an old man's game, this being umpire. That's exactly showing what you should be doing. Watching the game, getting in position, and perfect position for him as well.
There's that scorecard for Wellington. A lot of starts. Nathan Muir, the top score. Webb looked in tremendous nick until he really just played a bizarre shot. And McConnon at the top of his 33 was steady and got into the boundaries before he also probably threw his wicket away.
Well, grand final is all about moments, and I think New Norfolk are making the most of the moments they're getting at the moment.
Well, they've kept it. They've never had more than 3 fielders outside the ring. For most, it's only been 2. And they've kept a slip in probably 60 to 65% of the match so far. And as an indicator of anything, that shows that they're being willing to take a punt. Think that their bowlers are going to bowl to their field and potentially putting pressure. Just got a little hold up here. There's Rigby having a chat.
No surprise there. Does like a chat, old Jason.
Phillips gets back into place here. And I reckon he's on for a nick. That's what they're aiming for. There's Phillips. That's the second time Briscoe's gone. Get back in your crease. All part of the theatre.
It's a different sort of bowler in his second spell, Briscoe. Even though he started well, he's only gone for 1 for 20 off. This is 8 over. So sort of, these are the people who want the ball in the hand of. Game's on the line now.
We expect he'll have a couple overs left up his sleeve for the end, and that's a poor delivery, although...
Taken by Cody there, down the leg side.
Had some room to his left leg. Remote control the camera there. That is a remote control camera there that Jarrah in the pots and pans is operating with his fast fingers. Little leg side, it's through, but only a single is mostly chopped off at mid-wicket. Phillips wanted 2, and Burgess was around 5 metres from getting to the end, and Phillips is already a couple of metres back. There's Chris Hobson just getting a ribbing.
Fans here.
Some ribbing, as he should.
Take it out, old Knuckles.
This is why we should close the door from this, but this is more entertaining.
Old Dean King walking past, taking the mantle of the biggest sledger of all time.
Was he calling you that, or is he calling himself that?
I'm going to say he's calling himself that. He loves it. Great competitor, old Dino.
Burgess on strike and missed times one down the ground, but he'll get a couple as he managed to find a gap. He was aiming for the offside, but he ended up on the island for a couple.
So, see how quick Kobe Phillips was between the wickets there. He was lapping Ash.
Burgess is going to just tell Kobe, run at half pace, mate, and that'll be about right. He won't have any problems.
I don't think he has a half pace Kobe at all. It's flat out or nothing.
Run rate's dropped to 4.3 in the last couple of overs. That's expected since we've seen a few wickets fall. Burgess is batting about 30 to 40 centimetres outside leg with that open stance to the left armour. Then his trigger movement's into play. And he nearly off to get another one. He's a solid boy, Burgess. I've seen him spank a few. Down the ground's probably his area, isn't it?
Yep. Just power through the line of the bowling. He'll probably wait till Briscoe's gone. Probably the bowling like Josh Rowland's coming into him. He might have a crack then, so he'd want to be there when the next change of bowlers come out.
At the moment, the line of Briscoe is really troubling the right hand as he's pitching the ball outside leg. And he's really working across, just manipulating the crease on his delivery. Yeah, just looking at the overs less. Leicester's got 2. Briscoe should only have 2 left. Wishart's only into his spell. He's just bowled the 1 over. Rigby's bowled out. Rowland's there. Thanks, Jerry. He's brought it up on screen. I don't have to look at my computer. Look at that. The wickets are shared. Everyone's got a wicket. Everyone's a winner.
Everyone's loving cricket today.
Yeah.
And it is a great day for cricket.
But look at that.
Too.
Briscoe 3 and over. Rigby 3 and over. Wicket each of those. But the other thing that I find interesting, only 4 wides.
Yep.
So extras are right down as Wishart with the sunglasses on. The man who won the grand final for New Norfolk last year over Old Beach. Just missed out a century off the last ball of the innings as he hit the winning runs.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you for the reminder of that one. Good footwork there from Kobe. He will use his feet to the spinners. Get down there and try and get on the top of them. Just they can't afford to lose one more wicket. These guys have got there at least 45 overs. But even the shots they are hitting, they're going straight to the fielder. So.
Yeah, let's just have a look here. There's 4 players on the offside inside the ring. 5th player just outside the circle. Let's say there's 5 on the off, all within sort of the ring area. All trying to prevent the ball getting through. There is no fielder back, so there is a space if he can bridge it. But it's been a story of the day, hasn't it, Hobbo, that this field's been maintained. 5 inside the ring on the off, and they just haven't been able to get through enough. And a couple of times they've gone over the top, they've been successful, but they've really struggled to pierce this offside infield.
I think the pressure that New Norfolk's put them under now, like they can't take that chance where they normally would at this stage in the game.
So you think the pressure, the wickets and the moment, but also it's a bit about the bowling, I suppose, as well, hasn't really been there for them to hit. But I think it's also the consistent swing that's happened throughout the day.
Difference is playing on these sort of grounds where it's lush. You're going to the ball's not going on the gravel or the road. I think one ball went on the road, and like, that might have worked out well. It might have hit the side that wasn't the shiny side.
Well, that's a big appeal. Well, medium-sized appeal maybe. Just for a moment, it looked like Bird just got a little tangled up as he was coming across. His trigger movements have come a long way from the leg side to the offside.
And that's it. It just goes to show, if you look after your ball, it will keep doing things. It can reverse swing if need be. You can get conventional swing. For these people just say the ball's knackered after 10 overs because you're not doing anything to keep it up. You know, people just say, oh, what's the point? If you get guys who actually swing the ball in your later overs and that, they can be worth their weight in gold. But because people think, oh, it's no good looking after the ball, why do it? It's knackered. We're using a white ball. What's the point? This game's showing you what happens. When you look after your ball, you can still get movement off it, you can still use it, and it's a perfect day for cricket. It's a very good, balance between bat and ball. Looks like we've got another change of bowling here.
Nichols, by the look of it.
They definitely just kept Briscoe there for that little spell. which did work out well for them. Got the wicket of beams.
Yeah, it gives him a couple more to go, Briscoe. So 4 overs left for their opening bowlers.
And Nichols, I can't say I've actually seen him bowl before, so this could be a nice good experience. Burgess on 2 off 12, Phillips on 2 off 8. They will next start getting a bit of a move on, I think. Maybe it's just little singles.
Another medium, Nichols. With slinging action as well as worked for a single off his first delivery.
Seems nice and tidy, which is all you need at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he's been in and out the team. Played pretty much all his games in first grade. Seems like he's coming a lot in this back half of the innings, Nichols. And he's going to bowl, well, the only way he can bowl is swing in. There's no way he's going to bowl an outswing of that action, but potentially he's going to bowl a little induckers here, and I'd imagine quite full too. Bit of energy in his run-up.
They've got a good field set. There's one more extra on the leg side compared to other bowlers that have bowled so far. But still got like the 4-5 sort of setup. If he just keeps his line being full, it's going to be hard to score.
It's good. I mean, Kobe hits and runs, doesn't he? It's like kind of like French cricket, or maybe kiddie cricket. Hit and run, tip and run. Burgess needs to back up. I don't think anyone's going to man-cat him, because that's probably against the spirit of the game, even though the rules are changed, and if you want to be a fool and be out of your crease, you then put your wicket up for grabs, but I don't think anyone's going to man-cat. But
I think at the speed that Nichols is running it, he's not going to be able to stop.
He gets through the crease quick, doesn't he? It's probably not an option. As he comes in, he gets wide of the crease and flicked away. There's a fielder down there, though, and he should cut it off.
Good protection there of the deep, fine leg and sort of deep square. So if he does get in the legs, he's got the protection. So he's covered.
It's currently a good field for a bowler bowling. You've got the fielder deep backward who just got that one then, and there's a sweeper on both sides of the wicket, allowing Nichols to now and again stray, but he needs to bowl just back of a length in towards the body. Can't bowl too full. There's swinging down the leg side. It was a bit of an appeal.
The field's definitely set for full bowling at the stumps. Your deep fine leg, deep third man.
Yeah, but he's got to bowl really full. But if he suddenly bowls half volley, that can be hit down the ground. And Phillips is an area that Phillips and Burgess can both hit. So there's an opportunity for these batters to maybe launch into a big drive down the ground if they're prepared to take it on. We're in the 1 ball left in the 40th until the 40th over. And at the moment, Burgess is looking to whip to the leg side. We're going to have a break for you, Hobbo. You're going to have a bit of a wander around it, get some more intel for us, and we'll see you for the second innings in a little while. And John Enning's going to come in and provide us the last stanza in this first innings for Wellington. So once again, a lot of starts. Ben Beams, big wicket. Briscoe managed to get him LB. It's a big, big wicket. Laycock out a little while ago as he went to Seb Wishart as Cody Needs took a fine catch behind it, juggle it. And we welcome back. Good afternoon, John. You're still going well?
Thanks, Bleach. Yes, it's got a bit of a sweat up outside. It's
what have you been doing?
I'm just wandering around, mate, taking in the atmosphere, just general celebrity type stuff. No one's recognised me.
Yeah, it's hard being a C-grade celebrity at a sparsely populated cricket ground, isn't it?
I take C-grade celebrity status.
D-grade cricket, C-grade celebrity.
Indeed.
As Wishart to continue. Burgess whips it away on the leg. And a welcome boundary for the Wellington boys. And the Warriors get their first boundary for quite a few overs. And it was a good shot.
Yeah, really good shot. I think Wellington will be keen for a bit more of that type thing. He doesn't look type like that's going to run many quick singles, Big Burgess, so it's going to be boundaries.
He can run some. I'll have to run them when he whips it there, so there's a field change straight away. So one player coming from the offside and an extra player going out to the leg. There's now 2 players deep on the leg side. So it says to Seb Wishart, you can bowl it towards the body. You kind of can bowl short. Burgess has got the offside that he can go, and that's knocked down the ground. So I reckon we're going to get singles and the odd boundary at the moment, John, with this field, because they've sort of spread.
Yep, and it's probably the time of the game too. I think New Norfolk, sorry, are in the advantageous position of only having Wellington at 170, so they can afford to sort of give up the ones now and not have to push real hard for wickets.
Yeah, they can. You make a good point. So they've got a couple of ways of doing this, Norfolk, and one is just to defend and stop boundaries, bowl fairly tight, and we know we'll get enough from Wishart. I reckon Nichols is the one that might want to take on at the other end, because at the moment Wishart is really pushing it through.
Yep. It's a big 6 overs or 5.5 overs here now. We've just been talking to Josh Rowlands, who's off with a hamstring injury and won't be coming
He is
back on.
definitely gone. I was wondering what happened to Rowlands. So it is a hammy.
So Jai Lester and Tom Briscoe.
Oh, he's missed the stumping. So Wishart nearly had Phillips as he came out of the crease, trying to whip it over mid-wicket. And in the end, the whip of the action from Needs wasn't enough. And we'll see a bit of a little dip here.
He's a good wicketkeeper, Cody Needs, but he just has fumbled a couple off.
Yeah,
Wishart.
Look, I'm not a wicketkeeper at all, but if you look at the technical movement of his, he gets up a little bit too early. So he just moves a little bit early, but that's normal. You know, these people that are playing community cricket, even at this level, they're good cricketers, but they're only training once or twice a week. And
True.
To be a superstar keeper at the stumps probably requires either many years or a lot more sort of work. And I don't know what he does. He might work lots. And he looks good to the paces, but that was a tough one. Just that bit of extra bounce makes it hard, doesn't it?
That's right. Let's not forget he is from Norfolk, who culturally only breed medium-pace bowlers, so the spin, you wouldn't see much spinning.
That's whipped. That's over the top for 4. Well, the fielder was right there.
Why that man is 5 metres off the boundary on one of the shorter boundaries in the competition, I'll never know.
That's a miss, and it's gone into the lunch of those fans down there as well, as Nichols is the one to take on.
Look where he is. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's an easy catch around waist height if you're on the fence or on the line. And someone's lunch got disturbed, a little platter there on the hill. Maybe that ball just missed a fizzy drink as one's just a fraction wide. I think Nichols is bowling actually nearly premeditate here at the moment for Burgess. He's going to say, well, I've got the eye, I've got the confidence, the ball's not doing a lot to try and whip this through straight mid-wicket or maybe a little bit squarer like that shot, and probably not going to get a lot of variation from Nichols.
How long's his run up, Nichols?
It is probably a fraction longer than some of the openers. And now he goes wide of off. Does he pierce the gap? He does.
Big over here for Wellington. Big over. 41st over, 42nd over, it's where you really want to traditionally ramp up your scoring, and regardless of the fact that Wellington lost a few wickets, that's what Ashley Burgess is looking to do.
Burgess 2 boundaries in a couple of deliveries, and that was a forceful shot through point. And he's shown a 360 array of shots at the moment, Burgess. Nearly going to get to work here, Burgess, because... Well, I'm not sure what's going on. Burgess lost his bat. He nearly got hit by the throw from mid-off. It was in the air for a while as well. It was Briscoe at mid-off. He was in his crease in the end. Kobe Phillips has run 1.5. And then he ended up sending Burgess back. And Burgess like, what are you talking about? I haven't even got my bat in my hand. I'm 5 metres past the stumps. As Briscoe nearly forcing a mistake. It's interesting there's no long on at the moment. He's bowling really full and fairly straight. It's a spot that they might want to take on. They could have a nearly square long on. Just want to keep on top here. Because if they keep this to 230, which at the moment they're a real chance, they're on top in this game.
Absolutely. They have the square boundaries covered, but they have to left a big gaping hole straight. You're absolutely right. There hasn't been not a lot of runs scored in the V really today.
No, you're right. It's a bit about the pace. I mean, the bowlers are quick enough, but they're not super speedy.
Yep.
Makes it harder to hit down the ground. Potentially players are playing more on the crease on the back foot. The sun is shining, and the sun is shining on what is a cracking grand final so far. We're in the 43rd over coming up. Jai Lester, everyone's picked up a wicket so far. That's bowled. Besides Nichols, I should say, there's some people just hanging around a rubbish bin and a dog. don't know why they're standing about 30 metres from the... maybe they're fielders to that little game of cricket over there. I think standing up on the hill. Still busy over there too, John, the barbecue.
Yeah, the barbecue's cracking over there. The Wellington boys have a nice little makeshift canopy over there in the shade, enjoying life. Your Norfolk boys further around to their left. Probably enjoying life just a little bit more than Wellington boys, just at the moment, just for now.
I think people in Norfolk enjoy life regardless. They just love their sport.
They do call it the Valley of Love.
Well, it's a valley of opportunity at the moment as that's down the ground. We had the former mayor now in the box for last year's grand final. He was chatting about all the sub-developments and all the houses that are going in as you come in on the left-hand side into New Norfolk. And yeah, a real thriving area, an area which has had its challenges socio-economically with a lot of Tas housing, but it's certainly a changing community. Not a bad spot, beautiful river.
They know how to breed a cricketer too, clearly.
Cricketers, footballers, that's in the air again, and it's wide and it's 4. And once again, someone's afternoon tea gets disturbed by Burgess' punch.
What a great shot that is. Like, he hasn't tried to hit that too hard, you know. He's just really focused on the timing and only hit it, 20 metres to the left of the mid-off there, and he had no chance.
Well, it's interesting. I've seen Burgess bat a few times at this sort of scenario, and he's often lost his shape, or a really good fast bowler's potentially got him into trouble by bowling in his legs. Wishart maybe could just tempt Burgess, throwing the ball up a little bit and see what he does. At the moment, the ball is going from the hand straight down to the pitch. There is no elevation in his delivery, Wishart, as he's angling the ball in to both these batters. Burgess will run a ball 25. He's done his job and he's got a bit more to do if Wellington are going to get the total that they need. There's a medium pacer.
Certainly was.
You can actually pick his medium. He actually holds the ball a little bit different. Even from here, you can nearly see changes his top finger on his grip, which allows him to push that through. That was a eventful over, a good one for Wellington. They're getting close to 200. They'll need, another 50, John, to make themselves feel comfortable.
I'm not sure. I think they'll probably need another 75 to be comfortable, but from the position that they've found themselves in, if they can eke out another 50 here, I think they'll be very happy.
SCA cricket here on Duff TV. The Duffettes are out and about nice and early. They were here setting up. We had the ute going around dragging a little bit of rope, which is disturbing the dew. We started half an hour late, which is allowed. In fact, you can start an hour late and not lose any overs. There's the ute, which wandered around. You can see some of the line markings from where the ute went. He might have drank a little bit too much. It's a bit wobbly, isn't it? Now we've got probably 150, 200 people here enjoying a baking afternoon late March day in the northern suburbs of this beautiful city of Hobart. And that's gone away. Nichols' second delivery. Maybe even his third. There we go. That's how wet it was. The climactic conditions at this time of year. I'll have to look it up why. I've covered a few cricket games, and every time I go, why is it due this time of year? There is a reason, too, with the air temperature and the coolness and the ground changing and blah, blah, blah. Someone, Mike Pook, is he still around? If Mike Pook's around, please let us know the reason for that. That's in the air, but it's going to be short. And just a single as Bird is showing intent.
Probably tried to force that shot there, I think, Peach. Probably the
yeah,
last
right.
shot he played through to mid-off was just a really well-timed drive, and I think he just tried to force that to exactly the same area when the shot was probably needed to be a bit straighter.
It's probably one of those things where Burgess has a certain amount of concentration. I'm not having a crack at him, but he's a bowling all-rounder, and he's now and again he just loses his shape as Nichols is once again bowling full. There was a chance at the bowler's end, a little fumble while the ball was being collected, and they're going to get a couple, one on the rebound. Good running from Kobe Phillips, Burgess aware, and we'll see here just a little bobble in the hands as a fielder, might have been Briscoe again, was trying to collect the ball, and then a misfield. Yep. Two misfields.
Really good bit of running. It's always easy to get the overthrow when you're a big fella, when you're running to the non-danger end both times.
Yeah. There's a slow ball from Nichols. This one does go down the ground, but it has been cut off.
handy slow ball too.
That was
really.
all right, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Did make the adjustment. It was maybe a fraction too low. We're one shy of 200 here, Wellington.
They've stuck in the run rate. It's been about 4.5, pretty solid, I think, for the last probably 20 overs, I think. They really haven't pushed forward. They haven't dropped back too far. So after losing a few key wickets, I think they've done really well to maintain that 4.5 over run rate.
Yeah, Burgess is clearly the key. If he's in with 5 overs to go and has some success. I mean, if Burgess stays with a couple overs to go, that they are getting towards 460,
Indeed.
potentially.
460?
Geez,
they'd be comfortable with 460 on the board from here.
260. But I think probably they'll also be happy with 240 from where they were.
Indeed.
So it's been a topsy-turvy game so far, with a sedate-ish start with good bowling at the top from Lester and Briscoe. Nichols bowls another one with a bit of off-pace on it. Then we saw a couple of wickets fall and things settled down again as Muir and Webb came together. They collected the innings, and the innings slowed to a certain extent, and then they really started to motor along, and they were going at better and run a ball for about 10 overs, and then both Muir and Webb somehow ended up in the change rooms after playing shots they'd be pretty disappointed with. There's the Isuzu again. What actually is on the back of that?
So that's actually a wire grate. It's actually designed to pick up the grass clippings. So if you,
Right.
over on the left-hand side of the ground, you can see a massive pile of grass clippings, and if you got here very early, like I did at about 7:30 this morning, there was quite a bit of grass clippings across the ground. So they used that to pick it up and dragged it all
Right.
over to the right-hand side of the
So
ground.
the mower doesn't, the large mower that they use here doesn't have a catcher?
Well, not a very good one.
I think if you mow the ground enough, then you don't obviously need a catcher. But yeah, maybe it was mowed a little bit too late. There's a chance, and that should be. Oh, I thought he was nearly going to be run out, but he's got through in the end. If that was going to hit on the wickets, and Wishart's just wanting a little field change there. No, he didn't take the ball.
Under a bit of pressure here, Cody needs.
He's had a mixture today. He's taken that good catch off Wishart. Took another good catch off the mediums, but he dropped that one early on, which was, we'll see some highlights later of a very bizarre moment around about an hour and a half ago. That's down. Is this going to be out? Yes, good catch. It would have been 6 if he hadn't have taken it. Lester, I think, down there at long off, and a big wicket of Burgess.
Just a little bit too confident there, Ashley Burgess. Just trying to guide that over the mid-off boundary, and probably only, to be fair, fell a metre or so short, but inevitably hit it straight down the throat of the mid-off fieldsman.
See here, catch. Yeah, it was a good catch. He was trying to hit you right, a little straighter. And well judged, really well. That's a fabulous catch. Had to know where the line was, which was only, I'd say, even from here, not far behind. And a big wicket as Burgess goes. Just every time they get that momentum, John, that wicket falls, or even a couple of wickets fall.
Yep, happened all day. Started with Nathan Muir, really got cracking. They lost him, they lost Webby. Settled down here again and lost the wicket just right at the wrong time.
Do we know what's happening with the old change rooms here? Are they going to be auctioned off or sold off or used for something?
I believe they're just going to be closed up and
I suppose you could use the toilets, maybe, if you want to bother. If you had a choice, you probably wouldn't.
I think they're not going to knock them down. I was talking to someone after I played a game here a little while ago.
There they are there, the old change, well, not the current change rooms here at Eady Street, which Wellington have. And I'm actually trying to think of the rugby club that plays out of here.
The Stags, maybe?
It is the Stags, is it? I've been here for a long time. And there's a new change rooms, club rooms, multi-purpose space now at the easterly side of the ground. Be able to sit there in the afternoon sun and enjoy your cricket. Nice little hill just to the side of that, which I imagine will become a more popular spot.
Hasn't said Wishart done a great job here, Peach. They needed to buy themselves a few overs in this period with Josh Rowlands coming off the ground, and he's delivered. A couple of wickets.
Yeah, I reckon Wishart came on just to keep things steady and obviously get maybe 6 overs out of him. Actually, for it to be 5 overs out of Wishart. they've got that, but they've also picked up a bonus of 2 wickets. One of them was a drive and a nick, which was a good bit of fielding off Laycock when he tried to push one that wasn't there to be pushed at. But that last one was maybe just slightly misjudged as a full ball. That nearly was a little too high as Phillips gets a single.
What he is doing is bowling the right length. He's not giving them anything short to hit those short square boundaries. And that's been the key to his success today.
So last couple deliveries here, if you'd imagine, and then we'll see the 2 openers finish off with Nichols to bowl 1 more over.
Yep.
That's worked just a point. Pretty good in the field. It was Phillips was for a moment looking a little lost.
They've been really good. I think they've been really good in the field, and you know they've probably had 15 or 20 shots at the stumps and maybe hit 1, but the pressure, they've kept the pressure right up on the Wellington batsmen all day.
Yeah, there's certainly been, after maybe a bit of a slow start in the field or a little flat, they've worked their way. There's Eady Street, ground number 2, just over to the southern side of us here.
A few future Wellington boys there.
Well, they've got plenty of youngsters, and they've got the nets just over there as well. There's a bucket load of young cricketers that have been around this cricket club. Probably one of the few clubs that has a large junior component. A few of the others do as well.
Yep.
A lot of the clubs in the SCA are only just a senior clubs. As Nichols into his last, you'd imagine his last over, as that's a comfortable single down the ground.
He's done a good job here, Jeremy Nichols. You can forgive Jason Rigby for keeping him on, but when you've got the quality of bowler like Jai Lester and Tom Briscoe with overs in hand to finish off, I'd be staggered if he didn't come off.
Yeah, and I reckon he's one that Burgess took him a couple of boundaries in his last over and was probably fortunate in some ways that Burgess is now out. So Nichols actually gets a go at the new batter for Zachary. Downton hasn't come in yet. I thought he might have come in before for Zachary. Zachary's actually not a bad bat, but Downton can whack at the old boundary. As Zachary tries to get it through the cover region, has been often the case as there's been a barrier of New Norfolk fielders there.
What's Kobe saying to him here, Peach? Let's just turn the strike over.
Get me on strike.
Yep.
You just hit it and I'll get there. Doesn't matter where the ball goes, I will make the crease. Oh. We Greggs had thought like Nichols actually got one to come back.
I'll tell you what, white ball 46 over, that did a little bit still.
Just decked off the seam.
Yeah, yep.
That definitely did a little bit off the seam. Just enough to miss the bat of Fazakali, who was just playing inside the line. Full again and driving through the off. There's a coverage out there. There's 2 players on the offside and a couple on the leg. So we've got Phillips back on strike. His go-to is probably down the ground when he wants to hit a big shot, but I have seen him smack it over extra cover as well. There is gap there, John Anning, just towards the illegal gazebos. Illegally set up, maybe.
It's a bit hard.
He's going to get 2 here. That's really just very strange.
Really good running. Really good running.
Excellent running from Fazakali because he's running to the danger end.
I think you're right here. I think Kobe's area is between cover and mid-off to aim for. But with Jeremy here just bringing the ball back at Kobe a little bit, just makes that shot just a little bit more risky, a little bit more difficult to execute.
He's got to do a little bit more moving his feet to get inside the line and try and work it to that area. It's been good from Nichols. He's bowling wide in the crease. That one's on the leg and maybe just taking a little bit of pace off it. It's been good so far this over because really now it's just smack everything. Really, they've got 3 wickets in hand. They obviously don't want to get bowled out, but they need to whack some boundaries.
They would be looking at, 8, 10 and over from here to just really push that 240, 250 score and walk off reasonably satisfied from where they found themselves after the 25th over.
4 overs left here in the grand final. Wellington's innings. There it is, the scorecard. Burgess is 28. He's the last player out. trying to go at Sid Wishart, and Matty caught, and he caught a cracking catch in the 17-18 grand final. I think it was a stunning catch, which was really crucial. Super outfielder, and took another splendid catch right on the line to get rid of the dangerous Burgess. And there's our bowling figure. So Wishart's the only one with multiples. Everyone's got a wicket besides Nichols. Nichols has most likely finished his handy spell. It's Lester, the wicket taker of the year, the player of the year in the SCA Division 1 competition. 40 plus wickets. It's imagine a huge amount of wickets with the white cricket ball. And there you go, nibbling it back.
Still. And again from Jeremy, Jai Lester, just straight on a good length, straight on a good line. Really has done it all day. Look, didn't bowl with a great deal of penetration early, but it really has been able to maintain a really consistent line and length for his.
Yeah, maybe there was a bit of lack of rhythm in those early overs, a little bit of nerves. I'm not sure. Maybe he was trying to swing the ball a little bit. He's obviously not trying to swing it now, and maybe this ball's not great rhythm, but he's sort of first over back at his second spell. His rhythm was right on the money straight away. Yeah, it helps you get a wicket early, and it gives you that confidence. But he's second and third now. He's into his third spell. He's been a key to drag Wellington back, their score back.
Yep.
Down the ground still Phillips. He won't get too much to drive, I don't think. He's not a player to flick. Maybe he could flick one to leg. Deep mid wickets in play. There's a deep backwards square. The two players on the leg side square. There's a three-quarter fielder at long off. I should say long on, and there's a three-quarter fielder at long off as well. As Bowden is lurking around there. The area he's probably going to go here, John. Oh, I don't know if he's got it in him. It's through the off. It's going to be hard. Well, he goes to leg. It's going to be a bit of run on here as it whips around, and a dive on the rope. And I think it's just covered it. Good shot.
Was a really good shot. I think that I was just about to say that I think the captain of Norfolk has it right here, Jason. They've got the four guys on the leg side, mostly covering the boundary, but with Jai's really consistent length on the line on the offside, he's really chocked ones up on that side, and that's just a good shot from Kobe, who got slightly across to the offside, plummeted it through mid-wicket.
Finished with some good power, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good dive on the fence, but couldn't prevent it. Phillips moved to 22. Changes are made really massively. We've got still the two players on. In fact, there's three players on the fence on the leg side now, and he now goes down the ground.
Not sure he meant to go down the ground.
I think he was trying to go a bit squarer than that.
One of those delicious, just 9-irons, pitching wedges that land halfway between the umpire and the long off. Safest shot in cricket.
Yeah, just lob it over the infield.
Does run the first one hard, Kobe, doesn't he?
Yeah, he runs the second and third one pretty hard too, but yeah, the first one is with some energy and effort. He's moved to 23 off 31. That's the end of the over. We've got 3 left here in Wellington's innings, and 240 is looking like a good score, I think.
Yep.
Anything under 230, pat on the back to Wellington. Rigby's discussing with Briscoe what he wants for this over. He's got some maybe thoughts to do. There's some of the spectators enjoying themselves just over in the sun and the shade of the Wellington Pavilion.
Tom Briscoe, he's bowled a really challenging length, I think, for the batsman to hit all day today, and his figures probably reflect that, only going at 3 and over. So I think that Wellington are really going to be pushing here for 240, 8, 9 and over. But I think they're going to find it very, very, very difficult if Tom continues to bowl the line and length that he has been delivering.
Well, they're changing here, so long offs. I think this is good. Long off's going back. Third man's coming up. That's a little risky, but understandable. There's a deep cover in play. That's about it on the off, and there's a long on and a deep mid wicket. And there are our two leg side players that are got a bit of area to cover. There's a lot of real estate. It's a quirky shaped ground on the long on area is such a large space to cover.
It's an interesting decision bringing the third man up. Bringing the left arm over the wicket, there's that natural angle that can guide the ball that way.
I reckon that's a gutsy move. I don't mind the long off coming back, and he's tried to get it there straight away, and it's rushing away for 4.
And to be fair, I'm not sure the third man would have done a great deal about that there, but
the length was not the right length,
that's
wasn't
right.
it, that field?
That's right. And here the up mid-off comes straight up now.
Didn't actually get a hand to that need in the end.
No.
Real wrong-footed. Maybe sometimes it's difficult when the batter kind of looks to hit square of the wicket. A bit surprised by a top edge off the bat.
Third man goes back, and he's actually gone very straight to third man.
So long off, I should say, has gone back up in the circle. So now, let's see if Fazackley can go down the ground. Well, he's gone to leg, so I think this is a better field.
Yep. And ones, and to be fair, if he can bowl that line of length for his last 2 overs, and they give up 5 singles each over, I think that Norfolk would be pretty happy.
I would suggest that the most deliveries need to be faced by Phillips as well. He's got a chance to hit down the ground through leg, and there's a fielder right there, but if he can go square here, it's going to be difficult. He's pitching outside leg, bowling a slightly back of a length. It's a risky shot, but you need to take risks at this time of an innings. Instead, he gets one on the off, and he's looking for 2. He's going to come back for a second. They're going to go to the bowler's end. It's not going to be successful. Brilliant cricket and a
great running.
Great applause around the ground for Kobe Phillips' running.
Great running. Handy little knock here from Kobe. 25 off 32. If you can get that up to 100 strike rate, I think he can walk off, nod his head to his mates and say, I've done my bit here, boys. Throw me the ball.
I want to bowl me slingers. Should be out. Oh, if he hits, he was gone. Actually, you know what? Phillips is so quick that he might have even made it. Rapid acceleration from Phillips. Oh, no, he would have been out. He would have been out for about a metre in the end. Underarm at the stumps, had maybe 1 1/3 stump to look at. For Zackley, they want to get him on strike. Phillips and for Zackley to try and get another 15, 20 runs. And these last, that might have been pitched outside leg. No, he's given. For Zackley gone, Briscoe with his second.
To the naked eye, that looked to me like they pitched outside leg, a bit like Ben Beams' delivery when he was out LBW. So be very interested to see the replay.
One of those things around leg, I think you're fine. No, that's pitched just in line again, I reckon.
I'm not sure.
Let's get a little marker on. We've actually just put a mark on the screen. We've got our own pitch map.
Yep. Outside leg.
Half the ball maybe pitching in line. Maybe half the ball was pitching in line. It's not a terrible decision from the umpire. And I think you'll find in community cricket, that decision's given a little bit more, having been a left-hander. And then I felt about outside leg was given out, balls pitching outside leg, maybe more than I thought. A few times I walked off.
Every time?
No, well, I remember I walked once on an LB. It was that plump. However, that one, that was a 50-50 that went to the bowler. That's right. Briscoe's 2 for 32.
Andrew Downton in here is capable of hitting a big ball.
And does enjoy batting too, Andrew Downton.
Looking like he's shaping up to hit to leg.
He moves around along the crease, Downton. He moves, he fidgets, his feet are going everywhere. He's got his bat, he's having a think, he's looking at the bat. He's probably not happy with that. The over gone, Briscoe got a wicket. Phillips will be the one that needs to do it all now for Wellington. Maybe some blows with 12 legitimate deliveries left in this innings.
They did lose that 1 wicket in that over Wellington, but they did get the 8 runs. And really, I think that'll be their minimum KPI in these last 3 or 4 overs they've been facing. So if they can do that again and again, they've scored 240, or just about 240, and it's game on, runs on the board in a grand final.
Yep, absolutely. 240 will be the target, you'd imagine, with 8 wickets down. What they don't want is to lose these 2 wickets quickly and be bowled out for 225. Yep. Still some work to be done. Still a little bit of thought process need to be made here by Phillips, who has down the ground as an option. Leicester coming in to bowl his final over. Just the one wicket to him. He got the massive outside edge of Muir when he drove at one. He probably didn't need to drive straight after the drinks break.
I'll tell you, if I'm Andrew Doughton here, Peach, I'm taking guard on off, and I'm taking half a step outside off before Jai lets the ball go ahead to try and plummet it straight down the hill.
Yeah, well, he's done something, and it's gone to leg, and it's squirted out for maybe 2. No, just the 1. Well, he's got off the mark with an inside edge that he was on the move, though, wasn't he?
He was. Better do something than nothing.
Just not able to loft the ball. Phillips, he's a little bit more conventional in his cricket style. He's so valuable, isn't it, having someone come in and just knock the ball around, score quickly by effort and running and clever placement of the ball. But you do need someone at the other end to be whacking boundaries, and when Birch was in, it looked really good that they could turn this around. Wickets have been the key for New Norfolk throughout the day. Well, that's guided nicely away for boundary. Number 1 for Downton.
That's clever batting. He did try and give himself some room there, Andrew Downton, but it was just had the sense of mind to be able to just adjust his shot, guide it through the vacant. What is that? Third man area.
Yeah, we'll go third man.
For a much needed boundary, it has to be said.
Yeah, the last bit he just made an adjustment, and you probably can't. Just unusual though not to have a third man at the end of an innings. Fine leg I can get. You know you're going to get everything outside off from Leicester, maybe angling in, but yeah, they've now moved the third man in or out. There's 2 players on the leg and another one at long on. So 3 out on the leg side. Burgess is going through the off again, and he finds a fielder. So 2 outside on the off, a third going back now.
You can see Andrew's really trying to push some boundaries here, which I think is the right way. It's the right way to go.
Yeah, the gutsy move would be to try and hit to leg, but he's aiming for the offside at the moment. And that's lofted over the top of the fielder. That should run away for a boundary. Ooh. The fielder did tap it in, but I think he was over the boundary line when he did that.
It's a great effort.
And Kobe Phillips is saying that's a 4. And he's also looking for a third. That was a boundary there. So we just need to get clarity. The fielder might not have known he's gone over the boundary, but you'll see here he's clearly over the line when he actually retrieves the ball.
Oh, it definitely was.
And I'm not sure why he can't easily say, yeah, it's 4. We might have to indicate there to Doran that it's a boundary.
That's 4. Well, they can't see us in here.
Not sure if they did call that 4 on the end. I don't think they did. It might have been just a couple. They're still having debate. Leicester's in there, and there's a couple of chaps on the hill who are having some advice. Doran's going over there. I think he might be given some specific information. He's got a thumbs up. But it might have been one of those things where the fielder, as he dived, wasn't really where he just did it all at the last minute. May not have been where his body. I don't think there was anything untoward from the fielder. It probably required someone else to be standing, or another fielder probably to see he was over, but he was, yeah, clearly over.
I think he was probably very focused on the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably goes to show the line actually isn't, it's reasonably bright, but it's not the brightest of lines, is it? It seems a little dull when you're out there. But got an over left though, 232 on the board. Downton and Phillips to take on these last 6 deliveries.
Yep. And Wellington got their 8 or 9 at that last over there, Peach, so they're on track here for 240.
It's hard to know. I mean, Downton looks capable of hitting boundaries, but Phillips looks, well, I would have said before that delivery, looks capable of at least not having too many dot balls at him. But there's a long off in place. There's a third man too.
Looked like he was aiming towards that point area, or backward point area for that shot there.
Yeah, I think he looks like Briscoe's going to go to quite full deliveries. Bowls are wide. And I reckon the most annoyed person out there is probably not Briscoe, it's Phillips missing a pull shot.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a man, well, there's 2 players behind square, so in many ways it might not have got to the fence, but he really should have got some bat on that.
He does have another opportunity. The advantage of letting it go through for a wide is they do get the 1 run and another crack at an extra delivery.
Oh, look how far Burgess is down the wicket. Sorry, not Burgess, down. He's miles down there. He wants to get there and have a hit.
Coe's just trying a bit too hard to hit that point area here. I think he just needs to just settle down a bit in his stance and
maybe he needs to go
play
back
the ball
to
on its merits.
Maybe he needs to go back to what he's comfortable with and just go to his area, regardless of the field or even regardless of the delivery. Just hit to the area that he wants to hit. Well, what an aim from Briscoe. 3 dot balls, 3 plays and misses, and the 1 wide is the only run so far off the over.
He's been very, very good today. He's bowled a really consistent line and length, pitching on that leg, middle stump line, taking the ball straight across all of Wellington's right-handers, and his figures are showing that's been really impressive.
Downton's probably come down and just said to Kobe, just bat on ball, mate. And Kobe's going, well, that's what I'm trying to do, but Briscoe's outsmarting me, and this field's outsmarting me too, with maybe a little angle through the off, and not his area to hit. He wants to go to leg or down the ground, and he's not getting that delivery at the moment.
With 3 balls to go, it really is nearly free hit type material here. He needs to really try and force the ball, probably over mid-on now, the way the field's set.
Well, he finally gets bat on ball there, Phillips. Not a lot of success, but he gets Doughton back on strike. And now it's Doughton's turn with 2 balls left in this innings to try and get it up towards the 240 mark, as John Innings mentioned. That psychological barrier to get it past another 10 runs as Doughton taking off guard as his open stance, ready for the left arm of Briscoe. And then he moves to leg and then smacks it straight to the off. That was a lot going on that little passage of play. Then Doughton nearly comes down and takes out Briscoe. Bit of an anticlimax this over, John.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit. There hasn't been a real lot of fireworks in the last 5 overs, to be fair, and I think that's probably a reflection of the amount of wickets that Wellington have lost. They would have much rather have been, 5 or 6 down here as opposed to the 8. So I think that was probably to be expected.
And they're going to get a leg by at the last ball as Phillips tried to whip it to leg, and he wasn't able to make contact with his bat. And in the end, shy of the 240 mark, 8 down for 236 at the end of their innings. Wellington, a run rate of just over 4.7. Doughton not out 8. Phillips, a handy 29 from him. Briscoe, fantastic. And we'll have a little look at the scorecard just to reflect. But overall, your thoughts on the score set as the scorecard is there. A lot of starts, John Anning, and no half centuries.
And I think that's really, I think Wellington lost consistent wickets all day, and that's why we're not looking at a 270 score today. And so as both teams walk off, I think you'll find that Norfolk will be really happy with the position they're in. Wellington will walk off thinking they're in the game, but probably have left 40 runs in the shed, I think. So I think what we're set up for is a really solid afternoon's cricket, hopefully really exciting afternoon's cricket.
Leicester and Briscoe with 5 maidens apiece, along with the Rowlands maiden who's off injured at the moment. Hamstring, was it, John, with Josh
Hamstring, Josh Rowlands, yep.
Handy 3 overs from him missed. It's a pretty competitive score of 237. We'll just have a quick wrap-up so far. Muir, top score, looked really good until he threw his hands at a Jai Leicester outswinger mark. But Connett at the top got going. He was the only batter in this Wellington side. It went better than a runner ball. KB Phillips handy 29. Bird has smacked a few boundaries. The Webb wicket was really important. The wickets were shared, as we mentioned. Probably the pick of the bowlers was Briscoe in the end. His 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 35. The rest picked up a couple. Wishart's wickets were pretty handy. We're going to have a break here on Duff TV as Martin Duffy comes down the elevator, and we'll go and have a sandwich and a cup of tea. And don't go away. We'll be back soon here on Duff TV for the chase and an opportunity for a little bit of history. If Wellington can't manage to get and hold this score, it could be a very bright afternoon and what will be a great chase here by New Norfolk. Those that are prepared to pay shots, and there's that young lad on the tricycle again, once again in the way. Could be a menace at the moment. On the search one is trying to get Briscoe. Goes wide on the wicket. And it's thumped straight down the ground. It actually might not get to the fence. It's going to be really tight. Yes, it does. That's the third one down the ground for McConnon. Great bit of vision on that boundary as it just got to the fence. Was that? No, he's dropped it. Oh, no.
Put it down.
He's going to get run out here. What's going on? No, he thought he was out, so you can't be out if you're going off the ground thinking you're out. So he's nicked that. The keeper's dropped it, and they've tried to run him out, but you can't get run out when you think you're out. Well, let's have a look at that. That probably one woofed in that last over. Is that a nick? That is a nick. First one down. Rigby gets it. And after all of that drama in that 10th over, McConnon gone.
Well, it hasn't cost them much.
Other than that, probably one woofed in that last over. Is that a nick? That is a nick. First one down. Rigby gets it. And after all of that drama in that 10th over, McConnon gone.
Well, it hasn't cost them much.
Away with a slip in play. You only need one in there and create a little bit of doubt on that drive. And there's a back foot shot that's going to race away. It's been some time since a boundary. I think 4 overs, in fact. Just now and again stays, as I say, leg side. That's his. He doesn't really have a trigger movement. We'll just see here in the replay. His feet's stuck. There's that foot just sort of goes at the front.
He's just a bit lazy, I think.
Yeah, and his weight's sort of a little bit on his back foot.
Is a compulsive hooker. No, he's going to get a few away, but if he mistimes one, there's a chance there.
We haven't seen too much. No. Well, there's a little bit of short one. He falls over and he hits it for 6.
That's a great shot.
Well, it was unconventional and just on Hobbo called it. And that chap's going to have to go get the ball. He's going, what's going on here? Why is a cricket ball here? Well, we'll see on the replay.
6 overs. Why would you not have a slip in? Bit more of attacking revenue.
Yeah, true. They even kept the slip to the, I think, right up until the drinks break, there was a slip in play. You're a northern suburbs man, though. Is that out? Oh. What a catch! Sensational grab down to the right. We'll try and pick that one up again. We were just looking at some real estate. Yeah, the extras are a handy addition to any batting team. And that's down the ground, through the off, high in the air, and scoots off the surface and finds the fence.
Didn't get all of that, Nathan. Then the ball just really floated.
Tell you what, that was close at the bowler's end. Now that's been clobbered. And the second boundary of the over, and this time down on one knee and over mid-wicket. Well, there's some intent.
Yep, nice shot there. Just all bottom hand, straight. Make a mistake to take a wicket. It's quite possible we'll be 2 for 200 before we know it.
Well, there's a forceful shot. Down the ground and a boundary.
Great shot. And you'll see the bloke here at a sort of a wide, so 260 minimum.
They'll have to make a bowling change. It's nicely worked through backward point. In fact, that's going to get the distance.
You could see the ball pick up pace as it got past the ring there.
Look at it.
Hopped around the corner.
It's going to find the fence. It's a little loose. Goes a fraction straighter. Still room to go down the ground here for Muir. That's exactly where he's gone. He's just nudged that through the gap and raced away across the outfield for 4.
That was really nothing more than a front foot defensive strike.
Times.
Indeed.
These two in. Webb on strike. He's knocked a couple down the ground. He edges. That was mostly deliberate, but it was a little closer to the keeper than he would have wanted. It's going to run away for a boundary down the hill. Overrunnable, in fact, they're at 4.6 as Leicester nearly gets one. First ball, has he?
Got him.
There's a big appeal, the raised arm, and Webb. Well, Muir is on his way. Flashing at one outside off stump, and the man who's got so many wickets, he's accumulated them. Leicester comes back, and the golden brain of well, that looks very close. Huge appeal from Leicester. Beans was wandering out of his crease. And the umpire said, no, I'm okay with that. That looked adjacent from first impression from behind the wicket. And Leicester's now getting some Paul Doran directions on why he gave it not out. It pitched outside off. He was on the walk. I think the only thing that prevented the umpire raising his hand was the fact that Ben Beams. Well, that's high in the air. This is going to be out.
Well,
Rice has got the breakthrough, top edge, and Webb is on his way in 2 wickets in 2 overs, and it's levelled up again.
it looks like it is. It might be all starting to happen here. This is a
Well, that's high in the air. This is going to be out.
Well,
Rice has got the breakthrough, top edge, and Webb is on his way in 2 wickets in 2 overs, and it's levelled up again.
it looks like it is. It might be all starting to happen here. This is a
He'll have another chat to some umpires, and Hobbo's just wandering back in. He'll get himself set up. But that's in the air and over the top of the point fielder away for a boundary. Living dangerously, Laycock. Edges.
Build his innings, which he's absolutely amazing at doing anyway.
Well, there's a slip in play. His beam still yet to get off a mark. And there we go, 3 stumps. Just fallen over. That was brilliant.
Get back a little bit. 1 for 13 off 2.5 overs at the moment. Has he got the more important wicket of Webb?
Nicely timed through the gap, and that's a welcome boundary as Beams is away. Now it's gone down. That's over the infield, and that'll be another boundary.
Stephen there's seen the bounce of the ball kick on now. Like, this ground is drying out very nicely. Definitely value for shots. He's picked it up nice. 8 runs off the over for Beams.
In the air, that's going to be caught. Oh, it's just short. In fact, I think he should have got that. That's 4. So Laycock pierces the field, but should have at least been stopped.
We'd be lost without that nowadays.
Sensational, absolutely. We did. Done a few grand finals, and my cricket has been through the off. Yes, great shot, Ben Beams.
He's in for a day out, I reckon, Beamer. He'll be loving this. That's a great day, those virtually. Not much wind around at all today.
That's closer.
Close.
That is closer. He's gone. Briscoe comes back and gets a breakthrough. A huge wicket of Ben Beams, and he's gone for 13, trapped on the crease.
That's a great day, those virtually. Not much wind around at all today.
That's closer.
Close.
That is closer. He's gone. Briscoe comes back and gets a breakthrough. A huge wicket of Ben Beams, and he's gone for 13, trapped on the crease. Gully as well. And nearly got it. He's nicked it. Yes. And he's not happy either, Laycock. He has edged that through, and bowling changes by Rigby are creating wickets for Wellington.
That is going to put Wellington in a dire straits. Well, they've still got Ash Burgess to come out now. Can hit a ball. Can hit a very...
I'd take C-grade celebrity status.
D-grade cricket, C-grade celebrity.
Indeed.
As Wishart to continue. Burgess whips it away on the leg, and a welcome boundary for the Wellington boys, and the Warriors get...
Josh Rowlands, who's off with a hamstring injury, won't be coming back on.
He is definitely gone. I was wondering what happened to Rowlands. So it is a hammy.
So Jai Lester and Tom Briscoe.
Oh, he's missed the stumping. So Wishart nearly had...
You wouldn't see much spinning.
That's whipped. That's over the top for 4. Well, the fielder was right there.
Why that man is 5 metres off the boundary on one of the shorter boundaries in the
creation from Nichols.
How long is his run up, Nichols?
It is probably a fraction longer than some of the openers. And now he goes wide of off. Does he pierce the gap? He does.
Big over here for Wellington. Big over. 41st over, 42nd over. It's where you really want to...
It's certainly a changing community. Not a bad spot. Beautiful river.
They know how to breed a cricketer too, clearly.
Cricketers, footballers. That's in the air again. And it's wide and it's 4. And once again, someone's afternoon tea gets disturbed by Burgess punch. Very bizarre moment. Around about an hour and a half ago. That's down. Is this going to be out? Yes, good catch. That would have been 6 if he hadn't have taken it. Lester, I think, down there at long off, and a big wicket of Burgess.
Just a little bit too confident there, Ashley.
The crease. Oh. A weak ranks. I thought like it's going to be hard. Well, he goes to leg. There's going to be a bit of run on here as it whips around, and a dive on the rope. And I think it's just covered it. Good shot.
Was a really good shot. I think that I was just about to say that. I think
it's a gutsy mover. I don't mind the long off coming back, and he's tried to get it there straight away. And it's rushing away for 4.
And to be fair, I'm not sure the third man would have done a great deal about that.
Phillips and Fazakali to try and get another 15, 20 runs. And these last, that might have been pitched outside leg. No, he's given. Fazakali gone, Briscoe with his second.
To the naked eye, that looked to me like they pitched outside leg.
Phillips and Fazakali to try and get another 15, 20 runs. And these last, that might have been pitched outside leg. No, he's given. Fazakali gone, Briscoe with his second.
To the naked eye, that looked to me like they pitched outside leg.
Wickets have been the key for New Norfolk throughout the day. Well, that's guided nicely away for boundary. Number 1 for Downton.
That's clever batting. He did try and give himself some room there, Andrew Downton, but
the offside at the moment. And that's lofted over the top of the fielder. That should run away for a boundary. Ooh. The fielder did tap it in, but I think he was over the boundary line when he did that.
It's a great effort.
And Kobe Phillips is saying that's a 4.
I think that was probably to be expected.
And they're going to get a leg by at the last ball as Phillips tried to whip it to leg and he wasn't able to make contact with his bat. And in the end, shy of the 240 mark, 8 down for 236 at the end of their innings, Wellington. A run rate of
And welcome back to Eady Street here as we have got Norfolk ready for the run chase where they're chasing down Wellington's 236. We have Matty Bowden, Harry Booth opening up for Norfolk, and Andrew Downton, ex-Tasmania first class bowler and Wellington legend, going to be taking up the attack. Look here, we've got 2 slips in a gully, point, 2 covers a mid-off on the offside, deep fine leg, and a mid-wicket on the right. So we've got a very over-attacking offside. A great start here. Everyone's had an absolutely enjoyable day of cricket. And Andrew down into the first ball. Nice and easy, gentle start here. Just working into his routine. Shouldn't be sore. He opened up the shoulders with the bat, so Downton should be absolutely fine ring now. So welcome Peachy back into the commentary box.
Hey Hobbo, what do we reckon is going to happen? Downton early on will look to swing, but he's going to probably push it across, you'd imagine, with those 2 slips in place.
Yeah, he started his little battle of words with Bowden. Bowden's a very experienced cricketer. He won't get involved with it until he's a bit on top. Then he might return serve. But I think maybe, talking to the guys earlier, they expected 260, 270 to be par. Maybe 236 a bit under par. But in saying that, Wellington have an amazing bowling attack. So if they keep bowling the same lines as Norfolk did in the first innings, take their catches, it's going to make it extremely hard for Norfolk to chase these runs down.
There's that swing from Downton, it's whipped away. And we're away in the first innings, or I should say the second innings of Norfolk.
He's picked out just one of them people of the 2 on the leg side. Very good fielding there.
Just a little straight on that occasion, Downton, but wow, how many games of cricket has he played? I had him in the commentary box a couple of years ago for a T20. He had some good stories of his first class days.
He's a legendary bloke.
Yeah, he's a good man.
He had to move from New South Wales to Tassie to take up his dream of first class cricket, and he made every poach a winner. A bit wide. Radar not quite on there for a Downton at the moment.
Well, I tell you what's not happy is the slippers. They're going, hang on, that's sort of wide. Yeah, I reckon it was pretty close.
We look at the angle there, especially with the way Duff's got the camera there. You got first slip, Nathan Webb's probably more like a second slip, and Ben Beam's in second, probably 3rd or 4th. They're spread out quite a lot. Yeah,
there's a big gap, isn't it? Is that a little bit about the way that Downton's going to push this across the right-hander?
We look at Muir. He's not even on the pitch where he's standing to take it, so the angle's going to be there.
The other curious one is the gully's very fine too, so they obviously know what they're doing in their slippers, and the grippers obviously have an idea, and they've done it before. They've obviously had some success. It's a interesting target. 237's a target. Norfolk looking to win another premiership for this great club up against one of the dominant teams in the last decade in SCA cricket. Downton, one of the dominant players. That's driven away for 4.
Great shot there by Booth. Just over pitch by Down, not using the facilities. He's been a bit wild. He's like the Norfolk bowlers first up. Took them a couple of overs to get into their game. Just full toss there. He's been wide. Maybe a bit of nerves there for Downton. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not. Just the old arm not quite doing what it needed to do. Get the ball down. It's been a good back end of the season for Booth. There's a bit of an underrated cricketer. There's Downton's capacity to get a bit of speed. A good carry through to Muir. So what's their strategy, Hobbo? Both these opening batters.
Booth is a bit more attacking than Bowden. Bowden can still put the bad balls away. He will take his time and build into his innings. I'm sure after last year's grand final when he got out cheaply, he'll be wanting to make this one a better one. And he's got the talent to do it. He's a very high-class player. And chasing this score, it's close to what they chased last year. Very close, so similar games.
It all feels very familiar, and it's time. A couple of early wickets, Old Beach was able to get into the middle order fairly quickly as Fazackerley will get set to bowl from the Newtown Main Road end of the ground. But yeah, it was an innings from Seb Wishart, who I reckon hit about 8 boundaries through backward square, just slapping the ball on either side of the wicket. It was a brilliant innings. And 4.7 is a run rate. It's something that is comfortable enough, you'd imagine, on this ground.
Oh, definitely. And the way these guys will play, like Wellington there's only one slow bowler in Kobe Phillips, Ben Beams if needed, but they sort of have relied on the change-up bowlers in the past. This time they're all about medium paces, so they've got to hit their lines. That's the first no ball of the game. We've got a free hit.
Oh, bit of fun. Bit of fun.
Oh, Harry's gone happy days.
So free hit here for Zackley will.
As a batsman in the first couple of overs, you get one of these. Today's my day, especially if it comes to the middle of the bat and you spank it onto the road and it's destroyed their ball within the first 2 overs.
Well, Bowden's looking the leg side here.
It seems like Fazackerley's leaning inside as well, so I reckon Harry Booth's just going to open up the shoulders and go whack over mid-on, I reckon.
So Booth on strike for a free hit, and he nearly spins off his feet.
He tried. Probably a bit too much pace there from Fazackerley. Tongue tie there.
You've got to say it in a hurry when you're not sure, Hobbo. That's my strategy.
I'll guarantee you, I've got a few people like Josh Henry or Damien Cadder, they'd be laughing their guts off right now because of that. Shout out to all these guys out there watching the cricket that actually played during the year. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, g'day to those that are maybe at home isolating. Or that's in the air, wide to the fielder, and away down to the rope. Or I should say down the line. Will it get there? No, it won't. Some good fielding and a comeback.
Good chase there.
Only got
Brody
2 in
White.
the end. Nearly should have been 3 then, but yeah, good bit of fielding to restrict that only to 2 runs. Yeah, lots of people isolating at the moment that might be involved in southern cricket as the COVID curve that was northwest coast and spread to Lonnie now's hit Hobart in the last 2 or 3 days for all the school system. There is a lot of COVID going around, and so there'll be a lot of people sitting at home and hope Duff TV's keeping your cricket appetite fully covered off.
Also a shout out to those guys who played, and women who played in grand finals in the last few weeks. I know every one of those, I know the work that goes into those, so well done to everyone. Hope you're enjoying it. Feed up. You had a great Mad Monday, and recently here to the Wellington guys in 7th grade last week.
In the air!
Oh, great shot.
Wow.
That one will get to the boundary this time. A bit more power behind that one.
Only just.
Oh, it's trickled up the hill.
It did slow down as it travelled up the hill, and a fist pump as Harry Booth showing where he's going to hit the cricket ball through backward point, but he's going to hit it in the air and provide some opportunities for the grippers around that area. See it on the replay. It was a short ball. It wasn't. It's actually, you know what? He's actually deliberately lifted it over the top.
That's a beautiful shot.
That was a good shot from Booth in the end.
Also, one quick shout out I've been asked to do to the Wellington women who won, I can't remember what they said, but multiple SCA women's premierships. They're sort of team on the rise, going well. Have a quick see. It seems Wellington are falling the same trap that Norfolk did early on. They're probably a bit flat-footed on the circle.
A bit on the back foot, yeah. Just worried boundaries on. I suppose that sometimes means you're just a little stagnant on your back foot.
It does seem these guys have a bit more pace, so maybe they're worried about the pace off the bat.
Puts a lot of energy into his delivery stride, doesn't he, for Zach Clear? Haven't seen a stack of him bowl before, but there's got the shirt flowing and already out of his tucked in position.
A solid ball.
Yeah, and he had a role to play with the bat. Couldn't quite hit the boundaries that they kind of needed in the end, and it's probably the rhythm a little bit for some of the grand finals we've seen. We've never really seen in the last 5 years of Duff TV covering the SCA grand finals. 3 of those have been weather interrupted, dew interrupted, but we've never seen a score which has put the opposition away. There's always been opportunity for tight games, and we saw that classic grand final a few years ago when Norfolk won out at Cadbury's over St Anne's. Could be in for a tight one again. Hobbo.
We can only hope. Everyone here is expecting something good. As it's going to be the first 10 overs. See what happens if Norfolk have been no more than 1 wicket down and say around 40, 50 runs on the board. They set themselves up for a great chase. Wellington would want to take 2 or 3 wickets, get some good use out of this new ball. I think the first couple of overs have been wasted a little bit. Now he's got a bit of an issue of people walking in behind the bowler. Mixture of Wellington and Norfolk people.
Just some youngsters though that probably aren't
loving cricket.
Aren't used to the fact that you can't do that. Is Downton to start his second over. That one was a good delivery. It's angled across the right hand and no run.
Gets a few more of them in that position. He could get an edge here to the slips.
Yeah, so we've got those 2 slips. Hobbo was mentioning the slip sort of structure with Webb in very tight to. Well, he's actually moved across a step, I reckon. He's just slightly adjusted his stance. He was probably another step further to his right-hand side, which looked like just the optics. The gap was large. Still is pretty big.
In that gap there, I'll be backing Nathan Muir to catch it. If there's an edge that goes through there, he's diving, he's taking that. Probably one of the only few keepers that could do it, which also allows to have your slips a bit more wider, cover a bit more ground, and with Andrew's going to keep bowling that angle across. Even if the Slade shot, it's going to cable towards Ben Beams, which is more like a third slip anyway.
So with Downton, he's pushing the ball across most. He's a surprise ball the in swinger. Is that his strategy at the moment?
Yeah, he'll go away, away, away in, and hopefully hit him on the pads. His first ball was really good, but sort of pitched and went away a little bit. The second one was a bit wider. I expect this one to go away again. He's a very good thinking bowler.
So yes, it appears that with an offside field and 3 fielders behind looking for a catch, the Downton's strategy here is to try and work the ball across with the angle, and then maybe set up for Booth just falling across his stumps and an LB or a bold. Maybe chip one up to mid-wicket. See which delivery is going to do it.
You see the angle he actually bowls. He actually comes in from that line that I suppose the council's put on the pitch that shouldn't be there. I don't know what happened with a lot of the pitches in the Glenorchy area.
Narrow, isn't it?
Oh, it's ridiculous. They burnt the line in. Measurement's all wrong. So it's in the line up of the bowlers that run up. If it hasn't been sort of graded, it's very slippery, very dangerous. You see Downs just outside that, and if he gets the one that sort of comes in a bit, it'll start from the 4th stump line and come in.
That's a good shot. Just a tiny bit short, and it ricochets off the fence.
Seems to be just focusing on that across the batsman.
Yeah, I reckon he just pushed that a fraction further across. Might be one of those ones where that needs to be a little bit shorter and just a little tighter. That makes it a difficult shot, but that was far too wide, and that was, I'd imagine, a mistake and misdirection from Andrew Downton.
So as your 3 hit, that's pitched outside off stump and kept going. So even if it does come in, it's still outside your off stump, so you can leave them or throw the kitchen sink, which Harry doesn't need a second invitation.
Yeah, it was a top shot. Booth got on top of the ball and dispatched it a bit close to the stumps on that occasion. That's the ball, I think, is more of a challenge, a little tighter, a little shorter.
It's sort of look at the way Harry's sort of taking up to Downton, coming around the wicket. A lot of the guys in the first innings, especially to Briscoe, were standing with the open stance or a bit wider from outside leg stump. Harry's virtually batting on middle and off. So he's going to be more correctly techniques, perfect straight down the ground. So he's trying to cover that one that Downs does bowl straight. But if he misses, in trouble. But I reckon he's going to back his own technique to make sure that if you bowl straight, I'm going to bat on it. Anything loose, I'm going to punish you, which he's doing well.
I suppose he's also thinking if Downton does bowl one full, it's going to pitch outside leg and it's going to be hard to give, but you're right. He'd have to pitch it outside off and get it to come back in to bring in LB with his stance. Yeah, we saw some really open stances. They talk about your front shoulder pointing to the bowler's arm. I don't know that's necessarily the right method. It's not the wrong method. Fawad, the Pakistani guy, I was watching a bit last night, his front shoulder pointed to point or somewhere else. And it's all about what happens on contact, I think, more than anything. Fazakli in now in his second over.
Just because the difference between Bowd's got that open stance with Fazakli sort of bowling straight down, I suppose, the tram lines. Probably trying to wait for the batsman to make a mistake.
Much more interest on the front foot, and he just wants to get on that front foot and punch the ball down the ground.
A lot of similarities between him and Nathan Amur. Want to be on that front stool all the time. But they've got the good period, short cover, deep cover, mid-offs in a little bit from the circle, plus your two slips. If he wants to have a crack and there's a bit of swing there.
That's a good shot. No third man. And that is gaining some momentum up the hill. It may just stop about a metre inside. It's a long chase for Ben Beams, who over the years has probably had a few injuries in his footy career. And a couple. 3, in fact, they had.
Ben would have been liking that. He was saying, is it second sleeve? Ash Burgess, Gully, younger fella. Why aren't you chasing it? Oh, come on.
Ben's still chasing after the ball, but
old John Anning be loving that, the old 99 on the back there.
Pretty comfortable stuff at the moment, isn't it? At the moment, for both the batters, look relatively comfortable. I don't want to put the whammy on them, but
well, they're well on top, going it over what, 7 and over. Not quite, about 6.5 and over.
Hasn't been really too many balls that have gone past the outside edge or even swung compared to the first innings where we did see the ball move through the air. Exactly. That's lovely.
Shot.
What a shot!
The sound of that bat was amazing. That's a good piece of willow. Old Harry's got there. I wonder if that's one of Jamie Hill's specials that he's got, and Harry's just changed the stickers on it. That's a cherry.
Whatever he did, we're going to see the replay of this ball ricocheted off that little bit of timber. Such a still position with the head and the flick. Beautiful.
I think it's with the pace that Ryan is bowling, he's got to time it, and it's just going to fly.
Now he's going down the ground, not quite getting the timing, and just a single.
Still going with the 7-2 field for both bowlers, which is something you don't see very often.
Well, that's the end of the 4th. 27 on the board, a good start here for the Red Caps. As Harry and Matty are away, Bones only faced the 9 balls, whereas Boost faced 17. He's had a little bit more of a strike. It does say Rigby next. He's had a wonderful season with the bat, and then Briscoe, but Scott Wishart down at 11. So that's not an accurate batting lineup.
He's finally where he should be.
And Jordan Banks-Smith will bat higher than number 10.
Giles Lester promoted to the order, batting at 9.
Yeah, I think
he'll be loving it.
I think there's some changes to be made in that batting lineup. That's coming from the My Cricket website.
So if Downton can actually get his line a bit more closer to Booth, because he wants to play that through point and cover.
We try and bowl an inning. Just a fraction short maybe to get the swing in. I can understand if he's trying to get one to go across an edge, but just needs a fraction extension and get that ball a little fuller to trouble, I think, either of these batters.
I suppose the good thing you Norfolk batters have done at the moment, there's a fair few Wellington contingent here in both sort of areas around the ground. They're very quiet.
Yeah.
The runs these guys have started at the moment, which has been no slogs, they've been absolutely great cricket shots. The whole area is very quiet. There's not much talk out in the ground. The wet area is very quiet. They may be enjoying too many frothies. Or maybe there's a next race. We don't know.
Yeah. There's a fuller ball. And the results in 4. Well, that didn't swing. Obviously, it's not going to. He's going to. I reckon he tried to push that one in. Might have been the in swing and it didn't move.
It's like two different. Oh, I know they're two different balls, but one ball swum early, and for New Norfolk, Wellington are getting nothing out of this ball.
Yeah, let's just see if he was trying to bowl an in swing. I can't quite.
It's a great shot.
The boost away. for New Norfolk, going better than a runner ball. He moves to 24.
Kids out there and even some adults, you've got to learn how to do a cover drive. Just watch that one. That was timed to perfection.
Is that John Enning in the way there? I know 3 girls about to come across. Booth is going to just wait until... We need some security there, John Enning. Can you sort the security out to stop this? You know, like the tennis, where they have the little lane or little rope up to prevent you from going at the back, and Booth gets cramped up. So yeah, just to let you know, we're at the commentary position. The van is set up just off centre at the western side of the ground here at Eady Street, and there's a patronised area to our left and one to our right, and people keep moving between the two. And unfortunately, they're moving and there's 3 standing right in behind the bowler's arm. And we have another delay while we need to make sure that... Gerard, do we need to make another sign?
We're going to need one. This is the line he needs to do. This is where I think Nathan and Andrew got to talk. Instead of having 2 on the leg side, bring another, or at least 2 over from the offside on that, and bowl at the stumps.
So you're saying bowl, let him bowl a bit straighter, maybe try and see if he's going to swing the ball. Give him some protection on the leg. Also allow him bowl a bit fuller too.
Especially you've seen with them last 2 balls to Harry, he's been a bit sort of hurried up on it. First one him on the 5 pad. Next one he's trying to play a defensive with sort of a cross bat. Target them stumps. He's standing in front of them.
Yeah, Booth, here's a chance for an LB. He doesn't play it too badly through there, but he's looking for the short outside off delivery. Oh, there's one that's zipped off the wicket and also got the better length.
So he can keep bowling those balls. You have to worry about across the batsman. You know, bring out your deep point, bring your deep point up.
That's actually that's nibbled off the crease. That actually might have straightened in the air and then gone off the crease. That's a delivery that if you managed to get a little bit of bat on, you'd be feeling extremely unlucky or in very good nick.
Maybe we've talked the ball into doing something. It's got a little mini microphone now. It's 2 in a row. I'd be changing the field.
Yeah, well, that one did go across off the seam.
But he's a chance to keep doing that.
End of the over. See the replay of this last delivery. Good length, went off the seam, and Booth not looking as comfortable as he tries to move onto his front foot. 2 plain misses as to finish, and Downton going, why aren't I getting a nick? And it's number 31 after 5. Now they've got to change a bowler. Except it's like Beams.
It is.
Well, these old legs are going to try and wander up and deliver some mediums.
Well, he did hint that this might be his last game, so he's going to leave nothing to chance. He might be an old Colin Miller. 5 overs of medium pace, 5 overs of spin. Ooh, bit of shape.
Yeah, I felt that might have been a little uncomfortable, that delivery. It took a bit of effort to get it in.
They would have heard he won't be able to move tomorrow. There's some of this what they call salt ice up there in the bar room. He might be laying in that tomorrow, I think.
Sleeping place for Beams. Gully as well. Burgess in that position. Bit of room on the leg side. He has to bowl outside off with that line, and he's bowled a little bit too far outside off and resulted in an extra run and an extra delivery. There's a deep backwards square outside the circle at the moment. There's some protection, and that's it for Beams.
I think the only reason they've got a deep backward square down is for Andrew to have a bit of a break, if not he's sort of a wasted fielder. But the way Beams is bowling, the control he does have, he's a very good bowler.
Beams could duck it in here. I know he's bowling outies at the moment. You can just see when you haven't bowled as much and the way your arm drops and pushes that one wide of off stump. The left arm's the key here for Ben Beams.
It's been interesting to know what their game plan is to have Beams bowling the 5th over, or sorry, the 6th over. Just doesn't really make much sense here. I think they've got the bowlers to actually do the job.
Might be just after a little bit of Ben Beams magic, which he's got plenty of.
He'll get a wicket now.
Yep.
We can guarantee it. It'll happen.
So they've got a deep point out there now too, don't they? So a little bit of protection for Beams to bowl, I suppose, back of a length. He can't bowl too full with this field. And if he's trying to get the ball to swing, he's opening up down the ground or even through the infield.
Yeah, I must say, I'm very confused about it. You're giving him an easy single. Have him up. As you said, he's still coming in a little bit, so you can't really cut. And if it's a good shot, it's a good shot. You know, fair play to the batsman. You know, you're not defending 400 here, so I would have them up. As we said with Norfolk, most of the time they had one fielder out, and then at most two for the whole innings.
Yeah, it was an aggressive time from Rigby, who kept his field the majority of the game inside the circle, and even towards, wasn't really till about 6 or 7 overs to go that he threw 4 fielders outside the ring. But anyway, we're in the 6th over. Ben Beams has bowled a couple of wides. The rest has been pretty good from him.
I think he's going to go right in the hands of your Norfolk batsman. There's a massive gap from gully to cover. So anything just short of a length, he's going to lean back.
Well, he's had a dip at that. That has got past the right hand of the cover and a boundary to Bowden.
First one he's over pitched and he's got punished.
That was a confident shot too.
Just plants the foot down the middle of the pitch, just swings the arms.
So the positive start here from the Red Caps continues as number 39 after 6 overs gone. Doughton would continue. Zachary bowled his 2, then is having a break. Plenty of other options here for Wellington with their bowling attack. Burgess, mentioned he'll be bowling some overs at some stage. Kobe Phillips, slingers.
I think somebody's got to have in this over from Doughton. He's got his line back now. I think that's the line he's got to bowl.
Yeah, we saw the end of his last over. He bowled 2 deliveries which just came off the crease, or came off the wicket I should say, and moved away from the right-hander. But he's looking to get the outside edge with this field. So they've just actually, in fact they're not. He's moved one of the slips out, so there's another player moving into the cover point region.
Could this be the double bluff?
Well, the slip in play at the moment, Beams is actually at 2nd slip, and there's a very fine gully, and then 2 fielders. I reckon he might be teasing here. He might be bowling, you're right, he might be thinking he's going to get some back of a length outside off.
If you look at this as a batsman, you've only got 2 people on the leg side, there's going to be nothing on the stumps. So they're suffocating shots, but if he's got to be perfect.
It's one of those things, he's actually bowled into Booth's strengths here. If he misses his mark by a little bit, Booth will rock back onto the back foot and punch it through the off. So Doughton's relying on some skill and maybe a small mistake. And I think the other thing, Doughton relies on a little bit of bounce, gets that little bit of whip and bounce, and that's probably what he's after.
Sometimes it's good, if you know where a batsman scores all the time, set your field to it. Because you know where they're going to hit. Just have your best fielders in them positions. You know, if it hits in the air, you take the catch. I think it might cost you 4 runs or 6 here. It's sometimes not as stupid as it sounds.
Shot of the crowd at the west end of the ground, just in front of the Wellington Warriors club room, which is pretty packed at the moment in there, enjoying their time. Got the races going, and Simmons Plains on today, I think, as well. Another bunch of people all filling up on the hill, just on the southern side of the ground as Doughton. Experienced drives, it doesn't beat the infield. Now they've got the in and outfield here, don't they, Hobbo? Like they do have the cover cutting off the angle.
You have the one behind him on the circle just to cover either the left or right, whichever the strength is. Like for this guy, you'd probably have it on the left side of your short cover. What's the angle going across?
Just been a little more accurate in this over, just trying to cramp up Booth.
I think they realise he likes them wide and he can hit them well. As you said, the ball sounds amazing when it comes off that bat.
So just steadying here from Wellington, they're just trying to turn the screws a little bit on the Norfolk openers. Just go to a holding pattern for a couple of overs. Got over there from Downton.
After seven overs, Wellington have got Norfolk none for 39. You see if Beams has earned himself another over.
Looks like it. They're our Wellington friends that have helped get this club rocking and rolling for 2021-22. And there are the red cap sponsors from the Valley. Thanks to all the sponsors. Pizzas will be flying in there. Kookaburra, KFC, the Cricket Hub, Good Sports, and Clennett Hire are the sponsors for the SCA in today's coverage. As Muir trying to get some fielders, and guess what? There's someone. Oh no, they've sat down right behind the bowler's arm. There's 3 people here. Now 2 people walk behind the bowler's arm at the other end, but we've got Beams in.
Sort of like this field that Beams has got to Bowden. Especially going over, you over pitches, you're going to get punished. There's no. Oh, there is a protection out deep cover now.
Yeah, that moved in. Burgess moved to deep. Well, actually, not Burgess. But yeah, deep cover in place. The Bowden, what does he do? He angles it through the vacant slip area, and he'll pick up 2. Yeah, Bowden hasn't had a lot of strike, has he? He's faced half the amount of deliveries to Booth, which is just a little nuance of opening the batting at times. You don't necessarily find the strike. Booth's actually been on strike a lot to the left arm and down, whereas Bowden's been down this end for predominantly of his deliveries.
I don't think Bowden's actually face down yet.
You could be right.
I don't think I remember seeing the open stance at the moment.
Beams has found his way into his work, but still not seeing the swing, Chris.
It's very different. They're working on that ball as much as they can. Maybe it does need to go on the road to get roughed up a little bit. We don't know.
What are you saying? They bowl a loose noon. See if Bowden wants to pop it onto Eady Street.
Not as super as it sounds. I've seen stranger things on a cricket field. But you don't want that done because you don't want to ruin the good side of the ball. So.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 chance how it's going to land, isn't it? It could well land in an area you've been working on for the last 7 overs.
Oh, you definitely don't want the seam to get hit. Good little partnership building between Downton and Beams now with the ball.
Yeah, take out those 2 wides from Beams. He's been pretty much on the money.
Just some good cricket shots. Like
yeah,
the last ball he bowled
nice
about.
cover drive, wasn't there, that last over? But they've just brought things back a little bit here. The Norfolk were going at well over 6.5 and over. They've just slowed them down a fraction. That might get through. Does it get through? No, it doesn't. It's been fielded at mid-off. And a single.
Another tidy over for Wellington there. Seen a few runs off the last couple of overs. Have a shot of the wet area there. People enjoying some light refreshments. Responsibly as always. Barbecue still going away there.
So we do have a bowling change.
It's Brodie White.
I haven't actually seen White bowl before.
Myself neither, but apparently he's been going very well for the season.
Okay.
Played in lower grades in previous years, and this year has taken the grit between the teeth and stood up to first grade. And look at him in the warm-ups. Look, he sent the ball down pretty well.
I was going to say, number 9, he was zipping them down off a couple of steps in the warm-up.
But as we've seen with these 2 batsmen, the quicker they are, the quicker it's going to the boundary.
Well, the Red Caps lower grade players all huddled in at the Eady Street side. Still a slip in place in the gully.
Very tall, so you expect him to get plenty of height on his delivery stride.
barreling in was White's first delivery. Angling at the stumps, and no run from Bowden. Batted 11 all year in the games he's played. He's only had to bat a couple of times. Didn't bat today either, White.
No, he could have. Maybe Wellington could have got a few more runs off that last over. Seems like there maybe might have been a red ink being thought about there.
If that was left alone, that was very close to a wide. Bowden reaching across. He's had one cover drive for Bowden has been his most expansive shot. Just struggling to get his feet going at the moment. Had a consistent year without really exploding with a big ton. Maybe this is the day.
Could be. I'd say he'd be wanting to make up from last year when he sort of failed. Caught down at, I think it was deep fine leg, wasn't it? Yeah.
Full shot, yeah.
That's a good start here from White. Nice and consistent.
Yeah, I just think that they're not taking any risk at the moment in Norfolk. I think they've seen a couple of good overs. The 2 overs from Doughton just pulled it back a little bit after Booth was looking to try and get on top. But the other challenge at the moment for Norfolk, not many singles. They haven't really been able to rotate the strike.
That's what Wellington could do when they were batting. When they weren't scoring boundaries, they were getting the 1s or 2s. But I think Norfolk are ahead here at the same time.
Whoa, that one wasn't necessarily pullable.
No, that should have been cut.
Bowden was after that one. That one actually swung after and went past the bat. And there's the one for the over.
There we're thinking I've missed out there. There was 4 runs or 6 runs I've missed out on.
Yeah, when it initially bounced, you could see while he was dialing in for a leg side pull shot, but you're right, it was an offside shot. I think he was probably frustrated with himself at the end.
It's been good over. A bit of chalk out there too from the lads. A bit of encouragement is what you need. Young fella. No doubt his first grade grand final, so there would be a bit of nerves there, and he's actually got into his work very well.
Yeah, so it's about the same run rate required as it is accumulating, just over 4.8 and over at the moment. It's a little bit strayed, and a couple here on the leg. Well, I don't know what's going on in the bowling end, but Booth was just standing in the middle of the wicket, and a throw from deep square nearly had him in trouble.
Oh, Faz Ackley has got a rocket arm. We know that now. Don't take that arm on again. Okay. Surely a lot of people out there have seen that arm before. That was a rocket. That arm was no more than probably 10 metres off the ground from deep fine leg to the bowler's end. A good 80-metre right throw. After 9 overs, we have Norfolk at none for 44. Ben Beams to continue. So you've got the 6-3 field. Points come up. No one out on the outside, on the offside. So we're going to Nathan Muir now asking for the helmet, maybe thinking about coming up the stumps to Beams. Maybe just to keep Harry in his crease a little bit. Let Beamer just bowl his line and length. Just keep him a bit under pressure. He can do that, might be able to put the pressure back on. The last 3 overs have been amazing from the Wellington Warriors. It's what they've definitely needed to pull back after Norfolk's amazing start. And here we might be able to see just how good Nathan Muir is by them stumps. So you know the field, we've got a deep cover now, a gully, backward point, regulation point, short cover, probably 5 minutes off the circle, long off, long on, short mid wicket, and a deep, and there's a wicket gone! Straight to Kobe Phillips at mid wicket. That was a very ordinary shot there by Booth. I've done all the hard work and has let himself down with an absolute stinker of a shot. That ball should have been put into the main road and hit a ute coming down the other way, but it hasn't. It's fell straight in the hands of Kobe Phillips, and Norfolk lose their first wicket With 44 on the ball.
Wait, one more wicket.
And the bowling change of Ben Beams has worked.
Well, how about that? Wasn't the worst delivery. That really wasn't there to be hit there.
That wasn't. He done
Far
what he was
too
thinking.
full. Yep. This is what happens though, isn't it? You make mistakes, and as I nicked out of the van for a quick stop, I saw Wishart putting sunscreen on his face and get himself ready. Next minute he's wandering out to the middle to bat. So Wishart.
This isn't your first rodeo.
No.
A 99, as we mentioned, not out in the last grand final. That's a huge
that
wicket.
wicket first up too.
Wow.
Now whether that's a thing of Nathan Ewan Cups at the stumps after the last two balls, putting a bit of pressure, you don't know. But maybe Booth thought the ball was there and he was seeing better than he thought he was, and if he thought he could hit it straight onto the main road.
I reckon that's partly the pressure, isn't though? For the last 3 overs have been really good from Wellington. They've just taken the run rate. They've pushed the required run rate back up, and they've dragged it.
Try and hit a ball that wasn't probably there to be hit. Yeah.
So we saw some mistakes in Wellington's batting innings where probably 4 of their top 6 played shots which either they didn't need or they didn't quite execute, and they resulted in themselves being dismissed. And now we've seen Booth, but Bowden's still there. Wishart into the crease. This will be an interesting few minutes leading, or an interesting 20 minutes leading into the drinks break. Oh, he's nicked it. No, he hasn't.
What was that? What is Wishart doing? Does he think he's on 99 already?
Well, I thought
that's your first ball, champ.
I thought for a second that Wishart had nicked that.
Wow.
I thought we're getting excited.
You are chasing 237, not 437. You don't do that first ball.
Hobbo's all over the shop in the on his seat at the moment too. He's next to me and he's swinging back and forth. But it was a big swing from Wishart. First ball. How's this? Anyway, back to the action. What a shot!
That is a great shot.
Well, he's repeated it. This ball was a fraction shorter and a fraction straighter, and Wishart showing some intent.
Wow.
This game's changed.
The only word I've got is wow. I've never seen Wishart come with this much intent ever. I've seen him play a lot of cricket. If that first ball we see the replay again was like, wow.
Well, let's see. There is a deep backward square, but that next one, that was hit down firmly.
That was a great shot.
Now he's gone on the back foot.
Showing out the shots. I like this Wishart.
Yeah, I haven't obviously seen Wishart during the season, but in last year's grand final, he hit a lot more boundaries. Hobbo, you're going to have a break, mate. We'll bring John Anning back into the commentary position. A wicket in that over. Bowden in, Wishart on 4. He's played 2 big shots. One resulted in 4, and the other nearly resulted in his wicket first ball. G'day, John.
G'day, Peach. Pardon me. What a start from New Norfolk.
Well, it's been good until that shot from Harry Booth.
Yes. They've come out and really showed some strong intent, I think, which I think is the right approach. You know, you could really easily back yourself into a hole here where your run rate's very quickly 6 and over, and they haven't done that.
So White's first over was pretty good, and he's back a length again. Yeah, what do you make of other than Doughton's first probably over or so was a little loose. Doughton sort of dragged it back. What do you make of the bringing Ben Beams on so early?
Well, they brought him on first change last week as well, I think, from memory. And when you've got a class player in big games, you don't want to waste the talent.
Well, he showed that's a neat shot, but no run. We might just get a look here just before the pitch, or should sort of pick. There's 2 white or sandy spots. They're actually footmarks, so we're quite deep. Duff might pan to them in a second. There they are. Look at there. They're actually up there. I think they're getting deeper. Well, they might have thrown a bit of sand on, I'm not sure. But just watching White run into bowl, he actually misses both just. I wonder if that's putting him off at the moment. You just see White's run up here. He goes around. I think that's his normal run up, but he looks like he runs around them. He's trying to avoid some nasty little divots that probably need to be filled. Oh, hello. How good. Well, we got. That's not now, by the way. That was early this morning. That's the size of those divots. They're actually quite large. You could I'd disappear in there and wouldn't come out for a week. It's fairly sandy too. Not ideal in the run up of the fast bowler. I'd imagine that would put a lot of fast bowlers off. There's White's found a way. He's navigating around them. That's short and bottom edge. That'll race, and it'll find the line for 4. Unconventional.
Unconventional, probably not where he wanted the ball to go, but he'll take him nonetheless.
Yeah, it's been a scratchy-ish from Bowden. He hasn't looked in too much danger, but hasn't really found his timing. But that was a pretty average delivery. He ended up actually a top edge in the end. I thought initially when I saw it might have been a bottom, but 4 runs.
He's done well to hit the bottom, the top edge down.
And still go down. Yeah, it was a very strange trajectory. And he's gone wide again on the crease. And Bowden on this occasion decides to waddle across and leave it. Who was SCA cricket here today. Tony Langareski, the legendary umpire and life member at the Richmond Blues Footy Club. Scored probably 1,000 games there. He's over to our left. We've seen players from lower divisions and some of the other clubs. Did I see some Kingston Crows players here somewhere as well early, or someone else with a logo I wasn't familiar with?
Yep, Kingston Crows just over to the left of us.
There's that delivery from White. He stood right in the 2nd foot mark, and that's resulted in an overpitched delivery that's ended up going over the line for 4.
Really nice shot that. I think it's actually probably the quickest part of the ground, I think, that corner there. That was just another punch. We've seen a few today where the ball has just accelerated right into the boundary there.
Yeah, he's actually missed his step. And it was a rankful toss and nice timing and tremendous placement from Bowden to be able to pierce that in a ring and 4. That'll give him a little bit of momentum, a bit of confidence. He moves to 22, beams back to continue. He's into his 4th over, 1 for 15.
Doing all the right things here, Bowden. Just batting in a really solid manner. He's not dominating the bowling, but getting the odd boundary away, ticking the strike over when he needs to, and perfect way, I think, to start a run chase.
No doubt he's determined too. He's keen to make a big score in a grand final. Let's see what Wishart's going to do. Will he continue to play shots? Oh, he's shot game at the moment. Interesting, Ben Beams bowls a short delivery here. There's not really any protection on the leg in the ring. There's one at mid-wicket and there's the player on the fence at deep backward. But if he actually gets one outside off, he's got free range to smack it through that infield, and there's a large gap. And Beams is bowling full with Muir up. Difficult to stand up to Beams. He's not the slowest. There's Martin Duffy. He's got a bit going on up there. G'day, Duff. Hope you're going okay. Do we need to send some food up or drinks to him? Just give us a yell at Duff. We'll sort something out at the drinks break. That's a wide delivery. A good take from Muir. Lucky to get away with that.
Good solid bowling. It's full of length. You've got the field set to protect that line, to protect that length.
Yeah, it's been a good change for Beams. Yep. He's decided, well, this field, I'm just going to be conservative for a little while and see what Wishart's going to do. Wishart crangs and climbs into one through the covers and quickly into the fence.
The problem with that line of length is that you've got a very, very small margin for error, and really on this ground today with the bright weather, you get it through the infield, it's basically 4 with no protection.
Yeah, it's a good call. Like, the error was pretty much just a fraction wider than his last 3.
Yep.
And it allowed Bowden, I should say Wishart, to move his hands and get inside that line, get it through cover, and that's a little straighter.
Good thing is, he said Wishart's not looking to dig in. He's looking to score, which is a really positive move, I feel.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of people say that I've seen him bat a little bit, Wishart, not a stack, and I've seen him dig in a couple of times, but also seen him play expansive cricket shots quite early. Beams wide, and not timing that one. I thought for a moment Wishart was going to climb into another delivery outside off.
I think in relation to Seb Wishart's intent, though, to be fair, he's had 2 short balls and a half volley, so, and they're the type of balls he should be jumping on as a number 3 batsman. So, you know, he's not doing anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, so he's playing to his strength, isn't he? He's happy to rock back and play the pull shot in particularly.
Yep.
And he's also more than happy. And I think it's that leg side pull shot is one of his favourite shots, but he's also more than happy to get on the front foot and drive as well.
Cracking on at 5 and over here. What I've been really impressed about Matthew Bowden's innings here is that he's been dismissed 9 times this year, and of those 7 have been caught. And I think he's just about hit everything along the ground for the full 12 overs here today.
Behind the jack jumpers there, or the roof. What's it, My State Arena? There goes the Mona Ferry. ball from White, just angling the ball into the right hand about. It's kind of been stuck. I mentioned in to Hobbo, not many singles, not a lot of rotation to strike. All the 3 batters that have been in so far have generally been facing the same bowler over after over.
It's remarkable, and they're still cracking on 5 and over. Like, their run rate is very, very good.
Let's see what White can do to navigate around these small divots. Oh, he's bowled! Well, he doesn't navigate around it, he navigates the ball into the stumps. And out of nowhere, Bowden has found another way to get out in the grand final. Gone for 22.
Yet another batsman today looking to play slightly inside out when the ball's just been nipping back at them, which is a really difficult thing to do unless you get it exactly right.
You've got to watch the ball closely, and hope no movement. And it was just, actually probably straightened a little bit.
Yeah.
He's just bottom edge, and he's played a shot which, with a slightly angled bat, has some chance of going back into the stumps if you don't hit it.
Looks like it might have been a good one to let go through to the keeper.
Yeah, good call. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Banks Smith's into the crease now. Just see that angled in with the arm, and then a tiny fraction of movement that started to get it to straighten. And Wishart left on 8. He's got a lot of work to do again in a grand final.
Run rate's just dropped slightly here, which a wicket inevitably does, down to 4.7 and over, which is very, very close to the run rate that Wellington maintained pretty much, I think, consistently through their whole innings.
What's it? Hey, is it right on grass?
Another good delivery there from Brody White. I think he's been deceptively good this year. That's his 20th wicket this year.
Yeah, right.
Taken out about 14, I think, for the year, which is a really handy first to second change bowling effort.
Don't say you don't think, you know, John.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Don't try and be modest. Banks Smith's into the crease, so more than capable. Well, generally the batting all-rounder, short of it. Didn't bowl today. Some other bowlers getting a chance in front of him. I don't think he enjoys his batting though. Good technique. Improved a lot.
Looks a pretty cool, calm, collected character. Doesn't look overawed by the gravity of the grand final.
No issue with his confidence. He'll be happy to drill his way into this innings and see if he can keep things ticking along. I feel like Wishart will keep playing shots. That'll allow Banks Smith just to settle in, not take too many risks against what is some pretty good bowling from this Wellington attack. Glorious sunny conditions here in the northern suburbs of Hobart. And hear the noise of the Wellington fielders and some of their supporters now starting to get on the back and behind their bowlers as their story of grand finals continues. It's been a few years since they've won one in Norfolk, looking to cement themselves as the premier SCA first grade grand final the last 5 years. Another high number, 90.
Great stuff. Great over there from Brody White. Really what Wellington will be really focused on now. If they can't keep taking wickets, they'll want to dot New Norfolk up for a little while and get that required run rate up as close to run a ball as possible, or even better, 7 or 8 and over as quickly as they possibly can. Really put the pressure on the New Norfolk batsmen.
I'd actually go as far as saying just Downton and try and take another wicket. New batters in, or new batter in Banks Smith. Wishart's been there for 20 or so minutes. Hasn't faced a lot of deliveries. Do they roll the dice and bring Downton back in for an over and see if they can get another wicket? Beams will continue for the main road end of the ground.
More overs, it opens up opportunity to use him a little bit more flexibly, through the innings. He's bowled 3. That's probably, he's got 2 or 3 spells left for the remainder of the innings.
Yeah, he bowled his 4 overs of 14, but it was his last 2 that there was quite a few balls that went past the outside edge of the right-handers. Wishart, will he play some shots after a dynamic start where he first ball he tried to smack through mid-wicket. It sounded like a nick, wasn't, and the next ball was pummeled in the same spot, and then a few balls later he cover drove one to the fence to get to 8 in a hurry, but he's just steadied since then. Teasing that wide line, isn't he? Making Doran make some decisions.
Kind of feels like an invitation to drive, really. I'm surprised they haven't got another slip in there, really. If you're going to throw the invitation out there to play a full-blown drive, you really want to fill up that slips cordon for the edge, you know, because that's probably where it's going to go.
Yeah, I think you're right, and they've got, you could nearly risk it by throwing another slip in and getting rid of that extra, the deep cover on the fence, and say, well, you have a crack. And as soon as it's short, Wishart's trying to work the ball to leg. Quickly moving back and adjusting. Didn't time that one. That was actually a similar length, wasn't it, to the dismissal of Booth?
I'm a real fan of the one fielder on the leg side type situation.
100%.
You put it right on the bowler to bowl outside off.
Yep. Yep. No, one inside, sort of in front of the bowler's end, I suppose you want to call it. Just protecting the single or the odd clip.
Yep.
Becomes a catcher. And then you don't even have to put protection deep backward. You could actually keep a square leg in and say, sure, we'll lose a boundary there. And really pressure that offside, as that's a good drive through the gap. There is protection out there. That should only be a single.
The deep cover fielding position, I think, is vital here today.
Yeah.
The short boundaries are square, and you can cut off quite a few boundaries, I think, by placing him there and leaving him there.
Yeah, I suppose it allows you to stay in that line outside off and a bit full for a little longer, providing you've got the catch. But I really think a second slip, as you say, would have been useful anyway. At the end of the over, White's going to continue. Well, I think, yeah, White is going to continue as his cap's being taken, and Muir's giving in some further instructions. Zackley just with the 2 overs at the top. He went for 16. Beams has bowled 5 overs. He's gone for 20 runs. And White, so really good turnaround here after they got away a little bit with Bowden and Booth. Mostly Booth's doing. And now both Bowden and Booth are back in the sheds. Looking for the odd LB, isn't he? White, sort of tall action, tries to angle the ball in, but he comes from quite wide, then he gets quite close.
And falls away, and looks like he's trying to bowl real full. Falls away, looks like he's just trying to nip the ball back in all the time. And I think that's a clever strategy, always putting pressure on the batsman, always needing to play. It's a good idea.
Yeah, neither of these players are looking to whip it off their toes either, so it also becomes a dot ball if they don't actually manage to get it away. That one just slowed up his pace.
He's been good, 1 for 10 off 3.5 overs. Clever change. Nice pair of shoes, apparently.
All black, are they? In the old days, you can wear black shoes with your white uniform. Now everyone's got coloured shoes, don't they? Or most.
Most do. I saw
with the coloured track pants on. Lots of kids around the ground today, which is great. Another one's walked in front of the bowler's arm as he's coming in. In the air! Well, it's coming down towards us as a chase on. As who's going to get there first? The ball will get there just. A teaser. And you could just see the smile on the fielders' faces as they knew that Kobe Phillips, even he couldn't get to that one.
And again, just another solid punch, and impressively the most straight down the ground. We haven't seen a real lot of it today.
Hit back where the ball came from. Yeah, okay, had a bit of luck. It was probably never catchable for White. But The chase was on, and the scratchman, Kobe Phillips, was a fair distance back, and he nearly got there. So good shot from Wishart, his third boundary. The old adage, oh, good comeback ball, but that could have easily been driven as well as he had been coming forward to that one, but it ended up making a bit of a Yorker, Wishart.
Problem with that line, when you're trying to bowl, it looks like he's trying to bowl Yorker after Yorker after Yorker, real full. You drop it back just a fraction of a few centimetres, and the ball becomes very, very drivable. Especially his pace. Very
yeah,
drivable.
he's just got enough pace to get on that front foot, knock him past. There's another full ball, but he does get down to this one.
Not about over. Only 4 off it in the end.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yep.
5 dot balls from wide and that over, and the one bad one, which resulted in a boundary. And the chase continues at 2 for 65. We've got a little short spell until drinks. Jason Rigby most likely in next. He's just limbering up. And there's the scorecard. So far at 4.3 is the run rate. Steady-ish. It was close to 6, wasn't it,
yep.
John, for the first 7 or 8 overs? It's just petered out a little bit as wickets have created the slowing down, but still plenty to come. Rigby, be interested to see what happens with Rowlands if he can bat it all.
Indeed. I kind of feel like with 65 on the board, I feel like there's been a high proportion of boundaries. Can we see that on the scorecard there?
Yeah, we can. We'll just have a quick look here.
Was there 44 of the 65
11,
runs from boundaries today?
Yeah, 44 runs from boundaries. So what's that? 70%.
Yep. So it's not a high turnover, of the strike, and probably talks to the line, and particularly maybe the offside field that's been stacked a bit today, especially for Ben Beams, who bowled nice and consistently.
Well, for Zackley's going to come on and have a little dip here again before drinks. Coming in from the main road end of the ground. And first one angled in towards Banks Smith, who's still on 0.
They'll be looking to Lyndon for Zackley here. Wellington, he's been their best bowler for the year, taking 26 wickets at 12. And that's sort of not in the stratosphere of Giles Lester's 44, but being their leading wicket taker, they'll be relying on him, to get some poles.
Big whoosh. Something clicking out there as well. I knew I took it, was comfortable with it. A few starts this season, Banks Smith, kind of averaging around 30 with the bat. But Wishart showing intent at the other end, and now Banks Smith just trying to get off the mark.
Again, just honing at the stumps here, Lyndon for Zackley, or just not a lot of movement, not a lot of swing or movement off the pitch. So it's probably not the day for swing, to be fair. Like, it's warm outside, there's a bit of a breeze is up, no cloud cover to speak of.
Yeah, maybe the sea breeze just coming in as Banks Smith gets the identical delivery. Repeat and rinse, or rinse and repeat.
It's one of those days where guys and guile, I think, where bowler needs to be clever as opposed to just relying on swing cut off the pitch. Changes the pace, changes the length.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many changes the pace from the mediums. For a couple in the last, New Norfolk's innings, we saw a little bit of change from, actually Nichols bowled a couple of slow balls and Rice, but mainly we've seen, just trying to get the bowlers. Banks Smith just doing a little bit of guarding there, needs to maybe take a broom out with himself. There was a lot of stuff on the crease, I think, or on the wicket early before the game started, to do a bit of work to get it off. Some grass clippings which tend to stick to the AstroTurf, but that's still not getting Banks Smith off the mark. That's 10 deliveries for him.
Very, very careful stuff, and I suppose that's the advantage of having such a great start, is that the batsmen that follow the openers do have that little bit of extra time to get themselves in, get themselves set, to really sort of shore up a solid run chase.
1 over to go before the drinks break. As everyone getting excited by this match, it's in the balance. Second innings. Current run rate of just over 4 runs and over. They need around 4.8, 4.9 currently.
And you must have a little earpiece in Nathan Muir's ear, do you? It looks like Andrew Downton's coming back on for an over before the drinks break.
It makes a lot of sense just to try and, I'd say, attack, risk the odd boundary. Pretty much say to Wishart, will you want to continue to attack and play aggressive shots? Well, you can, but it may result in your wicket. So what are you going to do? What's your decision you've got to make? Put it back on the batters to choose. And a wicket here would be massive, and the wicket of Wishart would be a prize scalp going into the drinks break. So Doughton will probably push it across. Tell you what, John, that could be a second slip in.
Well, it's been void for most of the day, hasn't it? They didn't have one for long.
They had it for Downton's first 3 overs, and I reckon it's been removed about over number 6. So Muir still conscious of boundaries, just the one slip in, but a wicket here would put Wellington back on top. Particularly one of these two batters, which are really critical to the success of New Norfolk. Oh, how's that? There it is. There's that second slip. Come on, Nathan. Get someone out. I suppose we've got to say where they're going to come from. Well, you can actually drag another one from the leg slide, but you can actually even be really risky and go, all right, we're going to bring mid-off up. Yep. Stick him into the slip cord and go, we've got a space. Just move your field around. I mean, you can keep the deep point in, that's okay.
You leave the shot open. You're happy to give up 2 boundaries here for another wicket, that's for sure.
Well, that's where he hits, and it's been cut off. Brilliant fielding. It keeps Wishart on strike, and applause from the Wellington captain.
There's no coincidence there, though. That ball's bowled back of a length than the first 2 that both passed through to the wicketkeeper. So I think clearly the most dangerous delivery is that one that's just a little bit fuller, you know, gives the opportunity to the ball to do something.
Yep. Oh, that's a good ball, and that's an even better cricket shot.
That's nearly a shot of the day.
And that is glorious from Seb Wishart as he climbs into one through the off for 4 runs, and there we go. That answered the question. He was going to play an attacking shot. Good intent. Good to see him keep moving, even though the drinks is coming up. He knows he has to keep the momentum going. If I see a bad ball, I'm going to be confident enough to take it on and play my cricket shot.
Great shot. I love it. I love a nice cover drive, Peach. Love a nice cover drive.
Doughton just getting a towel from the umpire. Obviously got a bit of sweat, which is causing a problem for his hand and the grip. He's popped the towel back in his pocket. He's going to have to stuff it right in, isn't he? Well, that's going to fall out. Or pop it into his trousers at the back. That's more like it. It's just mucking around here. Maybe a bit of byplay there from Downton. Last ball, and it's cramping up.
It's a no ball.
Seb Wishart, it's not the last ball. That's annoying. You know what? He's going to give the towel back. He's going to give the towel back here to the umpire. I don't want it.
Is it a front foot?
Yeah, it has to be.
Oh yes.
Yeah, big front foot, or fairly big front foot.
Yeah.
Good call by the umpire, because those lines don't look very dark to me. You can hardly see them at all from here. I think they're a little bit better out there. So free hit. Banks Smith, last ball. I should say Wishart. Wishart. I don't know why I said Banks Smith. I look quickly down and the star was at the wrong side. It's Wishart on strike. And he cracks it through the off. I should say through the on. For a boundary right on the drinks break from a free hit. A messy end.
one of those balls in the game where it just changes up the whole momentum going to the drinks break. You know, Wellington were going to walk into there having bowled 5 dot balls or 4 or 5 dot balls, and instead they walk into the drinks break having given away 5 runs.
Really, little things are the thing at the moment. Wishart's on 21. I know it's got 17 on the screen, but he hit that last boundary. Banks Smith still yet to get off the mark. He's on 0. Downton's disappointing last couple of balls left in the over. We're going to go to the drinks break, and we've got some more interviews that Chris Hobson did earlier in the day. Don't go anywhere. You're on Duff TV, SCA Grand Final here in Glenorchy.
Wait, what happens if we found?
Talking with Nathan Webb here, the little master blaster from Wellington, absolute superstar of the bat. Coming in at 4 today, when do you hope to get in there early, or would you prefer to be in a bit later?
Early, that's fine. We've put a lot of pressure on the middle order. We've got a great middle order, but confidence in the top 4, top 3, then myself. So after drinks will be nice. Give me enough time to hopefully post a good score for everyone.
It would, yeah. So the ground's a bit damp at the moment, but it's still, as it's rock hard here. So once you get the ball past the infield, you get value for shots. Are you going to be sort of taking the aerial route, which you very love? I do know that from a personal experience, or are we going along the ground for the first up?
We'll go along the ground first up. There's still that little bit of dew, so hopefully it does something to the ball. Usually puts the seam up a little bit, so they might get a little bit of movement off the seam a little bit later. But yeah, if it's there to hit, mate, I'll be going over the top.
Be very good to watch. Pass score. What do you think is going to be the pass score today for you guys to defend with your bowling attack?
270, 280, definitely.
Very good side. The bowling lineup you do have Lyndon Fazackley come to first grade from second grade this year from Richmond. Had a good year himself. How is he going to stand up the occasion with all these people around, plus the pressure of a first grade grand final?
I think he's, his season's held him in good stead. So he's a quality bowler. He took that many wickets last year in second grade, and he's taken 20 odd wickets here in first grade. So he's a bowler who takes wickets. So expect a couple from him.
Playing with one of the best blokes I've ever met, to have to be the pleasure of playing a premiership with as well as Ben Beams. Now, played in so many high-pressure games, whether it's football or cricket, coach, captain, you name it. How has this one stand up been towards the twilight end of your career?
Oh, it's definitely the end. Definitely the end. I had retired, but come back to fill in, and I can't keep away from this great club. You know what it's like, Hobbo. But the bunch of guys we've got here, we've got a good mix of experience and younger fellas with plenty of talent. So, yeah, as long as we bat our 50 overs, we'll be a good chance.
You slip down the order to the middle order, sort of like the control of the area, a bit of general, away from the top of the order being the crash and bash sort of play. How are you finding that sort of responsibility in that middle part? Not to sort of go as hard, but also to control the innings and then explode towards the end.
Yeah, they say you mature when you get older, Hobbo. So it's a role that I haven't played much in my career, but I've really enjoyed this year. Just being able to bat and be out there to bat time rather than get the side off to a flyer of a start. So, it's been good, and hopefully I'm not needed till, the latter overs today.
Who's going to be the standout player today for the Wellington team?
Oh, I mean, it's an obvious one, but Nathan Muir's probably one of the most talented blokes in the comp. For Zackley with the new ball, he's always dangerous with Downton, those combinations. So, those three will probably be the top of the list.
Speaking of down, so same as all of us getting towards the end of his career, but he has leaned down a little bit. So you reckon there's a few more years left in the big fella just yet?
Mate, he's nowhere near retirement. He's bugging me to go around again, and I'm staying away from him. No, he's keen as.
Have a great game. Enjoy that, and we'll talk to you later.
Chris Hobson was pretty busy this morning as he was getting his interviews. There's our scorecard at 2 for 74 New Norfolk, chasing 137, their current run rate at just over 4.3 and over. Really interesting last 3 balls before the drinks break, John, wasn't it?
It was indeed. It was another one of those it's all happening type moments.
So we called out for Andrew Downton, the #1 stroke bowler for Wellington, to have one more over with the loss of a couple of wickets with Wishart and Banks Smith, particularly Banks Smith, new to the crease. He bowled one that zipped off the wicket and just missed the edge of Wishart. And then there was a boundary, no ball, and then a free hit. As that ball's firmly struck, and Wishart's showing some aggression that anything full he's wanting to drive, and anything short he's trying to pull.
Jordan Banks Smith here in no hurry at all. My cricket's showing he's on 4 runs at the moment, but he's actually on 0.
We've got him on 0. Tell you what, he's putting a bit into it at the moment. It's Fazackley. He's literally bending his back in a literal sense.
He might as well. There's no tomorrow for the Wellington Cricket Club. It's all about the grand final. It's all about the flag. Just lacking a bit of penetration in exactly today. It just all seems a bit military sort of medium out of his hand. It might be the day. He's getting no help from the conditions.
Yeah. It seems quite easy. It seems a fairly easy process to face for Zackley. He's bowled 1 or 2 deliveries which have zipped a little bit more, but that's just a bit too comfortable. They've got an okay field for him at the moment, with 5 fielders inside the ring on the offside, which is allowing for Zackley to bowl fairly straight, just outside off and fairly full.
I think the length he's bowling is helping him. It just doesn't look. It looks very sort of comfortable. It doesn't look dangerous at all.
I just wonder if Wishart's prepared to come down the wicket. Now and again he does walk at the fasties.
Probably not while Jordan Banks-Smith is on strike.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Probably not. There's about 7 or 8 inches in, maybe not 7 or 8, probably 7 or 8 centimetres in difference in height with those two. That kid's, that's grown over there, hasn't it? The man's just in the grass bank.
And that's how it should be too. Young blokes outside playing cricket. Your young children outside playing cricket.
There's a few grifters inside the club room here. It's a pretty miserly lack of sun sort of place a mushroom would be effective at growing. But they're all huddled around a small TV watching horse racing. And I thought, well, you could do that at home, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Then coming to the, maybe the beer's a bit cheaper here at Wellington. So Kobe Phillips now to bowl his slingers. Not sure how I should describe it. He will get, his left ear will nearly touch the turf as he comes through in his delivery stride. And he'll get through his overs quickly as well. And with the trajectory that he gets, it's very difficult to play a back foot shot and a front foot shot. You generally have to wait for one. However, one thing Kobe does do is change his pace a lot. And if you can maybe watch his arm speed, most of the evidence or indications are there.
I think this is a really good change to the Wellington club. It's very, very different facing the slow spin bowler than it is facing a military medium bowler, where it's all a bit the same. It worked. The change worked for Norfolk when Seb Wishart came on.
Yeah, that's shorter, and that's nicely worked by Wishart. Couldn't break the ring. The other thing about someone like Kobe or other spinners, they threw their overs very quickly. Next minute you look up and it's 5 balls and you haven't scored a run. Well, it's 4 balls and haven't scored a run. And that was probably the worst of the lot, and they're unable to get that one but through backward point.
He might just want to work on his length a bit here as well, but he's been lucky not to go for a couple of boundaries.
Well, I suppose if you don't hit them, then you're going to keep bowling there, aren't you?
True.
Got to take it on. And that's in the air!
Oh, dear.
Oh, that was the one that was just changed a fraction and slightly thrown up. And Hobbo is just directing traffic in front of us. He's about to join us in the commentary position in about an over. And at the moment he's doing some security guard work, just asking about 15 people who are sitting right behind the bowler, or the bowler's arm here, just to say either don't move.
I think Jerry might add to the continuous improvement register a bigger sign next time.
Double signs. We probably need security, honestly, to keep the fans away. There they are. Up to completely no issue with what they're doing, but it's just lots of movement, lots of them. As Fazackley, looks like Fazackley's going to get through a few overs here. Bowled 2 at the start of his spell. He opened the bowling at the main road end of the ground, and since then he's been sitting and waiting.
Has pulled his economy rate back here. I think he might have bowled 2 overs for 16 runs and has come back here with 2 maidens.
No, I think you're right.
Luckily, he has appreciated bowling to Jordan Banks-Smith, who is not looking to score a run at all.
So Banks-Smith's gone 19 deliveries, and now he gets a score.
Right on cue.
19 bowls. Well, his 19th ball, as he finally... However, I think we're nearly got to say, whatever's on my cricket, John, is on my cricket. And after 3 overs, John Banks-Smith now has 5, whereas really only has 1.
I think that's right. I'm not sure that 19 balls is overly accurate either, unfortunately, but it would be in the hemisphere of being correct.
So the scoreboard's correct, because the 4 that went to Wishart just on the tea break went to Banks-Smith. And we'll keep him at 5. The scoreboard, unfortunately, is correct. So the run rate required now has crept above 5.3, which is still comfortable.
It's comfortable, but for Wellington, we're watching it going. This is going in the right direction for us. You know, we're wanting dot balls, we're wanting wickets to push that run rate up closer to a runner ball to really just put that pressure in the back of the minds of the New Norfolk batsmen.
Yeah, just muddle themselves and create a poor shot.
Oh,
like
there
that.
It might be. That's right.
Wishart looking for that cover drive and unsuccessfully making contact with that Zachary ball outside off stump. It's a replay. Put a fair bit into that shot too.
He feels in a hurry, said Wishart. I know he's not pushing the singles, you know. He
Yeah,
feels like
point.
he wanting to go dot boundary.
Yeah, he's wanting bat on ball, I think the saying goes. He just needs to work his way through here because he's lost his momentum. He's hitting the field. He said, I reckon about 10 shots since the drink break, to a fielder or to the bowler on his front foot, slightly missed time on that offside. So partly good bowling from Fazakli, that top end of the ground, and White on this end, but also he's just stuck on strike against the same bowler over and over again.
Yeah. I think we mentioned it looks all a bit comfortable in Fazakli, but it is increasing the run rate, you know, which might have been the intention.
Well, it's been a fine entrance back into the attack from Fazakli since the drinks break. He's really dragged this back. 237 the target. John Ennie's going to wander out and have a chat to the crowd, maybe grab a drink, grab a burger or something, and Chris Hobson is going to come back into the commentary box. I'm sure he's got some little whispers that are going around. So Bowden for 22, Harry Booth went for 25. They're the 2 wickets out. Beams White, the wicket takers, and it's Wishart, Banks-Smith. Currently at the crease, Kobe Phillips to continue from the commentary end of the ground. And here's a replay of wickets. There's the first to a delivery that just cramped up the batter, and he tried to pull Beams away, and Booth was caught at mid-wicket. And welcome back in the commentary box, and good afternoon to you, Hobbo.
Oh, it's amazing to be back, Peach. I love it here. It's nice out there in the sun, though. The sun's got a bit of a kick in it.
Yeah, it's cooled down a little bit in the commentary box. As but the heating up in the middle, I'd imagine, is... In fact, it's not for Kobe Phillips bowling. I beg your pardon. Oh, that's the replay again. Now both Kobe Phillips is bowling. Thanks, Jarrett. Good replays there again.
Jordan Banksman's been very, very circumspect. He's trying to take it upon himself to get there, but he's going very slow. As you said, he's only 1 of 21 balls now.
Yeah, and he probably is conscious of the scoring right now. It's just starting to creep up, and he's got the sling and spin as that's wide down leg and a signal to wide. How? I mean, Phillips must be hard to face with that direction and trajectory of his action.
It's probably able to see Lasif Malinga. Probably close as we can get.
But I find it amazing, and full credit to Kobe working out his own technique. Now and again, he actually gets a bit of elevation. He actually get a bit of flight in the ball, and they're the ones that I think often trouble the batters.
It's like the underspin.
Yeah, I'm not sure how with that action he gets it over the top. That one there's about normal, and it's about normal pace. I'm guessing around about 75, 80 kilometres, maybe 75 kilometres an hour. And now and again he just manages to flick one up, and then now and again he bowls, well, I'd say, a medium pacer.
It's effective though, especially when Banksmith's not trying to score at the moment.
He's got to work singles, doesn't he?
That's what you got to. It's good to just pump them back. Good field setup though.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a good point. The field from Webb's really good. So he's got mid on and mid off up. So they do drive down the ground for the odd full ball. He's actually got to try and go to the top. And there's that short one. And it's just so hard to generate any energy off the bowl. And they do get a single then.
And there's the bad ball. And he's supposed to hit it straight to a fielder anyway.
Because it's just not enough. Getting back, it's so flat. Yeah, it's hitting it in front of the wicket as opposed to behind. A challenging bowler. He's only gone for 2 runs in 12 deliveries. 21 gone here, 2 for 77.
Take that. Muir would be absolutely wrapped with what Phillips is providing right now.
but he knows exactly what Phyllis provides.
Yep.
And that's the great thing about there's so much consistency in this Wellington bowling line-up at the moment that a little bit like New Norfolk, really, that Muir can set his fields. He can be really consistent because he knows what's going to happen every delivery, mostly. Very few bad deliveries. Great compliment to the bowling group.
I think that's what sets these two teams apart from the rest of the teams in the competition. You know, they know what their bowlers are going to bowl, the bowlers know what they need to bowl, and they're not trying to be selfish and try something different. You know, they might try a slower ball in it, but the line's still there, like a French cut there. You know, you can't do nothing about it. You can't set a field for that.
Well, it's going to just stop in front of us, but I can tell you what, Bank
It was like
Smith's
a race at Flemington there.
Bank Smith's lucky. Yeah, it was loud, wasn't it? Bank Smith's lucky to keep his wicket. It's an inside edge from a drive which was uncontrolled. Bank Smith's now on the right score of 5. So we finally did get our score right, thanks to My Cricket. They obviously checked the book. We had a chat to the man with the book before. He was doing that.
He's been chopped off.
The person on the iPad. Obviously they reconfigured. So 5 off 26 in a grand final in the middle overs when the field is relatively up still. Bank Smith needs to accelerate.
The funny thing is though, these guys are very quick between the wickets, and like Ash Burgess on the circle, they're coming in like not the quickest bloke coming in the ball. Like, do you take him on? They're missing out a lot of singles here.
It's a fair call, push and run. Wishart on strike at the moment. He's very sharp between the wickets. Bank Smith's a good athlete.
Like the over before too with Fazakli, he's hit it straight back to him. It missed field, went probably 10 metres. They didn't even run. Wellington would have been straight on top of that.
Yeah, the little things. That's glided through, and it's got through. And there's multiple out here through the third man region. What do you reckon of the baggy blue cap? You a fan of that style, Hobbo?
Yeah, I think most clubs should do it.
Yeah,
I think it's a good thing to do. Like for your first 11, give yourself the old baggy blue or the baggy red.
Whatever colour, yeah.
Yep. And sort of something that actually sets it apart. You know, it's a reward for playing, you know, first grade.
So it's like a status thing, you reckon, then?
That's good. It sort of makes you earn it. And like they are warm, so I'm glad they arrived when I finished playing at Wellington because I could not wear it. I was one of those floppy sort of hat sort of persons, or the cap at best.
Well, you're a light-skinned individual, so I'd imagine you'd have the sunscreen, the floppy hat on.
Oh,
I'm not sure the baggy does a lot for sun protection, other than maybe the top of your scot.
Yeah, they're very, very warm. That's for sure.
That's a good shot and a boundary.
Does play the hook shot very well, said Wishart.
He's been waiting half an hour for the next one after those first
two.
I
don't know what he was doing there, especially that first ball of this innings.
You jumped out of your seat at one stage. I thought you were going to run over and tell him off. This wasn't actually that short. Fazakli has not bowled a full, has not been other than full until that delivery. It's been 18, 19, 20 balls from Fazakli that have been up and making the batter come forward, and it's the first short one. So good credit to Wishart that he's ready and prepared to go back.
It's only about stump height too.
The dog track.
The old dog track. It's gone back a few years.
That's getting redeveloped, isn't it? They've got
like the grey Nomad's new home, I think.
Well, they're getting it redeveloped soon. There's going to be some new houses on it, some Tas housing. I think Anglicare might be building some stuff there. There's going to be some conference facilities. It's going to be a real different look. They've been working about 20 years to work out what to do with it. Originally, it was going to be the home of the Tasmanian Devils football team in 1998. Great proposal there by some people many decades ago. As some sponsors of New Norfolk. Once again, thanks to IGA Banjos. Paulie's Pizza, keen to get an idea what that's like. The Mill at New Norfolk, DRV Welding and Fabricators, and J. Wes Civil and Specialised Industrial Products. No idea what any of those do, but I'm sure they're important and really important. And also to CH. They got a little fire on them. I don't know what that maybe make fires. That's short and low. You got to get a single.
It's like a holding pattern right now. Like nothing's happening. Even the bad balls aren't getting put away.
Yeah, I've watched Kobe bowl a lot, and I'd find him frustrating to face. You've got to be clever and work out where you're going to take your risk against him. That one's okay. Wishart gets it through, but it's only going to be a single in the end.
So they're high risk for only one run.
Yeah,
is it worth it?
Maybe he was trying to hit that one a little straighter. I'm not sure, but yeah, it didn't result in great timing in the end from Wishart. That's a little fuller and worked nicely. Same, lot less risk in that shot. Still got a single. They're actually going to come back for a second with the misfield.
Maybe they had a chat before this over. We've got to lift it a bit more. Get these singles out.
I think John mentioned, you've mentioned singles is the key, rotation of strike. The odd two, both of his runners move well between the wickets. I think this is how you handle Phillips. You don't try and hit him for boundaries. You try and use his style of bowling, which gives you time to get on your back foot and manipulate it square of the wicket. Wishart can do that. Can Banks Smith work out a way of getting the ball through the infield and getting some runs? 8 off 28. It's been a dour performance, and there's that short, and you need to get that through the infield. It is wide. Need to get that through.
It's either going to be a good coach's knock, or he's putting a lot of pressure on his batsmen to come in. So, but then they're 22 for 90 off 22 overs, so they are set up well for a good chase.
I just wonder if he bowls that odd one now and again as a chance for a stumping.
Maybe that's what he's trying to do.
I just see now and again if Banks Smith just falls out of his crease a little bit.
They're only really good going down leg side if someone's coming to you all the time. Banks Smith's just waiting for the ball to arrive.
Yeah,
so
it was more the fact
back foot.
He's trying to get him to full off because he's bowling so many. But yeah, there's a fuller ball. And so 2 bad deliveries from Kobe Phillips, hit straight to the fielder by Banks Smith, resulting in no runs. That's the end of the over.
The last thing they want to do is build themselves a hole where they're going to need 6 or 7 and over. We've say 6 wickets in hand with 15 overs to come, because it's going to make it very difficult. That's when the game can turn on its head. And I bet you that's exactly what Wellington are hoping happens. So between Kobe and Ryan, this is great bowling in partnerships. That's all you need to do.
So just looking at the overs left, Downton's got 5 to go. Looks like Zackley's going to continue. He's got 4 left as well. Beams has got 5, maybe no more overs from Beams. Not sure there. White did really well, 4 overs. Picked up a wicket for 14. He's obviously got 6 to go. And Kobe's only early into his spell.
That's a good shot.
Well, that's might get through, Hobbo. That is flying around.
Good chase there by Ross Thomas. Taking on the arm. Good running.
Well, they managed to get 3 with that drive. That was a confident shot from Wishart. He'll enjoy that. He's trying to get on his front foot. Yeah, he's been good, Thomas, in that position. He's cut off a couple.
So he goes to Banks Smith now. He's got to start lifting that run rate up.
Yeah, it could be the one where Banks Smith just stays in for a bit for the next 20 minutes, half an hour, and Wishart, maybe he starts to climb the run rate up again. 143 off 20, just under 27 overs. It's game on, isn't it? It just feels like this is going right down to the final moments, and the sunshine still warm, but the shadows will start to come across the ground. And I think that's when we'll see some results, and that's hurt. That's hit straight off the ricochet off Wishart's bat, and that, I reckon that might have got past down.
Cost of at least a run there.
Yeah, a couple of runs missed. Unfortunate.
Well, we give a quick shout out to a bloke. Adam Lynch. Mate, hope you're doing well with COVID. I know it's a prick of a thing to be done, but mate, you're a tough little fella, so mate, you get through it, come back strong, and hope you're enjoying the coverage on Duff TV, mate. Maybe that's a good shot there by Seb. He's seeing them well, but
yeah,
he's not piercing
just
the gap.
Starting to pick things up a little bit. There's actually a few that are stuck at home at the moment. G'day to Wade Gleeson, the legend from Gretna. Also
quick
watching
singles.
from home.
He knows quick singles as well, I found out last night.
Yeah, right.
Does an article in, I think, the Norfolk Gazette.
Yeah, Gazette, yep.
G'day, brother. Hope things are well.
And if you're either a close contact or stuck with the lurgy, hope you get through it. Hope you survive. Don't trash the house. And he'll be back up and running soon. Wishart, look, I'm trying to trash the party for Wellington. Once again, he hits up that short cover.
Another good solid over.
Beam's hands is getting smacked there at short cover, but he managed to stop most things in his path, and a good result from Zackley, because it looked like Webber Seb was going to take him on and try and find the boundary, but once again the momentum's still neutral, I'd say.
24 overs down, New Norfolk 2 for 95, Wishart 31 of 47, and Banksmith, don't like to really say it, but on a very snail pace, 9 of 33. So he's going to have to lift his run rate here very shortly.
He doesn't look too fussed though. I mean, it's hard to tell from here, but he looks like he's coping okay at the moment. But yeah, you're right. He's going to make a choice of how he handles Phillips. Does he just try and work some singles, or does he hit it
and
straight to backward square?
Pressure. That's what happens when you build yourself a hole.
Thomas takes the catch. And a surprise. I think he's surprised he even caught that. The sun would have actually been coming down towards his eyes as well.
I think that's Fazackley that took that.
Oh, it was Fazackley, was it? And Banks Smith's on his way.
As you said, it's all right to be very slow scoring, but now the hole's been dug. For Captain Courageous Jason Rigby to come out, he's got to do his thing, and he's done it before against these guys. He needs to do it one more time.
Yeah, I'm surprised he could have come a little bit early. There's the contact from Banks Smith and the waiting arms and eyes, and wang, bam, crash into the hands of Fazackley, and Banks Smith head down, disappointed, and Jason Rigby strides out to the crease for New Norfolk. Had a stunning year with the bats, and at 3 down for 95. He's got some work to do to consolidate, but he also needs to keep the momentum going for New Norfolk.
So the Warriors are going to be up and about now. One more wicket exposes the middle order, the tail, and then all of a sudden it could be breaking the hearts of New Norfolk, who are trying to get the 3-peat, try to match the Warriors when they've done the 5-peat. So it's going to be an interesting last hour, I think, in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens to Josh Rowlands, as he's going to come out the bat with a hamstring injury. Can't have a runner.
This is a rule now. This is an interesting one. I think if you bat 11 and you've done the injury in the game, you can have a runner. But as has been proven so many times.
If you've taken part in the game.
What's that, sorry?
So if you've taken part in the game, it changes?
Yeah, no, if you've actually done the injury during the game.
Not during the game, yeah.
It's like an injury like that. You can have the run if you bat 11. But seeing this as throughout the year, there's been so many people that don't know the rules. I'm hoping we've got a couple of umpires out there that know exactly what the go is, and maybe that rule may be used, because if it comes down to a...
So you're saying he might want to bat that low so he can have the runner?
May need to. Well, he only bat 10 anyway, ahead of Jai Lester. So maybe you put Jai Lester up. If it comes down to winning the grand final,
yeah,
you know, want to make sure they're on top of their rules here. But I think Wellington will be going for blood right now.
Yeah, I mean, there could be bit of a question to keep Phillips on, potentially bowl him out. Rigby probably would prefer to have pace onto the bat early on.
I would now. 1 for 7 or 3.5 overs, near enough. Kobe's doing his job.
But do you consider once again strike him down for another over, or just keep going with Phillips?
I think
his fielder out there.
He's creating opportunities, so you might keep him going, just attack from the other end.
Well, I actually think you need to take a different approach. You either need to work your singles or do that. Understand that you're going to get 4 out of 6 balls short and with low trajectory, and if you're confident enough to hit the ball, you can actually play him as a short ball.
Yep. That's the sort of area that New Norfolk fell in there for his first few overs.
Yeah, they just waited and waited and waited, kind of waiting for him to bowl, and they just weren't getting any timing. But I think you've really got to play at times him across the line.
That should be 6. And
he slipped. How's that?
Oh, he's caught a no ball.
No, yes, that's a no ball. That was too high.
I don't know, just sort of dipped a little bit. Maybe it's a front foot, because normally square leg would call that, not calibre.
Did he signal? I just wonder if he signalled to him. You see here on the replay, this was a waist high full toss. Yep, definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely by a mile.
Yep.
Now they've got to get something off this one.
It was that. He's gone down the ground, he's been dropped and no run. Well, after all of that, results in 0.
I think you get a free hit, you've got to at least get something on it when you're chasing this score.
Well, you can see him go all the way across to try and work the ball to the leg, but unfortunately Phillips saw him coming because he did it before the ball was even bowled.
That's 2 free hits New Norfolk have had, and they've got 0 runs off them.
That's in the air. That's going to get through. That should cover the ground. It might be cut off though. There's a chase on around the boundary. In the end, a few runs to the book.
Still a good over. He's still gone for 1 for 11 or 4 overs. You take that any day of the week.
There it is. That would have been a wide.
Should have hit it way over there or leave it. And get the free hit again.
I suppose he came so far across the new rule. I assume they got it for the SCA. When you move across, you've actually got to go with it. So, yeah, that was a intriguing patch of play.
But at the end of the day, the game for Norfolk is in the hands of these two boys.
Well, Beams looks like he's back into the attack to give Fazakli a break. So he is getting another spell here, Ben Beams. Or is he bowling some offies?
Offies.
So there's the bowling card. So Fazakli with the 7 over. So he's got he might come back for another spell. His 2 mains are actually in his 2nd spell. He opened the bowling. Doubt a bit of a mixture from him, but we always know he comes back and provides wicket-taking bowls. Brady White's been probably the pick of the seamers so far, although I thought Beans bowled quite well after his first over.
And now he'll bowl really well with his off-spin too.
Now he's going to dart them in.
I think he might appeal to Riggers' ego here. He might get him to try and hit over the top down a mid-on, mid-off sort of way. Or just float it outside off stump.
Yeah, well, there's a deep mid-wicket, or a straightish deep mid-wicket, and that's really it.
If he bowls a bit of air and he goes to go hard down straight, it's always going to go towards mid-wicket with the power of your bottom hand.
It's a good position there, I reckon, for Rigby. Instead, Rigby works behind point. There is some space for Rigby to hit to the leg side, so Beams has got a style here. He's got a clear plan. He can't bowl too full. It's going to go. Happy days. And Rigby finds the fence.
Great shot. He's going to do it.
Well, as soon as he threw it up, it's the one ball that Beams can't bowl is middle stump there. Well, it's probably outside off, but Rigby very confident. That's a good cricket shot because he's actually hit that ball straight. He could have easily mistimed that and hit it back out towards where the fielder is, or try and even hit it backward a square. Great shot.
I think that's what Ben was trying to get, but Jason it's too good to be doing that.
Might have tried to see what he's doing. Now they've got a fielder going out to that spot where he just hit the boundary sub. Now, I mean, for me, it gives Rigby a chance to knock the ball along the ground, use his feet.
Still a big, he's virtually wide mid-on, so there's a lot of room there.
He's bowled his ball, that's backward a square. A looster from Beans with his offies.
That should be a no ball as well. Yep, he's called it. Now, can they make some runs off this ball?
Well,
2-3 hits and no runs. You've got to do better than this, lads.
This is a change up for Beams to bowl his offies. Don't mind it.
It's not working too well at the moment.
At the moment, yeah, it's not, but you can just see the energy through the crease not there from Beams. Probably hard to... That's a better one. Well, he's made nothing of that.
There's a hat-trick of dot balls in 3 hits.
And that's disappointing from Rigby. However, damage been done in this over with 2 boundaries. Can't run rate at 4.2. That should be knocked around. A couple here.
Pretty good shot, that. That's going to get through the boundary. That is rocketed off the bat.
Well, there you go. I think they've got the field. Well, they got the field wrong for this type of bowling. I don't have a massive problem with Beams. I mean, it's hard to protect that boundary with spin, but I don't have a massive problem with Beams bowling where he's bowling. But he needs just a standard backward square. Just needs a square leg on the fence to cover the one that really ricochets down the hill. And he's bowled there again.
He's bowled on his pads and the stumps, as you said.
And if you look at the offside, there's 3 players in the ring on the off, and then also mid-off inside the circle, and a sweeper on the offside fence. So it actually says he's going to bowl outside off that field, or at least on off stump back of the length. There. That's the field. That's the delivery he needs to bowl. And either that's a communication issue or Ben Beams is moving between medium pace and off spinners. It's not easy to do, and I'm sure it's not with Jason Rigby in good form, finding the boundary on 3 occasions.
Bit rusty.
3 complete different shots, Hobbo, too, wasn't it?
They were. But they were great shots, too.
Oh, they're fabulous.
Probably the highlight for that over was the shot over wide mid-on, where he just picked up so cleanly.
So Rigby's come out, a bit of class, and got the momentum going back again. And they need around 5 and over to get this victory in Norfolk, and they'll need a few more better overs like that. Phillips to continue.
Out of the sweeper there on the boundary on the leg side, Ash Burgess.
Hasn't done much yet.
Surprised he hasn't bowled.
Expected him to come on second change, and White came on before him, although he bowled really well. Expects overs from Burgess. It might be if Beams doesn't work out, then they bring Burgess on. He's obviously not going to bowl out.
That's a bit wide. I'm sure Beams might get one more over with his off spin.
Yeah, I think it's worth it.
If not, you might bring Ash Burgess on.
Look, it depends. Wishart players spin really well, so and so does Rigby. So this is the thing. I think the mediums are better off placed against Wishart. Have seen Wishart try and overhit the spinners, but they both play the spinners quite well.
I don't know why Nathan Muir was a bit crook there. That was way outside his line. He actually marked it again for him. It still would have been wide.
He nearly actually took it off the pitch.
I know when you're keeping that, you're a bowler. You never bowl on wides, but that was definitely wide.
That's in the air.
That's out.
No! Yes!
No! What a great effort by Lukey Laycock there at wide mid-on. Going backwards with the flight.
He's in an awkward spot, Laycock, too. He's been good in the field today. You see this on the replay. He's inside the circle. He got up.
Oh, he had it.
I actually thought he had it on the second attempt.
Nearly.
He just got a little tangled. Just a little tangled, Laycock. But it was a really good effort. He's the tallest of chaps. He just got off the turf, got his right hand to it, and I thought he was going to get on the second bounce. Be like the wet weather catch in footy, the wet weather mark two-hander. Phillips nearly getting a wicket.
He's going to get it this time, though.
Gone.
There we go. Why would you bother doing that after that one? I don't know.
Well, he's pumped up, Laycock. Phillips has his second, and Wishart, he's lost his way.
Could that be the game? That's probably not the shot you'll be playing. On the high, the balls, I don't even know what he's doing there. That's just, yeah. Left leg out to wide men on. Try to honk him over the top somewhere, and yeah, probably not the shot he should have played in the situation. They need to sort of capitalise. They did good over the last over before. You know, build on that. That's, yeah, not. At the end of the day, if you're looking at that as a new Norfolk spectator, you're probably throwing something at your TV or your iPad and thinking, what rubbish. But we're not out there, so we can't say what he's thinking, but yeah, not the best shot to be playing. As you see, Wellington are now up and about. They know that the gates are open. I think it's Nathan Rice coming out now to join Captain Rigby, and everything's on Rigby's shoulders now.
Maybe, I mean, if you look back at delivery, you might get one more replay, Gerard, of that wicket. He actually was thrown up a little bit. I don't know if there was any drop from Kobe Phillips. Not sure he really gets any overspin on it. But he just got a little tangled at the end. For a moment it was there, but I think he was trying to hit in the wrong spot.
It was on middle stump.
It's really tempting. The players tend to get lured into shots.
Leave that, that's a wide.
Phillips, that's far wider than what they really think they should be playing at. But a wicket in the over. There was the first drop from Laycock. And here was the, well, that was the next shot.
Good field there, probably saved the single that created the wicket.
Yeah, fair call. This is how quick he gets through his overs here too. So, and this is the third delivery that he faced this selection.
On middle stump.
So he needed to either play more traditional shot or actually try and swipe that into the more slog sweep area. And, you know, when you walk off like that in the grand final, after his heroics last year, wasn't able to repeat, but still a handy innings. Beams to continue.
So if he doesn't take that wicket, does Ben Beams bowl another over? Could have changed the whole thing.
It does reverberate through the decision making of Muir.
Now you've got a new batsman, Ben. You know, the player he's going to be up and about again.
So now it makes Rigby think a little bit more. Can I continue to be aggressive and take on Ben Beams through the leg side? He had 3 boundaries in his last over. Ben Beams, who's bowled 5 overs of his medium fast, has now changed to something he's done a lot in the back half of his career. He's off spinners.
He's going to be very circumspect now, Jason. He can't afford to get out.
But I mean, this game is still very much in the balance. But this combination of Rice and Rigby needs to produce some runs.
It's a good shot there, backward to a point. Oh.
Laycock again.
He's up and about now.
Yeah, he's
like a jack in the box.
He's got little legs and they move quickly along the turf.
Oh, he was disappointed when he dropped that catch,
wasn't he? Yeah.
His euphoria when he took the next one, though, that's what cricket's all about. You take your moment. So missed one, took another one.
His effort to nearly catch the previous delivery was a fine one, so you can't have a go at him for that. It was a brilliant effort. We've got Rice on strike.
Needs to be very, very sensible here. He just can't risk it at the moment. Oh,
6.
That's over.
Monster. Toodle pip.
Get an Uber for that one, people. Grab some pizzas on the way back, please. That's a massive hit.
Is she okay? I think she's okay. There it is. Down to the car park. That was a poor delivery, and I reckon this might be Beams' last over.
Yeah.
Waist high, full toss, hitting towards Eady Street. With, I reckon, a very light breeze helping out. No, it actually hit the gutter. That actually could take a fair chunk out of the ball.
So, oh, what's that there? Car going past.
The little corollary car just slowed up after it went past the ball. Probably a fraction too late, but I reckon if they were any earlier, they would have been into their windscreen.
That's a great way to get off the mark on your second ball, though. Oh, back to Meads.
What's that? Well, Beams reverts back after getting hit for a 6 with his off spin, goes to medium pace, and the batter tries to play the same shot.
I do believe Brendan Muir over in the wet area is seeing out to Ben, said, get back to your long run. What are you doing bowling offies anymore?
Oh, that's brilliant. Versatility of Ben Beams. I think he's about 43 years of age. Ben is maybe getting up towards 44, showing his versatility. He's got a distinctive voice, doesn't he?
He does.
Rigby.
That's when they're up and about in the field, you know, Jason's, you can hear him from everywhere. If you're driving past Timwell Park on the highway, the lower highway there, and they're playing at Timwell Park, which is probably a good 500 metres away, you can hear him.
Yeah, he's a ripper, Jason. Loves his cricket and loves the community down there.
Oh, great bloke too.
15 runs to him with a couple of lusty blows, and now Rice is in the action as well.
Well, it's good to see Rice to actually playing the shots with bad balls. If the bad ball's there, instead of blocking it back, like second ball, he's hit it into the road. That's what you got to do.
He hit it where it needed to go.
You can't build pressure, what a few of them have done, because it just creates so much that doubt what they want. The premiership's up for grabs here.
I reckon we often mic up the umpires in our football games, Hobbo. I reckon we need to mic up Jason Rigby when he's in the field next game.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, we'll mic him up.
He'd be talking from ball one then, no matter how bad they're going.
I'm sure he's not the most talkative. I'm pretty sure Jason wouldn't swear either. I reckon he'd be a pretty clean-cut individual.
A lot of value. When I used to umpire on that and just umpire, I've done a lot of new Norfolk games and it was a pleasure to be up there. Like, they embraced you and that. And just the conversations they have out there, it's really good. They don't really sledge the opposition, sledge their teammates, which good teams mostly do. But that's what you should be doing. Have fun out there while you're out there. Oh, it's a great shot down the ground. Straight over the top of mid-off. 4 runs. That's what he needs to do. Pick up a boundary and a couple of ones every over.
Just wait for the loose ball, isn't it? Wait for the ball that's in there, his zone to hit.
That's what he'll do. Like if Kobe drops it short, he will rock on that back foot and put it through point.
That's a really good cricket shot, because that's actually back of a lane. And he's hit it off his front foot. He's actually using Kobe's trajectory to his benefit, whereas others get tangled by it. And now they're going to put a long off back.
Now's an easy single if he wants to do it every ball.
Oh, he thought about it too.
He's a very good thinking cricketer, Jason Rigby. So while he's there, I think Norfolk is still in the box seat. Oh, it's over.
That's out. No! Laycock misses it and it goes for 4. Laycock needs to grow about another 3 centimetres and he would have had 2 catches.
We need an Ash Burgess there or a Brodie White there. It'd be straight down their throat.
Probably be anyone else in the field besides maybe Webb.
That's right, yeah. If going on height, you'd have Nathan Webb, then maybe Luke Laycock.
Yeah, disappointing for Laycock because he actually made a decent effort to get off the turf at Eady Street. Frustration for Muir. They nearly had Rigby, and that would have turned their direction. Burgess is into the attack.
If they can get to like 100 or so off 20 overs, I'm backing you Norfolk from here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going 5 and over, 6 wickets in hand.
Just there, there's a nice high shot from Duff TV's camera there. We've got some Looks like some old turf, Hobbo. We were talking about when was the last time this was a turf wicket. I thought about 10 or 12 years ago, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's going back probably before they came into the concrete pitch competition, which was probably 9-10 years ago, which you're right. Now, what they should have done was actually dig the whole square out.
Yeah, it's different grass though, isn't it? You can see it there. Obviously, Duff's been staring at that for the last 2.5 hours, so he actually threw a question down through the commentary. That's a clever shot. This
Ash Burgess on too, change of bowling.
That Burgess will bowl back of a length here. There are actually quite a few different coloured grasses throughout this ground. Maybe a different thatch running through. I'm not a horticulturalist, but there seems to be some different grass running through. But yeah, this used to be the home of the Glenorchy team and Wellington as well after that.
When they first came in, when they first put the concrete pitch in there, the square was still rock hard. Like, value for shots, it hit there, it'd just take off like a rocket. Now it's sort of, because it hasn't been prepared for these 10 years or something, it's still there, but it's still quite hard. But it's still dry in places too. Like there's parts where you can have some big cracks as well.
Yeah, okay.
So you can have hit ball and it can deviate here and there. But it does cause a bit of issue at the side of the pitch where you just see there to the left side of your screen there, just where in front of the popping creases. Now whether there's bowlers coming through and following through and just they can't repair the pitches back up. But
yeah, a few dead spots, you're right, just off the edge of the pitch, and there's obviously a small elevation as you get off the synthetic wicket. Burgess coming towards us, and straight away Burgess bowling back of a length and providing some issues for Rigby.
Especially from the commentary end, Dave, when you're running into it, like away from the screen here.
Dips a bit, doesn't it?
Running uphill, sort of you go down then up.
Yeah.
And it's sort of something that's like Andrew Downton's always sort of, like he always comes from this end.
Yeah, but I suppose Downton's probably okay going on that side, but I feel like it's harder running in over the wicket, right arm, fast bowler.
I think the dips that we got from the bottom ends, old Ashley here, I reckon he's done it. I'm coming from the bottom end now.
He's created them, you reckon? He knows where they are. Well, I'm not sure what rabbit or rat or whatever created those divots at this end of the ground, but they're fairly deep for the right-handers.
Could be a good bowling change here.
Rarely goes for runs, Burgess.
Can't be seen Rigby going too attacking like he was the over before with Ben Beams. A bit more pace, a bit more bounce. It's probably like Rigby facing himself here.
Alright, Hobbo's got to wander off. He's got another ball mate for you, Nick, off.
No.
You have a bit of a break.
I thought that was over.
No, you've got
but
one
I'm out
more.
of here.
You've got one more till your shift's finished. Then John Annie
overtime
will come in for his last shift. What are we? 4:47. So predicting this will finish at 6:15. It's Burgess trying to create something.
Oh. Bump ball, crowd catch, everyone's up.
One hand, one bounce. Didn't happen, and Hobbo will have a break. And John Anning will come back into the commentary box. 30 overs gone, 4 for 132. Welcome back, John.
Thanks, Aaron. Good to be back. What a game of cricket we've got.
It's good, isn't it?
Yes, very tight.
We are set up. Some more of the highlight, the racetrack here. And the newish grandstand built about a decade ago. Looks splendid amongst all the 1940s and 50s houses through the industrial and housing area. That's a nice push for no run. So what are you expecting? You've been watching the last 10 overs. You've seen an ebb and flow game. Wickets come, runs come, and then a bit of stagnation. Kobe Phillips, how would you tackle him?
Look, I would try and hit him straight down the ground. I'd try and use my feet and hit him straight down the ground. He looks like he's bowling a really flat trajectory. So I think he's bowling a little bit short of a length, but it makes it easier to hit in the V because the trajectory is so flat, or lack of bounce, I think.
Yeah, so the inability to get top spin on the ball, which he's probably not getting, and it's obviously very difficult with this round-up action. It allows you to maybe come out, and even if you are, that's high! Miles in the air! Out!
Big wicket.
So Rice is gone, trying to launch another one out of the ground. Rigby stays intact at 23. Fifth wicket falls. And as the momentum swung again back towards Wellington.
I'll tell you what has happened. The pressure dial on Norfolk has just turned up a couple of notches, that's for sure. I was just sitting outside before I came into the box thinking, who's under more pressure at the moment, which team, and I couldn't pick a side, but I think now it's definitely New Norfolk.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The challenge is now thick and squarely on the Norfolk Red Caps to find a way. There's some nervous people there. Banks Smith chewing his nails. Is that Briscoe that's coming? Yes, it is.
Yep. Tom Briscoe in, averaging 27 odd this year with the bat, so all's not lost for New Norfolk, that's for sure. Plenty of sides around the Southern Cricket Association that would be just about buggered, having lost 5 wickets with still 100 runs to get, but New Norfolk not one of those sides.
A lot of belief in this team,
yep.
But good catch from Burgess in the end, because that went miles in the air. And he was pumped up when he took it. He didn't really have to move, but it just went flying high from the bat of Rice. And once again, the craft and guile of Kobe Phillips, with Rigby now on strike. They're obviously not using the new rule. What do you reckon of that new rule, the cross? There's no crossover. You've got the new batter's always on strike. I don't mind it. It's just one thing the umpire doesn't need to worry about. The batter also knows what to do. No chance of a mistake either, which I've seen happen.
No, I'm a huge fan. Anything that makes the game easier.
I've seen quite a few batters over the years say they got, particularly the non-strike, so the new batter doesn't strike. Haven't got anywhere near crossing, and they've still ended up at the non-striker's end because the umpire's actually watching for the dismissal.
Great over. In fact, great spell from Kobe Phillips so far. 3 for 22 off his 7 overs. Really has turned this game nearly on its head. Or at least started to turn the game on its head.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a twist, I'm sure, left, but you're right. Phillips has got the worm rolling in the favour of the Wellington Warriors at the moment. And another grand final between these two clubs. New Norfolk looking for 3 premierships in a row. During 2020, they made it to the grand final first, was scheduled to host it, and then COVID rushed us all into our houses, and New Norfolk were given it. Last year, New Norfolk did what was a brilliant grand final against Old Beach, and they batted their way to victory. And a few years before that, with the home of St Anne's, that's gone through the gap. There's a fielder out there, though. Yeah, and a few years before that, it was the victory for New Norfolk in that classic finish. So Wellington trying to finally get well, it's not really drought breaking, because they won 5 years ago, but Wellington won all those premierships in a row as they came into the SCA competition. And they've been favoured to probably win it 1 or 2 times more, but Norfolk's been, it's all about, you've got to do it during the finals, don't you, John?
You certainly do. New Norfolk have been a bit of an enigma, I suppose, in the last few years. They came out of nowhere, really. Won their first one and have followed up with another couple. It's been a great effort.
Well, they've come from the old Derwent League, and obviously the SCA's, it's a little bit like an empire of cricket, a cricketing empire. It's gobbled up and annexed some smaller competitions, which is all fine. It makes life a little easier. It's guided away nicely. Should be cut off, though.
He's looking in good nick here, Jason.
Yeah, he's been magnificent all year, over 400 runs.
Yep.
He's been in top nick.
Yep. Probably holds the key, really holds the key to New Norfolk.
He holds the key, he holds the door, he probably holds the window, he holds half the house.
That's right, the foundation.
He's there we go. There's a lot of lack. We could go for a while here, John, you and I, but we'll stick as Burgess comes in. Yeah, he looks comfortable. The thing about Rigby and his evolution as a batter is he's capable of playing a front foot, back foot. He can play cut, pull. He's kind of got a range of shots. A lot of players in the SCA, even some of the even better players who score a heap of runs do have some limitations on where they can score, but Rigby's got very few limitations. And so you can bowl a bad ball and you'll often get knocked away for runs.
Yep.
I suppose we're seeing a bit of his good defence here, but gee, Burgess has been good. He's 9 balls, in fact his 11 balls is into his spell, and he's only gone for 4 runs.
Another bowler, just bowling good line, good length, no real heat, no real pace, no swing, just good line, good length.
This is the time to hit boundaries too. Yep. There's a bus parked in the bus parking spot. I reckon that's right on Rigby's line too. Oh, well, it's right on Burgess's line and inside edge. The chase is on, and it should be at least a couple.
And again, ugly 2 runs for Jason there, but they don't go down as ugly on the scorecard, so they'll all be very, very welcome.
Just a fraction late on that. He was actually looked like he might have been on the walk then, Jason Rigby. Just got in an awkward spot. Nice bit of length bowling from Burgess. His over's complete. It's 5 for 137. Requiring... Think about the run rate though, John. It only needs 5.5 and over, or 5.56. It's very gettable, even though they're 5 down. They just... They've kept in contact.
Yeah, well, that's the advantage of bowling so well, is you're only chasing 237. You know, if they happen to be chasing 270 now, the run rate would be, you know, much closer to 7 than it is now.
So this will be interesting. We've got Briscoe versus Kobe Phillips. Good bat, Briscoe. Certainly a genuinely good middle order player, and he's just bottom edged it.
Looking like Kobe's going to bowl right through here, and
there's no use bowling with the Andy because he'd be a player that if you're in a bit of nick and seeing them okay, you could take him on. But in the middle overs with a set field, he's providing some problems. And really, Rigby's the only one who's felt comfortable against him.
That's true. He's not getting much strike at the moment.
Tell you what, the tighter he gets, the lower his ear gets. That's past the gully. And there's a couple down through the third man region. So edges are the only way people are scoring for New Norfolk at the moment.
They've actually really got the pressure on the field here, Wellington. They've only got one person right in the boundary at the moment. I think it's that's right. Yep.
Just give it a bit of a description of the field. As Duff maybe pans away, there's 5 on the ring field on the offside, and then there's 3 in the ring on the leg, and then there's a sweeper at deep mid wicket. So, and Phillips is bowling on and around off stump, maybe just wide of off stump, just slightly in the back of a length area, and the bowlers is on top at the moment as Briscoe on 3. Now that is wide. I just think they need to leave a few of these because stay in your crease, stay in your batting position. And Phillips gets away with another wide delivery and Briscoe wants another bat.
Just wondering if they feel like they need to pick it up a little bit here in New Norfolk. You know, we can see the scorecard and we can see that it's only 5.5 and over needed here, but being 5 down, being a grand final, you know, that pressure just rises and feels much bigger than it actually is, and that can cause you to just try that little bit harder, try and hit the ball a little bit harder, and you lose all shape and momentum.
Yeah, pressure's a funny thing. It definitely changes technique, it changes decisions. And combine those two, it can result in your wicket, or it could result in glory as well.
Indeed.
If you just get away with a couple and you get your confidence going.
Big over this before drinks. New Norfolk want to have these two batsmen in place.
It's an interesting over before the first drinks break. It was Downton bowling. And it's Rigby facing Briscoe, facing Burgess, I should say. First one into his body. Hope Martin Duffy's surviving on top. I suppose he had like one of those fireman poles. He could slide down in a hurry, couldn't he, for a quick break? Drinks break.
He could. He's looking all right at the moment. There's not too much of a rock on the old structure.
Big smile on Burgess's face as he saw that one just come back wide of the off stump, back in towards Rigby's off stump.
I'll tell you what Burgess could do here is maybe just get a little bit closer to the stumps at the point of delivery.
Yeah.
It seems quite wide. Seems quite wide of the stump. You just got the ball nipping back a little bit, and if you could just start a bit closer to Paul Dorham there, it might just be a little bit more effective.
That's a nice clip. That's going to race away for 4. That's a tremendous shot, and the only open gate, and he's open, and the ball somehow finds its way out the gate, under the only gap in the fence, and onto the road.
Perfect example there of just not trying to overhit the ball. Jason just waited on it, put it right where he wanted to, split the fieldsman, 4 runs.
Just goes to show also how hard it is to defend that boundary.
Yep.
In fact, both boundaries square of the wicket.
The downhill particularly, the second it exits the ring here, it does accelerate down the hill. It drops away quite significantly, and you can see it pick up.
Yeah,
pick up speed.
Definitely gained some momentum. So I think they've got the ball back now. For Norfolk's sake, they're probably hoping for a bit of scuff marking on it. Preferably on the only shiny side, as Burgess has a white Kookaburra back in his hand. He's in his 3rd over. Laycock has been involved a lot. Hasn't moved much. He's either in gully or mid-off, so he's moving in roughly about a 7 or 8 metre area. Sensible from him. He's not having to do too much. Oh, there we go. He's going across the other side.
Big sigh.
He's going to square leg. Good option, I reckon, too. And they've brought Downton just around a little bit to cover off that glide from Rigby, which he's more than capable of. So maybe a little straighter and fuller here for Burgess as he's searching for a wicket.
Just that full length again. Full just outside off stump. It's been very, very consistent, Ashley Burgess.
Just asking how many balls left in the over there, Rigby. I reckon he's just content to sit in here for a couple or for one more.
He's a big boy, Ashley Burgess. You'd like to see him just give it a bit more shoulder on release, I reckon. I reckon you could ramp his speed up quite significantly.
A little bit about how he keeps his accuracy, maybe. Keep that front arm going, and that's a good finish from Burgess. And we have a hell of a match here. They're going at 4.2 and over. They need over 5.7. 143 for 5. 30-second summary from you, John Anning, before we have a quick break. And there's a scorecard.
30-second summary. This game is on a knife's edge here, Peach. I don't think any team's necessarily in front. I think it's neck and neck. And I think probably the next 4 or 5 overs is going to really probably tell the story of the day, which is if Wellington can manage another wicket or 2 in the next 4 or 5 overs, they will be several lengths in front of the race, I think. But if Norfolk can manage to not lose a wicket and pop a couple of boundaries away, they will be surging forward. It's looking like a magnificent game of cricket. Very excited.
Well, Jason Rigby holds the key for New Norfolk, and 3 wickets to Phillips in that session. His 8 overs have really caused some problems and some confusion for the New Norfolk middle order. We're going to have a break here on Dub TV. We are very close to finishing off this season. We'll be back soon.
ESPN cricket.
Right, the last stanza in the grand final. Looking forward to this one. Aaron Peach Roberts and John Anning in the commentary box. Kobe Phillips to continue from the commentary end of the ground. He's got a couple of overs left. That's out. That is out. What's he saying no for?
I dare say saying no because he felt it wasn't out, Peach, to be fair.
Did he hit it? No, I'm just wondering, did he hit it? That looked plump. I probably should just calm down a little bit. What's going on? He must have hit it. It looked like it hit him on the full in front of leg. Jarrow, get a replay on this one.
All bat, I think.
All bat? Is that all bat? Which part of the bat? The foot part of the bat? It must have been a bottom edge. Come, we'll have a look at that at the end of the over. Been a long day. Hope you enjoyed it. I mean, those people that are sitting somewhere else other than being here at the ground or in the small duffette van with John, myself, or when Hobbo's here and Jarrow and the pots and pans. We're looking forward to this finish of this grand final. Rigby setting himself for a victory dance, I think, at the end, 31 for him.
Run rate's I've just noticed the Peach run rate's just ticked over, run a ball now too, the required run rate.
I mean, that's, I think, eight and over's easy enough on this wicket, the issue being 5 down. Do they lose another one? So they need to move it on now with overs still to come. And the fact is, for the most part, here we go, is did he hit this? Ah, yeah, he did.
I don't actually think it's touched his pad.
Missed everything, didn't it?
I think the thing about the run rate is Peach is...
It's an optical illusion that one was, John.
That's right.
Well, the bowler appealed and so did the keeper, and I said it was out. Yeah, no, that's bottom edge. Might have just flicked his toe.
Indeed. The thing about the run rate here is that the 8 and over is achievable to get, but what it equals is a significant pressure increase for the New Norfolk batsmen.
Yep. So Burgess has been really good. They're going to have to take a bit of risk against him, I think. So Burgess bowling a little straighter than back of a length. So where are they going to take him on, John, do you think?
I think I've said it all day long, but I think it's straight down the ground.
Is that easy enough though when he's bowling back of a length? Can you hit him down the ground?
You can take half a step forward and
yeah. Do you think both batters are comfortable with that though? Or if they're staying in their crease, is it more mid-wicket that you try and take a risk?
Well, there's plenty of room in the boundary there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, now Webby goes back, but
there's still lots of room down there. You know, it will be one of the quicker boundaries in the competition, so you've only got to get it in the right spot for
True.
it to,
yeah,
to,
I mean, you
to
could
fly down.
Well, now there's a single there as well, so there's something, a bit of an opportunity just to work through the line. And Burgess does generally bring the ball back in, and he's hit it straight down the ground. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Down the ground, you've got to go aerial, and there's some risk in that.
I think it just needs to be your disposition is to look straight down the ground, because even if it is, he's not bowling express pace.
But is there the other strategy though, where you go, well, we don't want to have a dot ball, so do we literally drop a few and run? They're both okay between the wickets. Look at the offside; they're quite deep. They're not necessarily charging in. They're there to protect the boundary. We just don't want to stagnate in these first couple of overs. This is when they need to move that target, get it down as much as possible. And as you say, that just reduces the pressure. They do lose a wicket. Because the reality is they're going to lose another wicket in the next 5 or so overs. That's been how the game's sort of evolved so far. There haven't been big partnerships. And we are at a stage when 6 and over. It's been hard to score 6 and over, and that's going to help. And it's going to get away for 4 out of Webb's left hand. He couldn't reach it. And you were right, straightish was the shot. And 4's the result.
That's right. Didn't quite get all of that, Jason Rigby, but got it well enough down the hill to pass the boundary, or to bounce over the boundary, and that's the right intent. That's the right idea.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Burgess's bowling is you can partly predict where he's going to put it, and that's fine for if you're not prepared to play a shot. That's going to be hard for a batter, but if you've got some inkling, you can play a shot across the line, and that was actually a really similar line again, and that occasion he actually left it.
Clearly, Jason's looking to be here when the last ball is bowled.
Yeah, he's looking for a certain ball to hit to the leg, And you're right. There's still a big gap there between backward square to straightish deep mid wicket. There's 70, 80 metres between those two fielders. And he nearly launched into another one then, Jason Rigby. Stays on 35.
He's looking like he wants to play some shots, and I think that's the right idea at this stage of the game. You want to get that fine balance between risk and just some really sort of sensible batting here.
Yeah, I think Needs will come in, the keeper next. More than capable with the bat. Sure what his run rate's generally like, but he can wield the willow effectively.
Actually, Burgess there just looking a bit knackered, sucking the big ones in.
Trying to be offensive to Ash, but he looked knackered after his first over, so he maybe not quite fully fit at the moment. It is a bit warm out there. Burgess has been good though at the top there, and now it's Kobe Phillips' last over. Let's see what it's going to produce. A delivery which there's been a lot of, but that gets through, and that's going to run away for 4. Well, that's what you do, John Anning.
Indeed, and again, down to that corner of the ground. It is the quickest part of the ground today. That's just another fine shot into the gap that just ran all the way to the boundary, picked up momentum.
Timing is the key, though, isn't it, to that shot? We've seen a lot of players mistime this. That's a really nice finish from Briscoe.
Oh, dear.
Well, Phillips has done it again. He is remarkable, and he gets 4 at a grand final. He did it in a T20 grand final a little while ago, and he's just stunned Briscoe after getting hit for 4, and the stumps have been disturbed again.
They should be right up and about here, the Wellington boys. That's a pretty big wicket. And Tom Briscoe did the right thing, hit the boundary, and then not quite exactly sure what he was trying to do with that delivery there, but it's cleaned up 2 stumps out of the ground. He actually tried to do nothing.
He got yorked by it.
Yep.
I actually not sure why Kobe. It looked like he went back to appeal. Can we have a look at that again, Jerry? Did Kobe Phillips appeal then? As Tommy Briscoe wanders off the ground, and the work to be done. Let's look at Kobe Phillips here. Oh no, he's celebrating.
Right. Just wanted to make sure that Caleb, the umpire there.
Who's he celebrating to though? Us.
The umpire.
Celebrating to us. Good on you, Kobe. He knows that we're one of his biggest fans, that he's turning around and sending. Maybe he's got some friends down here.
How good's he been? Kobe Phillips.
He's just an uncomfortable bowler to face. He changes his length, he changes his trajectory, and he also gets wickets with all that bamboozling stuff. Rigby and Needs got some work to do now. Over 6 and over required for New Norfolk to get their 3rd premiership in a row.
He's a good player, Cody Needs, coming in down the order here in first grade.
He's batting a fraction too low, I would have thought.
As a young man, was a near superstar down in the New Norfolk division. Yeah, was a very, very good player. Still is a very, very good player, but it was exceptionally good in the youth division. Probably the best strategy here is to see Kobe Phillips' last 4 balls off and
get rid of him.
See what happens next.
Does Doughton come back on for another over? Does he come back and see if he can finish this game off?
It wouldn't be surprising. He made the call earlier in the day and he came back for 1 over.
Yeah, and it was a mixture.
Yep. They may fall back on Brody White. And Brody White was bowling a particularly good length earlier, I thought.
Yeah, and to squeeze it even longer.
Yep.
Needs to face his first ball, and it's a nice shot, but doesn't get past point. Kobe Phillips, you need to play with him on the crease at times, quite deep on the crease. And then obviously you're saying come down, and he certainly can come out of the crease a little bit to him, but not to that. That's a poor delivery, and a result, centre boundary through backward square. A good result for Needs to get his innings underway. But I reckon he's bowled about 8 there, hasn't he?
Yep.
Like most of the right-hander, obviously.
Yep.
That was trash, and he just hasn't been put away. It's the first time anyone's put that one away. And he also bowled a couple of bad deliveries down leg side against the right-handers, and they were unable to score.
Yep. He bowled a few short early, and I think this is one of those things about where your figures don't actually show how well you bowl.
Yep.
And all he can do is bowl a cricket ball. The batsmen need to put him away.
Well, that should have been put away as a full toss. Needs got onto it, timed it well, but hit straight to the extra cover fielder.
Well, these just goes to show even his short balls have that sort of zooty type trajectory, because of his round arm action.
I like that zooty trajectory. It's good. Well, let's zoom on to the next over. They're 37 gone.
Indeed, really good spell. Like, pardon me, to bowl through these middle overs innings where you would normally think the batsman would be ticking the strike over 4 or 5 and over, to come back with 4 for 33 off 10 overs is a massive
Let's
effort.
see that wicket in that over. There's a clean bowled and 2 stumps and a celebration from Kobe Phillips and the disappointment for Briscoe.
Awful shot, it has to be said, awful shot.
I mean, that should just be clipped away for at least a single. Burgess to continue from the main road end of the ground. Rigby, who's got the weight of his town on his shoulders, not for the first time. Jason Rigby. Can he launch a couple of more Burgess balls back over towards mid-wicket? They've got Webb out there again. They've got 2 in that area protecting on the boundaries, so Burgess can bowl a little straighter. He can also bowl outside off. It's not a bad field, because Rigby potentially will take you on even if the ball's outside the off stump.
So it looks like we've got Bailey White down at, what is he, backward square there, warming up to bowl.
Yeah, you might be right. He might be coming on and getting a turn. He deserves another bowl.
Indeed.
Still, New Norfolk are in this game very much if Rigby can stay in for the next 10 overs. Because you'll see boundaries come off his bat. He had a very fine 70 in the prelim. He's inside edged a couple. He's certainly winding up there. Burgess with his hands and his hips, a bit frustrated by inability to get a wicket. He's bowled well for 15 runs and he's in his 5th over.
Classic bowler stance, that.
Yeah, the teapot.
Hand on hips. Looks to the skies. There it is.
Yeah.
Thinking the batsman's the luckiest bloke on the planet at the moment.
Energy in the field from Wellington. Just lifted a little bit here. There's 2 players behind square on the offside, so they're covering that little glide shot that Rigby likes to play. They're also covering the full-blooded back foot drive. There's plenty of runs on the leg side though.
They do feel up and about, the Wellington boys. Even if you look around the ground, the New Norfolk spectators up on the right of the ground here look a little bit flat. The Wellington boys over here look up and about, look excited.
Well, the New Norfolk fans are probably sunburned because they've been sitting in that sun for about 5 hours. It's
true that.
Not many have got hats on either, and there's no shade over there. They've also now got their hands up, just protecting their eyes from the sunshine. I think they want to protect their hands from a few boundaries from their captain in Rigby. Now it goes backward to square. Didn't quite time it as he would have liked. And they'll get a couple.
And look at that ball, pick up pace.
It's a great... So that was going as fast as the fielder was running the ball there. So what's that, travelling at 25 kilometres an hour maybe? That's fastest peak.
It is hard to run down there. You're going downhill. The ball's picking up speed, and to actually get you something in front of the ball to be able to pick it up, it's very, very difficult. Really tricky.
Yeah, it did look rather comical. That's where you're going to score, Rigby. That's better. So scoring off the last couple of balls. That's another over gone for Burgess with 6 for 160 in the SCA. Going to say T20. 50 over 2021-22 grand final here at Eady Street in the wonderful northern suburbs of Hobart. Hello to everyone out there on Facebook land, YouTubers, whatever you're doing, however you're seeing the game. Hope you enjoyed the ability for Duff TV, and thanks to the SCA again for getting the Duffettes and pumping some very expensive diesel into the car, getting the bus out, propelling Duff high into the sky so he can get a great camera shot. What's this camera called again, Jared? The PTZ, which is our little remote control camera. We've had it for a little while. Jero's got a little joystick there. He controls it. Move it around, Jero. Come and show someone else. That's Duff. Hey, that's Duff.
We should grab a hold of that joystick, Peach. We could have some real fun.
So it's White to come back into the attack. 4 overs for him, 1 for 14. He picked up a really important wicket. He was extremely impressive in his first spell.
He's off the long run too, Peach. Have a look at this. Brett Lee used to run in from the 30-metre circle.
He has added a few yards. I think he's got a bit of confidence. But his wicket of Bowden was massive.
Did a great job earlier.
Bowden playing on, and you'll see him skip around the divots, then get into his stride and bowling a pretty average first ball, and I reckon there was a bottom edge on it. Had a big smile on White's face.
Gee. That could have been 4, could have been wide, end up being nothing. 77 from 71 balls. Still perched on a knife's edge this game.
Yeah, maybe New Norfolk are just a fraction behind. Close to a runner ball. There we go, 77. There you go. It's just gone past the runner ball. Magic mark, and that's knocked down the ground for a couple, or maybe only one is Moin. That's Laycock. Quite a few seagulls coming down the ground, just getting the crumbs up.
Just enjoying the cricket, please.
Oh, I did see some gravy in the canteen area. I didn't like the look of it. It was a bit of a strange colour for me. Might have been delicious, I'm not sure. Felt like it might have been cooked about a day ago and had been sitting in the Bay Marie in some sort of pot.
That's the best type of gravy, to be fair.
Maybe it is, but I declined it after going into the toilets a few minutes beforehand. We have had a crack at the toilets here at Wellington's. It's here Wellington's home ground. They've only got worse as the day's gone on. They're looking a sorry sight at the moment. But the game is sparkling as his Whites run up. And he just tricked Needs into a defensive shot, and he was about to launch into a cover drive.
It was too, just might have just done a bit away that delivery from Brady
was
White.
it a little cutter? Can we get a replay of that, Jero, again? And
he does fall away, so the ball I think naturally goes that way, but just wonder.
No, it's a cutter, I think. Maybe not.
Might have been a little bit more innocuous than I thought it was.
Yeah. Natural variation of the synthetic wicket. Things I think at the moment that actually field's gone back a little bit. This is good from Wellington because they're kind of saying, well, we don't really give you any boundaries because we'll win this by keeping you under our tally or making you put a lot of pressure on the last 7 or 8 overs.
Yep.
So they've actually got the field back a little bit on the leg side. There's a few fielders out on the offside as well. Third man region and through that point. So there is singles though, but they need to hit the singles. They need to try and go, well, let's just work some singles for a period of time. We'll get a boundary ball. That's a nice shot. Probably won't get through that fielder who's 3/4 towards the fence, and it doesn't. It only results in 1 run, but that's okay. They just it's an old adage. They need to say to each other, our aim is not to face more than 2 dot balls and over.
Yep, absolutely.
And they'll score their 6.
It means if they can get 4 singles and over, it means all they require is 2 big overs.
Yep. Yeah.
Before the end of the game, and a
boundary every second over, and they're on track, or they're never too far behind. And even if it's 10 and over in the last few with 4 wickets in hand, you'd imagine that Rigby are about to bring them home. So there's a single again. Your thoughts on the baggy blue cap? I mean, not just the colour, but the idea of the baggy style. Hobbo's a big fan. What are your thoughts, John?
Oh, look, I did hear Hobbo from talking up the baggy cap, and I must say I'm not so much of a fan. I appreciate the tradition of the baggy green cap, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure that the baggy blue.
What would you look like in a baggy cap?
Oh, I think my head would probably be bigger than the cap would be. It would be like one of those skull caps for me, I reckon. might be a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, I do. My last year of very average cricket career resulted in a terry toweling floppy hat, or bucket hat I think it was, and I enjoyed the retro version. That was a few of us wearing the terry toweling. It was a fraction warm, but I certainly enjoyed a little bit of comfort. It covered my ears.
Well, the mighty Danone Dogs adopted the terry toweling hats.
When you started playing you 20 years ago, you all had. I have a feeling there's a couple of ex-Danone players that are playing at our wonderful club, the Marquis Tigers, who still wear some pretty average caps that I reckon he purchased in the late 90s.
Mark McConnell playing today as a former Danone Dog.
Oh, right.
Yep.
For Zachary to continue, he's got 3 overs in his 10-over allocation. It's whipped away for 4. What a shot by Rigby.
Really, really nice shot here. And just more evidence that Jason Wrigley really does hold the key to success here for New Norfolk, I think.
Good job for the families here. We've got about 8 or 9. Well, they look generally like their mums, so I assume that the dad's playing maybe in the middle, but the kids are still awake. There's a bunch of kids at the ground. There's prams and whatnot. So well done to all the families and friends that have kept their children awake. And so the ones that are obviously children of Wellington players, they're just in front, but Rigby is keeping them in it, and they've had to put a deep backward square exactly where that flick just happened. And I tell you what, this is perfect filming condition right now too for Martin Duffy. The sun has disappeared sort of over his left shoulder. Looking fantastic as that jag back in, but a fraction high. Now, John, you've got a few more balls before Hobbo comes in for the last bit. He's pacing on the side of the...
He looks very excited, doesn't he?
He's pensive. He's something. Look at him. He's looking, he's taking in his notes. He's been thinking about this game for a couple of weeks once he realised Wellington were in.
I think he's calculating the run rate.
Yeah, well, we'll use the calculator for that. Oh, it's in the air. That's safe enough, though. But your thoughts on what might transpire? Do you have a winner? Do you want to pick a winner for us?
I want to go out on a limb here and say that New Norfolk will win this game 6 down. I really like Cody Needs as a batsman.
I like him as well.
Jason Rigby is looking strong. So I think it'll go down to the wire in the last couple of overs, but I reckon they might win it 6 down.
There you go. John Anning reckons it's going to be New Norfolk. Well, he's just maybe put the mockers on both these players.
Poor old Cody, he's buggered now.
Yeah, we'll see what Fazakali can do. He's got the left hand and Needs on strike. And this is the singles that we're talking about.
Yep.
Not sure what Rigby was doing, but he was just standing in his crease. I reckon he thought that point player was in it. He's saying the point guy was in the way. Well, he called an easy single there, Needs. He's still having a chat to him.
That's right. It's always best to listen to the yes call, I find.
Yeah, it's particularly when it's gone out of the infield.
Run rate required still only 6.5 runs and over, so well within the realm of possibility.
Anything under 7 is that's clipped again. That's out.
Oh, no.
Huge wicket. Rigby's gone for Zachary in the dying stages with just over 10 overs left.
Wow.
The massive wicket of Jason Rigby, and is that the game, John Anning?
Well, so much for John Anning's prediction, that's for sure. I really have put the mockers on poor old Jason Rigby.
I'd probably need to bugger off, mate, with those sort of predictions. But yeah, that's a limp dismissal from Jason Rigby as he tried to work it north maybe of the fielder at straight mid-wicket, and in the end he's flicked it straight to him with no power. And if he had have gone with a little bit more energy, he would have easily got it over Webb's head and it would have gone away for 4. Rigby walks off the ground, and a very disappointed New Norfolk captain leaving the field shy of a half century. Top scorer of the match so far. Jason Rigby out for Zachary with the wicket.
He'll be really upset here, Jason Rigby, but that's done now. He's going to have to forget about that, and the batsmen in the middle are going to have to really decide about whether they play a little bit more cavalier here and try and get the job done quickly, or whether they do try and eke it out to the very last ball, and really grind out a win here.
Well, I suppose, as I say, you don't want to get bowled out, do you, with 5 overs to spare in a grand final, but you also likewise want to be in it. You want to have a chance to win it. It was a nothing delivery, and it was just a clip that he's just misjudged. He's trying to obviously hit that a little harder and maybe trying to hit it over the top, but he won a couple of balls exactly the same spot, and it was kind of loopy like that too, and it was just probably 10 metres to the left of Webb, but that one went straight to Webb and a wicket.
He won't be rushing back to Duff TV to watch the replay of that one, I guarantee you that.
Not unless they manage to get a victory. Zackley was streaming in then, but no one was ready. Zackley, ball left in his 8th over. Nichols works it fine and gets off the mark. Thanks to you, John Eddings. You've been fantastic. You'll hang around, obviously.
It's a pleasure, I will do.
We might have to take some selfie photos later on for your fans. And we'll welcome Chris Hobson back into the commentary box.
Thanks, Pete.
How good is this, Peachy?
Well, 7 down. They didn't need that wicket, did they?
Definitely not. Like, it did need to play the shot, but he's been playing that all game, so fair play to him. He's got a while of it. But Cody needs to bring it home now, or else they've got no hope.
Yeah, I mean, Cody's capable, but I'm not sure about Jeremy, and obviously Josh might come in at 10. He's got an injury dry, probably the lesser of the group to come. Yeah, the question is, where do they get 60 runs and just better than 60, better than a run a ball?
Look at Nichols' stance here.
Yeah. What's he do with his... That's probably a wide. No, it's not. Yeah, it's a wide stance, if anything, other than the fact that that front foot is splayed out towards mid-wicket. It's more the fact that his trigger movement to get him in line with the ball is so late. I mean, how do you hit the ball through the offside? How do you access the offside with that?
I don't think you can. He's probably middle and leg, back foot.
And now it actually comes. His front foot actually moves into position as the bowler's actually delivering the ball, which is a fraction unusual. His actual stance isn't, out of all the players that have ever played cricket, there's a few that are like that, but most players are moving into position a fraction quick, and they use it as a way of just stimulating their legs and body and whatever.
Don't get me wrong,
curious.
That shot there was very nice and balanced too.
Yeah, impact's fine. But they don't need more than 3 or 4 dot balls, and suddenly this will balloon out to 7 and over, 8 and over, and the hitters are...
game over.
Yeah, I mean, the hitters are nearly gone.
I think I was Brody White here. I just be bowling wide of that white mark, which...
Yeah, it's a good little aimer, isn't it? Because you know
you can't get to the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good call. If you can aim it out towards that little white line there, just on the off stump of Nichols, his ability to hit it.
Dot, 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 dot.
So with Rigby in, they were still a chance, but now percentage
0
chance.
I'm calling it 0.
Okay, well, John Anning only 5 minutes ago said New Norfolk would win. John Anning stepped out of the commentary box. Now you come in and you say that 100% chance of not winning.
They can't win, not now. I'm with the wet on the guys on the hill in the wet area. New Norfolk cannot win now. No, it's just either taking up the time, guys.
Well, there you go. Can access the offside. That was knocked around straight to the fielder, but a single.
He's like Cody needs is going to play out of his skin. He can do, don't get me wrong. He can hit the ball really hard, as I've been told by one of the guys from Norfolk up there. Quick singles, so get to him again. He used to live next door to Cody, and their fence had no palings left because he was hitting the ball so hard there, and you'd think they'd use for firewood, but apparently he was hitting it with the ball.
Well, he's got a good technique.
He's going to have to do it now.
Yeah, well, his ability to hit the ball over the infield is what's going to be required.
It's now or never. And one more wicket. You're going extended 8, it's still like 66 off about 9 overs.
Well, that's going to help. Free hit, 4 runs.
Now they've finally got to put one of these free hits away.
This is the 4th, isn't it?
Yep. But if you say if they've had, say, worst case scenario, say a 3 or a 4 off the free hits, there's 12 runs.
Yeah, good call.
You're down under a run of ball now.
That's a pretty average delivery from White. He hasn't bowled many bad deliveries, but the thing about Needs, he put it away. Those ones outside offer, he could have easily hit that straight to the point fielder. So good job from Needs to find the rope or find the line. He's now got a chance to, I think he's looking for mid-wicket. There's a little bit of a breeze which has just picked up to it. I just feel it might be blowing it towards the Eady Street.
If he bangs a 4 or a 6 out of this could get him going, and that 0% might go up to about 2%.
Ouch. Well, he's hitting in the right spot, and it was a back of the length delivery from wide.
Ball was
Gutsy
there
from him, and it was in the zone to hit the over ends. There's the free hit. And sometimes that back of a length, we see a lot of the T20 bowlers higher up bowl that style, bang it into the pitch. And that's exactly the delivery that White bowled. So we've got 9 overs left. 6.8 is the run rate that's required. Boundaries are needed.
Yeah, I'm going to call it either Wellington's going to bowl New Norfolk out. Would you like to see him go down, New Norfolk go down with a fight? Or they're going to fall around about 35 runs short. Maybe they should win the margin tickets. I missed out earlier on with the team first innings score.
I did see some different betting options, or were they betting options? I'm not sure what they were through the Facebook page. Exactly into his 9th over and a single off an inside edge.
Has come back well. After the first couple of overs when the two openers had a crack at him, he's come back extremely well.
Yeah, and he's really worked his way into the second spell too, because he got that early wicket coming back in, and he had Rigby, who was looking down the barrel of trying to smack him, and he's come for a third spell, and he's been particularly good in his third. He's into his second over his third. He's Wellington needs the left-hander on strike, and there's a bit of cover on the offside on the fence, so he's probably going to bowl fairly full, which he's done most of the day. Long off going back, long ons, what's that, pretty much on the fence as well. So full and straight here, imagine, for Zackley to the left-hander. That gets through. That might run away. No, good fielding.
At least Nova's got a good field going. He's got his 5 out now.
Yeah.
And they're all out, so he's just protecting boundaries.
No, and it literally, a run a ball won't get him there.
Singles win it.
And they're not, I don't think they're capable of run a ball at this stage. So it's going to have to be boundaries, or at least one boundary and over. And I think they need to get in front of the run rate in the next couple. Take a risk. Win the game now for New Norfolk.
Mate Nichols, swing hard, son. Just have a crack. Oh.
It's nearly a wide, is it? No.
Just give it one over the shoulder. Probably it's hard to play a short ball with that stance too, one that's coming right at you. So
yeah, he's kind of nearly in the position to play a back foot shot in a way, but he's actually can't get back. He actually can't get his back foot back.
It's like his front foot in mid-air, it moves across with the ball.
Well, one thing he's done, he's actually been able to manage to score a few singles. I know he's only 4 off 8, but this has been the battle.
Like to say, while they're out there, there's still hope. Slim to none, but there's still hope. You know, I'd like to see them make me eat my words, but I can't see it happening today. They've been a great team for the last few years. They're amazing guys, each one of them. So.
It's getting a little tired, maybe. Zackley's bowled a little bit of a mixture of this, but they haven't taken full advantage of it yet. Gets one off the thigh guard or off the leg guard. Rowlands, just trying to see if Rowlands is over there.
Yeah, he's padded up, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's got his gear on.
He said he's fine, he could run the 100-metre sprint, but couldn't back up for the semi-final or the final. So. Sure, he got one last effort in him.
Well, he got one single in him, does he? Is that it?
It's about
one quick single and then he's done. That's a good shot. Down the ground.
Oh, well slid, Ash.
Burgess is on the ground about...
We've got to make sure we put that in the highlight package.
2 or 3 seconds before the ball got to him. And it took a while to get off the ground as well.
Can we use that for a meme?
It can't be too cruel. He's had a good day, Burgess. He bowled some important overs, hit some important runs in the end. His little innings at the end could actually make the difference.
Especially the way him and Kobe Phillips batted towards the end there. Like they were talking up there in the wet area, the way Kobe's bowled and how he batted. And he could be a strong contender for man of the match.
Yeah, it's hard to look
get
past.
over. 4 for 33 off 10 overs. So that's amazing.
Hard to look
30
past
or 40
him,
runs as well. So.
I keep calling him young. He's in his mid-20s now, but he's hard to go past 10 overs. 2 maidens, 4 for 33. What a stunning storyline from Kobe Phillips, along with some runs. Didn't hit a lot of boundaries, but he certainly made it difficult. Didn't face many dot balls. Ran extremely well. He's always fabulous in the field. And currently, he's out at the deep point fence.
And with 8 overs to go, New Norfolk need 56 runs. So now is the time to have a crack at, I think it's Brodie White from this commentary side end. Nichols has just got to have a crack now. Just throw caution to the wind. Go down swinging. Or we can just leave it.
Well, Needs is going, that's a wide, but that wasn't a wide. We've seen a number of balls delivered out past the white line, and it's not been a wide so far.
As you can still see, you see that mark on the pitch there, and it's gone in between
Yep.
the white line that shouldn't
and
be
the other
there,
bit of chalk line that is
and
there.
it's perfect. So, and it's near hard for him to actually get across there with the way he has to stand. So maybe Cody needs to go down to Nichols and say, mate, just take your back foot on leg stump, move across, and then if you get hit, so be it. But it gives you more of an opportunity to open up the whole ground to score.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's okay. I mean, you talked about hit and run a little bit to the fielders. They haven't done that at all till now. And full credit to Nichols. He's come in and he's got things moving just by hitting and running, trying to get Needs on strike, and it's down to Needs now to find the fence. Let's see what he can do. 4.3 is the current run rate for New Norfolk. They're 182 for 7. 137 is their target. Over a runner ball now is Needs.
Got to get at least one boundary this over.
Yeah, just trying to think. Offside for me feels where he wants to hit, and they're actually covering that with 3 fielders on the offside, so he's going to maybe try and go down the ground or maybe over mid-off. If he does get outside off stump, or does he take a risk and try and go to leg? Well, that's okay. He's found the offside, but he's found the fielder likewise. But yeah, it looks like Needs is predominantly an offside player.
And Wellington would be happy with that. Easy singles.
Been a good day, though, Hobbo. Great crowd, sensational weather, great venue for an SCA final right in the heart of Glenorchy.
Sure, everyone's enjoyed themselves. It's been a great standard of cricket.
Yeah, and
both teams.
And it's still up for grabs, even though it's becoming harder for the Red Caps to win it. They've still got a chance, and it's great to see coming the last 10 overs that either side's still a legitimate chance of winning the game. But yeah, big year again for the SCA. They've had to navigate the COVID challenges. And now a lot of these people are like, maybe into footy season next week.
It's going to be good, isn't it? It's good to watch a bit of AFL in the back end of the cricket season. Makes a bit of difference. Friday night you've got something to do, apart from going to the pub and have a few beers.
That's a nice shot. Is that going to get through? No, there's a fielder out
Got the
there.
Sweeper out there. I like how they got these protection everywhere.
I think this is, I mean, if you look at this field at the moment, it's, unless you take a risk and really take on the short boundaries, then you're probably going to find that fielder. So it's a challenge, but look, they've got to accept the challenge he needs and see if he can find, well, he needs to maybe go over the line.
He's got to go over the line of long on and long off. There's no fielders back here, and it's clear.
Yeah, keep your head still and swing.
That's what he's got to do.
Well, that was the one to hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But he's just content.
Maybe he's looking like the last 5 overs.
Yeah, this could be right. I mean,
have a crack.
Maybe he's thinking that, yeah, 5 overs to go, 10 and over, I'm capable of doing that. Wickets in hand, 7 down. The wicket of Rigby was so big, he clipped it straight to Webb at short mid wicket off the bowling of Fazakli a few overs ago. It was a heartbreaking Jason Rigby's. I think he knows when he walked off the ground that's going to make it a lot harder for his team to gain this victory.
Yeah, crucial times, moments to be taken. Wellington took it. Norfolk given the opportunity, and then we're going to say, well, it was a lob sort of catch, so you would not expect them to drop that.
So Downton still got some overs left. I haven't seen him yet. He's probably going to come on after, well, I assume he's going to come on after maybe the next over. It would seem strange that Downton wouldn't bowl out.
I think the way they're going, like Brodie White's bowling really well.
No, I don't disagree with that. There's a
keep him going. Downs is probably just more than happy. Cooled down, don't need to come back.
Yeah, White's got 3 overs left. Burgess has got 5 overs left. So, I mean, but either of those you'd feel to be more than capable of bowling the lower overs. But a couple of boundaries, you never know. Maybe that extra bit of pace from Downton might help both these batters.
Yeah, it's getting very, very difficult with every dot ball that happens now. It's just making it even harder. Just losing his shape there a bit, Cody. He's probably just take a breath, step back, assess it, where he can hit, and go for them strengths that he's got.
Oh, he maybe needs to think of those picket fences in his backyard at New Norfolk, because he gets a single there. yeah, put them in his mind and just pretend the fielders are the pickets, or maybe the gaps of the pickets.
It's like it's just petering out. It's like the sting's gone out of the game. I think it's going to take a few boundaries to get it all back up and going again.
Yeah.
Until then, it's just going to peter out to a Wellington victory, and they'll be back to where they think they should be at all the time.
It's been a good year for Wellington. They've certainly deserved to make it through the grand final first, to be favourites.
Yeah, played well. They recruited well this year with Fazakali coming in, promoting Brodie White, Luke Laycock, who's been around the club for quite a while, coming through the ranks and doing quite well this year. You got your old stages, Ben Beam's back, Goose McConnon, these sort of things. You know, the mixture of old and new. Plus you got your middle age with Kobe Phillips, Ash Burgess, these sort of guys. That sets it up for the future. They definitely know how to rebuild.
Yeah, my question though is a little bit around New Norfolk, Wellington and St Anne's have been the top three for about a decade. Who comes up underneath them? Claremont on a few occasions have kind of looked like it. Even St Aidan's have now and again working their way back. Old Beach have had their time. They're an ageing group. Who is the next side to challenge one of these top, certainly the top two, Wellington and Norfolk? Wow.
And there's an absolute peach.
Beautiful stuff from Fazakali. And disappointed Nichols will take his technique and toddle off the ground.
Probably as best we could actually say it there. But he had a crack. He tried to have a crack.
Yeah, it was a lot of work to do. A lot of work for Fazakali. And now, old-fashioned, they're swapping helmets. Not sure I want to do that. Is that even COVID safe? There you go.
Didn't even wipe it out. How good's that?
Stick that helmet on and don't worry about the sweat. And that was a beauty from Fazakali. So just going back to who's the next challenger.
Honestly, I can't see anyone stepping up.
Yeah, that's the challenge. The Knights are still a fair way back, and full credit to them. They've worked their way into the first grade comp. I mean, a Rokeby, can they get back on track again?
Talking to a couple of the guys there today, they've recruited well, they say, for next season, or they're trying to secure a couple of good recruits. But then you've got to bring themselves from second last. Like Knights finishing last now should be relegated.
Yep.
MacKillop College. The Belters should come up. Being second grade premierships.
Would they? How's the rules work? Because do they need a second grade and a first grade side, or is that rule not in any place anymore? Would they actually promote someone like MacKillop? They've only got 2 teams.
Should. You know, you earned the right to come up. Everyone wants to be playing first grade. Well, the club should be aiming to get first grade. One, it gives you more access to different sponsors. You're playing in the SCA's flagship competition. So why wouldn't you want to be there? They've recruited well to try and get to that stage. Now they're there, it'd be a bit rich to say, no, we don't want to go up. We want to stay in second grade, where we know Knights want to stay up.
Yep.
As we were talking earlier, if you want to stay up, you've got to recruit. You can't just keep doing your same blokes week
well,
in,
you
week
can't
out.
unless you've got youngsters. Like Old Beach have got youngsters around their club. So you can imagine they're never going to drop too far away, and they've always got a chance to rebuild. But I suppose the question is, where do some of these other clubs, even St Aidan's, how do they? I mean, they finished 4th this year. Can they move their way up the ladder again?
Well, they're the perfect example. They recruited well. Like they went back for reasons that conjecture for some people, but they've built their way back through 3rd grade to 2nd grade and back to 1st grade, and they've recruited well to make sure these players are staying there. Whether they can keep them for next season, who knows?
Well, here we go. We'll just jump on. It's Downton coming back at the attack. Sorry to cut you off, Hobbo. So it is Downton to maybe finish things off here like he would love to do. He's got needs on strike.
Oh, that's
wow.
a good shot.
Here's a fielder out there. Webb's out there. He'll cut it off.
Kobe Phillips.
In fact, sorry, it is Phillips. That was a nice shot. Was that right off the beat of the bat?
Timed it well. Yeah, the thing is, they got Snowden's very well led, off field as well. So they've got the structures in place now. So you expect them players to stay there. St Anne's, I don't know much about them with the recruits they have, with their relationship with the Indian community as well. They seem to be having that mix there.
Yeah, they've got some good connection to the Southeast Asian community, no doubt, has helped them out.
I suppose like Old Beach have to recruit a few more players as well to get to the standard of these guys. Same as, who else was in the finals?
Claremont.
Now, I thought they actually recruited pretty well over the last couple of years, but haven't got the job done. So they have to go back to the drawing board and work out what we actually need. Do we have to change some structures? And then start again. But Sometimes you just got to fall on your sword and think, this didn't work, let's do it a different way. Have a good crack and work out how we can move forward for this next season. Season 22-23.
Leicester facing his first ball and gets a single with Doubt going round the wicket. Yeah, so the dominance of these two teams, particularly Longus and Anns, who have been the 3 to beat over the last decade nearly, with old Beach jumping up now and again.
The thing is with New Norfolk, they're all young blokes and that. They've all come through together. Like, they've recruited well, but they've recruited for who they need at a certain position. They worked out last year they needed an opening bowler and something of bat, so they got Briscoe. So they went out and targeted him. They worked out to get the club a bit more professional. They've got Rigby in and Wishart, these sort of guys, in Bowden, and they've just stayed. So as Rigby said, they've been there for 5 years.
Yep.
So that's a good investment.
Yeah, they're all
club.
From Premier League players, and good Premier League players too.
I guess the juniors around, they see them there week in, week out at training. I think I want to be like these guys. So then the next wave of cricketers coming through. I know they had some success in the juniors this year, New Norfolk. They're the next ones coming through. They're going to be the ones in the next couple of years following these guys. They'll come through the ranks, through the grades, and New Norfolk have a good pathway. Same as Wellington. Now, I know Wellington, their lower grades, well, probably the 3rd grade hasn't gone too well, but they've won 7th grade premiership. Sort of guys a bit long in the tooth, but they're still around the club. They're not leaving the club. That's what you want. You want these guys that can still play, staying around the clubs. That's what builds the camaraderie, the culture of a club. Keep that there. It's going to be hard to dismiss down the track.
Yeah, we're just working towards the end. They've never really got their run rate much above 4.2 in these last 15 overs, which has kept them in the game. However, with 5 overs left, or 5 overs delivery, it hasn't been enough to keep them going, and the intent's probably not there at the moment as Leicester defends, thinking that Needs is the one that needs to do it. That's a good over from Doughton. He's bowled 6. He has yet to get a wicket.
Very petering out this game, isn't it?
There's our scorecard. So Cody Needs has been in for around half an hour. The Jason Rigby wicket, as we mentioned, was such a big wicket.
So if Cody has a crack this, because it was a change of bowler, Ashburn just come back on. If Cody has a good crack this over, and they can get, say, 15 off the over, they're back into it. Even 10's not enough at the moment. Because I don't think they continually get 10 and over for 5 overs.
So 237 is still the target for New Norfolk. It hasn't changed. So those last... Well, they didn't really accelerate out of the block at the end. Wellington, they probably were in the end only 10 or so shy of what we thought they might have got. It was a good finish from the Norfolk bowlers, but they've just ground them down. The middle overs from Kobe Phillips was a key. He also picked up 4 wickets. Nash Burgess's runs and now some handy overs from him has contributed. All the Wellington players have played their role exceptionally well, and Cody needs to try something late with 5 overs left and a lot of runs still to get. That's going to help. A boundary, is it? No, not quite. Just going to stay. Didn't quite get that one out of the middle of the bat, and a couple to Needs.
Do like the intent though. Go down swinging. Well, it is a bit hard to hit boundaries when you have got all 5 fielders out there.
Yeah, he's offside. There's 3 on the off for Needs.
And everyone on the ring is actually on the ring. So
yeah, just 2 inside the circle for him.
Shot.
That's better. There's a fielder coming in, and he's just caught it. Fabulous catch.
It's game, set, and match. With 1 wicket to go, Josh Rowlands to come out, but I don't think the 2 bowlers are actually going to get this over the line.
Well, it was a good shot from Needs. He was looking for the rope, the fence, the line, trying to get an extra couple of metres, and he was unable to get it.
The ball before that fielder was around 20 metres towards the hillside. It was only that Nathan Muir actually moved him around then, or else it would have been clear. Probably would have been 6.
Super catch. Had to travel a long distance to the right. Sun in his eyes.
Good catch, Goose. He'll be loving that.
McConnell. Yeah, he has enjoyed
Got
it.
the aeroplane going.
He has enjoyed it.
This is when you really do start to enjoy it. As a team, you be out there with all your mates. If you're going to win a premiership, it's when you're in field. You can all experience it together. One more wicket, and Wellington 21-22 premiers, and heartbreak for New Norfolk.
So 44 of 28 with the last two pair in Rollins and Lester. Rollins with a hamstring injury. Wonderful catch from McConnell, going around to his right and getting it with the sun beaming into his eyes. Burgess gets his first wicket in his 6th over.
Oh, Brendan Muir running past.
A few keen Wellington supporters just wandering past the van. Oh, Rollins can throw his bat a bit here, Rollins, but we're into the dying stages. It's been a terrific day. A couple of thank yous to the SCA, to Martin Duffy coming down from the hill in Mount Nelson. John Anning, wonderful to hear his contribution again and all the stats gathering. Jarro Martindale, the best pots and pans man going around.
Absolutely amazing, Jerry. Great job again.
Chris Hobson.
Couldn't do it without you.
Chris Hobson, thanks for all your effort. I've been looking forward to this game. We've still got a bit of work left to do, but Lester and Rollins, the last couple left for New Norfolk, is the Wellington supporters and fans and ex-players and legends of the club are all just getting around in front of their club rooms. That's a decent shot, and that's going for 6. A monster.
He can not only take 40-odd wickets, he can bang sixes. That was amazing.
It's gone into that. I think it's gone into that car there, has it? Yeah. You'd be unlucky if you get your car hit late.
If you put your hand out, you could have caught that.
Well, to see this, that's a
clean shot.
Fab strike. What a beauty. Smacked it straight into that large rock and under the car.
He's batting way down the order where he should be.
A couple more of those, and it makes it interesting again, just to at least get the score over 200.
I'll have to change my prediction again. Oh,
that's wide too.
In between stumps and feet.
So a single.
How it did not hit the stumps there, I don't know.
Yeah, unlucky bird. She was trying to get another wicket.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not a bad sort of stop there by Mitch.
That was racing away, wasn't it? There was a player backward. That would have been 4 byes. But the thing was, there's a single. So with 4 overs left, it actually brings Lester, who looks the most likely, Rollins with the injury.
Yeah, there won't be many quick singles out there today.
Well, they don't need any singles, really. They're just a few
4s and 6s.
A few more bashes from Lester, and maybe they're just the jangly nerves of Wellington and Muir as he's getting his field set as point goes a little wider. Straight down the ground's the option, isn't it, Hobbo?
If he can hit a couple of 6s for the first couple of balls.
Well, I mean, the light tower's on here too. If you go square of the wicket, Downton will bowl outside off and he'll bowl back of a length.
He's experienced down, so we're getting through the jaw. Pace off.
Yeah, well, let's see what Rollins can do. The left-hander down the ground is very hard to hit someone like Andrew Downton down the ground. He'll cut the ball, he'll run his fingers down the seam. Might even just split the fingers and bowl one with a little bit less pace. As we see a shot of the field as the 2 players deep on the offside and 3 inside the ring, is still trying to get his field right here, Downton. 3 on the leg. Last stages of the SCA Grand Final. Probably should have been swatted, but single's okay.
Take that to get Lester back on strike.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying watching Lester at the moment. I want to see another big 6. See if we can hit the Origin Energy marquee over there in the old wet area. Straight over mid-wicket.
Oh, that's good bowling from Downton.
He won't want to get it for a 6 neither.
I'll have another one for you, mate.
A few dejected faces there from the New Norfolk boys.
Yeah, let's see. They've got a bit of life back in them. That's all right. That's cracked away, but there's a sweeper there. That was nicely timed by Leicester.
Is the ball nice and sweet, Jai?
Just wondering if there was a... It's hard. I mean, we sort of said about the Wellington innings. Was there capacity from the bowlers to wax, or their lower order to whack boundaries, and it was just difficult. Downton's bowling well at the moment, but just 5 overs ago, should they have had a go a little earlier?
Maybe they should have.
And maybe, as you said, get bowled out with a couple overs to go, at least having a crack. And that's going down leg, a long way down leg, and nearly on his bike then, Rowlands. He's often, well, I was going to say often running, but he's often limping.
Yeah, I think Kobe Phillips was the difference in the game. When he came on early and then sort of came back again after that for a second spell, they just couldn't get him away. Apart from the bad balls he bowled.
Tell you what, sorry to go back, there should have been a run there. Leicester was just standing. I don't know what Leicester was doing.
But they're all on the circle.
The ball only just went 5 metres off. Well, that's a handy nick, but it's probably only going to be 1 run. He's got a well set field here. Understanding of the ground makes a difference, doesn't it? There is a little bit about that.
And he kept trying to move that fella around there a couple of balls ago, so he knew what he was trying to do.
So good over from Downton. It didn't cost them too much in the end. No boundary off it.
That's what I think you do. A lot of teams. The difference between these teams and other teams are the bowler's just coming on, just going to keep bowling. I don't care where I'm going to put it, as long as I don't know the angles of where the ball's going to go. If a batsman hits a certain angle, you've got to move your fielders. If you're going to bowl a certain way, you don't need to talk to your captain. Like Mitch is the keeper. Down's going to go to him every ball and say, I want to move this guy because I'm going to bowl this ball. You've got to know that, and trust your skill. If you can execute it, you look like a legend. If you don't, leave the movement to the captain, I think.
In the air, over the top. It'll squirt out for at least 2. Brilliant fielding. Kobe Phillips on the fence. And a Ginger Rowlands. That's not his other name, Ginger Rowlands. He is generally Ginger with a sore hamstring.
So if Kobe wasn't BAG, that's probably that effort is solidified.
Well, he saved 2 runs. There's no other fielder on the ground that was going to get to that. Now they're going to cover that.
Well, Ben Beams might have got to it.
Yeah, well,
You never know.
Beamer's going out there now. He's been involved in the field, bowled some good overs. Well, that's handy.
It's always runs there.
There's going to be another 2.
Run out.
Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing? It's probably the right move. Get Leicester on strike.
He wouldn't have got back.
Yeah, no, I think Leicester knew that too. Although Rowlands was thinking, I've got a sore hamstring, I can make that. But you weren't going to make it. All right, boundary time. That's all that can happen now. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. And mid-wicket.
He's looking there. He wants to try and hit that card this time.
I don't think he's comfortable with the mid-wicket shot. I don't think it's his shot, but he's going to have to. He's going to have to do something he's not comfortable with. And he hits it straight to the fielder. He might pick up at least 1. And a good finish here from Burgess because he's had to come in. Yes, he's bowling towards the tail, but Leicester's looking to try and at least get this little close with an over to go. 20 runs off the last over, you never know. That's not the shot. That's just not the shot. There's a third man there as well. It's not necessarily going to get you 4.
Although I don't think Downton would be able to get around to that one. The old blokes here just in front of us would have been throwing that ball back. Here he's putting up. We've got enough runs on the board. They can have 4 runs.
29 is the target of runs. And that's a clever ball from Burgess.
Dotting up.
1-6 just kept us interested just for a fraction longer.
You're going to need another 3 sixes at least, maybe a boundary out of the next 12 balls or 13 balls.
One over to go here in the grand final.
2 overs.
Sorry, beg your pudding. 2 overs to go.
Been a long day. We can be forgiven, Peach.
48 on the screen. 208 for 9 in Norfolk. Burgess might even bowl out of that top end. Downton to bowl the second last over of the game. There's some keen Wellington supporters. Not there, but over to the left, just standing behind the New Norfolk players.
Giving them a little bit.
Giving a little bit of stick to them.
I mean, maybe it's a lot to... They're maybe giving it more to Andrew Downton, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I feel like the language is actually directed at their own teammates.
Cult hero here, so they'll be loving it. If he gets a wicket here, they'll erupt down there. Every chance in these 6 balls, you want a wicket.
Well, he's reduced his run up by a couple of steps to finish it off. Another play and miss. Maybe the dab shot's not on. That's not working at the moment. Maybe they really need to launch.
Hit power. Actually, so there's still no long on or long off. Get over the top. And we've seen his power from that shot over mid-wicket. He can do it.
Yeah, just get it towards that short boundary up the hill. It's clever from Downton. Oh, they're going to take a single. Two great mates there, enjoying the end of this. Waited a while for another grand final victory.
As you know, you're on the field now. There's overs to go, but you're a premiership player again. They'd be loving us.
Oh, jam that one out.
That was a
Only
good
just.
ball.
Well done from Rowlands.
Nine balls to go. What can end up? Well, my prediction of 35 runs short has gone out the window now.
Yeah, well, no one's got even close to any prediction, luckily. That's
a good shot.
Nicely timed, and that'll run away for 4. A glimmer. Very light one with a battery that's fading.
He's pushing for a promotion up the order next season.
Well, he's played 2 good shots. There's been that waft over the leg side and now a drive through extra cover. That was a splendid shot.
I know hindsight's a magical thing, but he come in probably 10 or 15 overs ago.
He's got down the ground again. If that had got through, that would have been an interesting last over. As I said, if somehow get it down to 20 with an over to go, there's a very minor chance. Very minor. They need to hit another boundary. Got to get it under 20. And there's some hope for New Norfolk. That would have been a boundary if they had got past Webb. His left-hand side.
Oh,
that's a good shot. Probably
Gets
only
him on
one
strike.
though, and it keeps him on strike. 22 off the last over. Mathematically possible, although probably unlikely. It should be a Wellington Warriors victory. Downton finishes his work 8 overs for 39 runs. He did enough. He's not happy with himself. He probably wanted that last wicket, I reckon, Hobbo.
I reckon he did too. That said, none for 30 off 8 overs. He had a hit as well, done all right. Then he walks off with a medallion around his neck. He's going to love that. Drink for 3 days. He's going to enjoy that. A couple of days off work as well.
Where's the sponsor for Warriors, the drinking sponsor? Is there a venue
I'm
close
not
by?
sure. I hear they're heading to the Talbot at one stage.
Good
Where
pub,
that might
the
be
Talbot.
Monday.
Yep.
Or it might be tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow.
I know they'll probably have a fun day here as well. Like
Yep.
most clubs like to have that family fun day on a Sunday so they can involve all the families of the players and members. Just say, thank you for the year. You've sacrificed so much for us guys and girls to play cricket. So come down and have some fun. A lot of clubs do that. That's why it's good to have grand finals on a Saturday. You don't want them on Sundays. Like, it just takes that day away. Like, when you're playing grand finals, that's the thing you want to do.
In the air, tapped over for 6.
Oh,
tapped over for 6. Holy trousers! 16 to win. No, it's a 4. Tapped over for 4. Wow, disappointing. 18
Would
to
have been
win.
better if it was 6.
Must have just been shy.
There's your old mate Laycock again.
Involved in the action. He's picked it up a treat. That is a 4. Just a 4. Still, Burgess, pressure now on him. That's through the gap. They should get, well, they can't get 2 with Rowlands' injury. Good follow from Burgess because he doesn't want to give anything on the leg side. A little nick through the gully here or through the slips for 4. 17 off 4.
For any chance, Leicester has to be on strike after this ball.
Wow, the tap for 4. He could have caught it. He's been involved in a lot of close catches, taken one simple catch, Laycock. There it is! Nick, there's a fielder out there. Downton, they probably just take the 1. For a second, I thought that was going a little quicker, but Doughton was well placed. They're trying to hurry these last couple of balls left, just get them done. Leicester on strike, the leg side danger. A 6 here.
Makes it very interesting.
Makes it more than interesting. It suddenly makes everyone's predictions way off. And suddenly John Anning becomes a legend again.
Oh,
he's gone. It's in the gap. There should be at least 2. They'll have to run 2. They have to come back for the second to have any chance. Great work to Rowlands with an injury. And he will be sore tomorrow.
He needs 2 sixes of 2 balls.
Well, he can do it. He's come to the last 2 balls.
If there's a 6 of this ball, everyone in this crowd is just going to go up. Whether you're a Norfolk supporter or a Wellington supporter, everyone's going to be on the edge of this seat.
Burgess is looking to suck in the last couple of puffs before he strides into Leicester. Needs a 6. Well, that's nearly a wide. He's hit it for 4. Or is it? Gee, that... Not enough. Warriors have done it, providing there's no ball to end. It's come down much closer than we thought would happen. And in the end, it's very close finish.
It has turned out very well, hasn't it?
8 off 1, mathematically possible with an extra. Don't bowl a wide, and that, tell you what, that was what. The thing to do now is not swing. The thing to do now is to move around the crease and hopefully bowls a wide. Great effort, the Warriors.
Good premise for 21, 22.
They have worked hard, New Norfolk, but Wellington Warriors have done it. They've finally managed to win a premiership after several years of heartache for them.
They will party long and hard into the night, into tomorrow, and have a mad Monday on Monday.
Congratulations to the Wellington Cricket Club and also to New Norfolk for making the grand final. It's been, in the end, a topsy-turvy game which came down to the last 2 deliveries. And I think with around about 7 overs to go, we thought it was complete for the Warriors and they were going to get this victory very comfortably. But Leicester at the end provided some excitement, smacked some boundaries, nearly found a 6. There was drop catches, there was balls over the fingertips of the fielders. Everywhere the ball was in the air, it seemed like Laycock was near it. But Wellington have done it. Kobe Phillips has 4 wickets and enough runs from their middle and top order. They've got the victory, and there's Ben Beams. He'll be very happy. That might be his last game for SCA cricket. But Hobbo, your thoughts in a snapshot, and once again, thank you for your efforts in today's commentary.
What a great game. I didn't think Wellington had enough runs on the board, but the way New Norfolk bowled and came back well and restricted at the end, gave us a good 236, I think Wellington got. And then the way Wellington bowled, just amazing, outstanding. Kobe Phillips in the middle there, sort of got the win up. Put the pressure on the New Norfolk Red Caps batsmen, and Wellington get the spoils.
Top score, Jason Rigby with 45, and Leicester in the end, third top score under Wishart, but it was the wicket of Wishart. Kobe Phillips got those couple in the middle. He got Banks Smith as well. He also picked up Rice, who'd smacked a boundary. Such crucial wickets through that middle order. 4 wickets to him off his 10 overs, a magnificent performance, but good effort in the field. They were steady in their batting order, getting 236. Lots of contributions. Burgess runs at the end were, in the end, really handy, along with Kobe Phillips, and I reckon Chris Hobson. It's probably a Kobe Phillips medal for best of field in the grand final, you'd imagine.
Well, if it isn't, I'd like to know who they're giving it to. Because if whoever's awarding that medal, if you didn't see that effort from Kobe today, like played out of his skin, vice captain for the team, I give up.
There we go.
He's got it easy.
There's a summary of the score with Nathan Muir at the top with 43. His name's not on there after 50 overs. It went down to the last 2 deliveries and 7 runs needed. And in Norfolk couldn't quite make it. Looks like it will be Cody Phillips who, with runs at the end and with wickets and some brilliant fielding, it's been a wonderful day. Once again, thanks to Martin Duffy, who spent most of his time on the Clennett Hire scissor lift. Thanks to John Anning and Chris Hobson, and big thanks to Jero, G-Funk, Martin Deal. My name has been Peach Roberts. It's been Duff TV. We've got presentations coming up. Don't go away if you want to see them if you're a Wellington supporter. And it's cricket season done again, 2021-22. Goodbye for now. Decade in SCA cricket. doubt one of the dominant players. That's driven away for 4.
Great shot there by Booth. Just over pitch by Down, not using the facilities. He had a great Mad Monday and recently here to the Wellington guys in 7th grade last week.
In the air!
Oh, great shot.
Wow.
That one will get to the boundary this time. A bit more power behind that one.
Only just.
Oh, it's trickled up the hill.
It did slow down as it travelled up the hill.
Very dangerous. You see Downs just outside that, and if he gets the one that sort of comes in a bit, it'll start from the 4th stump line and come in.
That's a good shot. Just a tiny bit short, and it ricochets off the fence.
Seems to be just focusing on that across the batsman.
Yeah, I reckon he just pushed that a fraction further across. Might be one of those ones where that needs to be a little bit moved through the air. Exactly. That's
a good
lovely.
shot.
What a shot.
The sound of that bat was amazing. That's a good piece of willow. Old Harry's got there. I wonder if that's one of Jamie Hills's areas very quiet. They may be enjoying too many frothies. Or maybe there's the next race. We don't know.
Yeah. There's a fuller ball. And it results in 4. Well, that didn't swing. Obviously, it's not going to. He's going to. I reckon he tried to push that one in too badly through there, but he's looking for the short outside off delivery. Oh, there's one that's zipped off the wicket and also got the better length
to cover. So anything just short of a length, he's going to lean back.
Well, he's had a dip at that. That has got past the right hand of the cover and a boundary to both.
First one he's over pitched and he's got punished.
Couple here on the leg. Well, I don't know what's going on in the bowling end, but Booth was just standing in the middle of the wicket, and a throw from deep square nearly had him in trouble.
Circle, long off, long on, short mid wicket, and a deep, and there's a wicket gone straight to Kobe Phillips at mid wicket. That was a very ordinary shot there by Booth. I've done all the hard work and has let himself down with an absolute stinker of a shot. That ball should have been put into the main road and had a Ute coming down the other way, but it hasn't. It's fell straight in the hands of Kobe Phillips. And you know,
interesting few minutes leading, well, an interesting 20 minutes leading into the drinks break. Oh, he's nicked it. No, he hasn't.
What was that? What is Wishart doing? Does he think he's on 99 already?
Well, I thought
that's your first ball, champ.
I thought for a second that Wishart had nicked that.
Wow.
I thought. We're getting excited.
You are chasing 237, not 437. You don't do that first ball.
Hobbo's all over the shop in the on his seat at the moment too. He's swinging back and forth, but it was a big swing from Wishart. First ball. How's this? Anyway, back to the action. What a shot!
That is a great shot.
Well, he's repeated it. This ball was a fraction shorter and a fraction straighter, and Wishart showing some intent. There's that delivery from White. He stood right in the 2nd foot mark, and that's resulted in an over-pitch delivery that's ended up going over the line for 4.
Really nice shot that. I think it's actually probably the quickest part of the ground, I think, that corner there.
I'm just going to be conservative for a little while and see what Wishart's going to do. Wishart rangs and climbs into one through the covers and quickly into the fence.
The problem with that line of length is that you've got a very, very small margin. Like their run rate is very, very good.
Let's see what White can do to navigate around these small divots. Oh, he's bowled! Well, he doesn't navigate around it, he navigates the ball into the stumps. And out of nowhere, Bowden has found another way to get out in the grand final. Gone for 22. In the air! Well, it's coming down towards us as a chase on. As who's going to get there first? The ball will get there just. A teaser. And you could just see the smile on the fielders' faces as they knew that Kobe Phillips, even he couldn't get to that
ball to do something.
Yep. Oh, that's a good ball, and that's an even better cricket shot.
That's nearly a shot of the day.
And that is glorious from Seb Wishart. I should say Wishart. I should say Wishart. I don't know why I said Banksmith. I look quickly down and the star was at the wrong side. It's Wishart on strike. And he cracks it through the off. I should say through the on. For a boundary right on the drinks break from a free hit. A messy end.
You know, they might try something, a slower ball in it, but the line's still there, like a French cut there. You know, you can't do nothing about it. You can't set it. Yeah, they're very, very warm. That's for sure.
That's a good shot. And a boundary.
Does play the hook shot very well, said Wisher.
He's been waiting half an hour for the next one.
That's what happens when you build yourself a hole.
Thomas takes the catch. And a surprise, I think he's surprised he even caught that. The sun would have actually been coming down towards his eyes as well.
I think that's Fazackley that took that.
Oh, it was Fazackley, was it? And Banks Smith's on his way.
As you said, it's all right to be very...
So Beams has got a style here. He's got a clear plan. He can't bowl too full. Or it's going to go. Happy days. And Rigby finds the fence.
Still a big, like he's virtually wide mid-on. So there's a lot of room there.
He's bowled his ball, and it's backward a square. A looster from Beans with his offies.
That should be a no ball as well. Yep, he's called it. Now, can they make some runs off this ball?
2 boundaries. Can't run rate at 4.2. That should be knocked around. Got a couple
That's a
here.
pretty good shot, that. That's going to get through the boundary. That is rocketed off the bat.
Well, there you go. I think they've got the field. Well, they got the field wrong for this type of bowling. I don't have a massive problem with.
Like I know when you're keeping that, you're a bowler. You never bowl on wides, but that was definitely wide.
That's in the air.
That's out.
No. No.
What a great effort by Lukey Laycock there at wide mid-on, going backwards with a flight.
He's in an awkward spot, Laycock too. He's been good in the field today. You see this on the replay. He's inside the circle. He got up.
Oh, he had it.
I actually thought he had it on the second attempt.
Nearly.
He just got a little tangled. Just a little tangled, Laycock. But it was a really good effort. He's the tallest.
Let's go to Wellington!
Paul Doran. No, it won't. It definitely won't. Man of the match. You ready, Duff? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the presentations of this year's 2022 KSCA Grand Final for Division 1. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're playing on today and the elders past, present and emerging. What a great grand final for 2022 to have a full 100 overs with 2 great clubs with great culture, with juniors coming through the whole lot. It's been fantastic to watch 2 great clubs battle it out in this year's grand final. Oh, good round of applause there as well, wasn't it? Of course, without umpires, we wouldn't be able to have this game. And thank you, Jerry. Without umpires, we wouldn't be able to have this game. So I'd like to thank Paul Doran and Caleb Berretry and provide them with a token. Wherever they've gone.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
You can have a 6 months.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a magnificent match that was really even throughout. but we can only give one Man of the Match award, and from the Wellington Cricket Club, that is Kobe Phillips.
Well done, buddy. Congratulations.
I'd like to call on Jason Rigby, the losing captain, to come and say a few words before he gets into that Great Northern.
Good game, well done. Thank you, obviously, to the league. A terrific season. Obviously, COVID and whatnot going on, so it's good to get the full quota of games in. All the sponsors, the umpies, thank you very much. Obviously, the guys recording it and whatnot. To Mitch and the boys, well done. Best team all year. A tight game, I think. Yeah, it was sort of got down to the wire. But no, absolutely well deserved. So enjoy the celebrations. To our guys, you know, we've had a bloody good run. You know, so you know we'll fire up and we'll come back next year and we'll have another crack at it. So thank you very much.
Good on you, mate. It would be remiss of us not to thank our sponsors, the Cricket Hub, Kookaburra. We're a good sports group, and we've also got KFC on line now as well with some sponsorship. So it's fantastic to have all of those sponsors. That doesn't mean you're getting KFC tonight, boys, but yeah. I'd like to call on the winning captain, Nathan Muir.
First off, I'd like to say thank you to the umpires. Without you guys, there's no game, so really well handled. The game, you know, was very close, got heated, so thank you so much for you guys. To Andrew Smith, obviously, you know, the way that the associations, you know, with COVID this year, you've handled it very well, so I thought, you know, massive hats off to you this year, so thank you for that. For Duff TV, really good to get exposure for our competition and filming it, so thank you for you guys. Well, mate, for Banger and for your guys, mate, and riggers, hold head high, mate. That was a fucking crack of a game. That's what finals about. You guys have been their pinnacle for the last 3 years. So, yeah, we're happy that we've got there now. So, but, mate, fantastic guy. Have a good night. Stay safe. To our guys, amazing, eh? That's cricket. We said at the start, you know, probably blow past score, but we fought out. We stayed Wellington way. We threw our body at it, and lads, and let's celebrate hard, eh? It's not just our club. It's a whole club here, the boys. So, let's celebrate hard tonight. Stay or go?
Stay. And just to note that the rating on this program's now gone from G to M. That's okay, mate. You get to now let us know a little bit about each brilliant player that played with you today.
I can do. We'll start with Lukey Laycock. Really feel well today, mate. So amazing job, mate. Got there. Thanks, Lukey. Come up here, mate. Yo! Small spike on the ground, Nathan Webb. Crowd favourite, Andrew Doughton. Yoo-hoo.
Love you, mate.
Cotton, Lyndon Bazzackley. Hey, amazing. Hey, awesome. Brody White. Brody. Hey, good. Thank you. The veteran, Benjamin Beams.
Thanks for the year, mate.
Ross Latham. Oh, sorry, Ross Thomas.
Cheers. Thanks, Demi.
Right. The Strange fella in that group, Goose McConnon. Oh, mate.
Thanks, Millie.
The big fella, Ashley Burgess. Big Red.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Smithy.
The big game player, Kobe Phillips. And our assistant coach, Lee Muir. Spade. 12th man. We got 2 left or 1 left?
I've got 2 left. One for you, one for him.
There you go.
There you go, cover. Well deserved. Yep. And I'll get Nathan to say one thing, and then we'll get the cup up.
I want someone to come up and grab this cup. I know how much it means to them, probably much as it means to me. So the Prez, you've been fighting this for a long time, mate, so come up here and celebrate me, mate. Come on, Prez. Hey? It's yours, eh? That it? Come on! Come on! Woo! Yes!
Give that before someone smacks.
I'd just like to also acknowledge the crowd that attended today. Thank you so much. It's been one of the biggest crowds we've had in a grand final. Hope to see you again next year.
One of the dominant teams in the last decade in SCA cricket. Down one of the dominant players. That's driven away for 4.
Great shot there by Booth. Just over pitch by Down, not using the facilities. He had a great Mad Monday and recently here to the Wellington guys in 7th grade last week.
In the air!
Oh, great shot.
Wow.
That one will get to the boundary this time. A bit more power behind that one.
Only just.
Oh, it's trickled up the hill.
It did slow down as it travelled up the hill.
Very dangerous. Actually, Down's just outside that, and if you get someone that sort of comes in a bit, it'll start from the 4th stump line and come in.
That's a good shot. Just a tiny bit short, and it ricochets off the fence.
Seems to be just focusing on that across the batsman.
Yeah, I reckon he just pushed that a fraction further across. Might be one of those ones where that needs to be a little bit moved through the air. Exactly. That's
a good
lovely.
shot.
What a shot.
The sound of that bat was amazing. That's a good piece of willow. Old Harry's got there. I wonder if that's one of Jamie Hill's. The area's very quiet. They may be enjoying too many frothies. Or maybe there's the next race. We don't know.
Yeah. There's a fuller ball. And the results in 4. Well, that didn't swing. Obviously, it's not going to. He's going to. I reckon he tried to push that one in too badly through there. But he's looking for the short outside off delivery. Oh, there's one that's zipped off the wicket and also got the better length.
To cover. So if he's just short of a length, he's going to lean back.
Well, he's had a dip at that. That has got past the right hand of the cover and a boundary to Bowden.
First one he's over pitched and he's got punished.
And a couple here on the leg. Well, I don't know what's going on in the bowling end, but Booth was just standing in the middle of the wicket, and a throw from deep square nearly had him in trouble.
Circle, long off, long on, short mid-wicket, and a deep. And there's a wicket gone! Straight to Kobe Phillips at mid-wicket. That was a very ordinary shot there by Booth. I've done all the hard work and has let himself down with an absolute stinker of a shot. That ball should have been put into the main road and hit a ute coming down the other way, but it hasn't. It's fell straight in the hands of Kobe Phillips. And you know,
interesting few minutes leading, well, an interesting 20 minutes leading into the drinks break. Oh, he's nicked it. No, he hasn't.
What was that? What is Wishart doing? Does he think he's on 99 already?
Well, I thought
that's your first ball, champ.
I thought for a second that Wishart had nicked that.
Wow.
I thought we're getting excited.
You are chasing 237, not 437. You don't do that first ball.
Hobbo's all over the shop in the on his seat at the moment too. He's swinging back and forth, but it was a big swing from Wishart. First ball. How's this? Anyway, back to the action. What a shot!
That is a great shot.
Well, he's repeated it. This ball was a fraction shorter and a fraction straighter, and Wishart showing some intent. There's that delivery from White. He stood right in the 2nd foot mark, and that's resulted in an over-pitch delivery. That's ended up going over the line for 4.
Really nice shot, that. I think it's actually probably the quickest part of the ground, I think, that corner there.
I'm just going to be conservative for a little while and see what Wishart's going to do. Wishart rangs and climbs into one through the covers. and quickly into the fence.
The problem with that line of length is that you've got a very, very small margin. Like their run rate is very, very good.
Let's see what White can do to navigate around these small divots. Oh, he's bowled! Well, he doesn't navigate around it, he navigates the ball into the stumps. And out of nowhere, Bowden has found another way to get out in the grand final. Gone for 22. In the air! Well, it's coming down towards us as a chase on. As who's going to get there first? The ball will get there just. A teaser. And you could just see the smile on the fielders' faces as they knew that Kobe Phillips, even he couldn't get to that
ball to do something.
Yep. Oh, that's a good ball. And that's an even better cricket shot.
That's nearly a shot of the day.
And that is glorious from Seb Wishart. I should say Wishart. I should say Wishart. I don't know why I said Banksmith. I look quickly down and the star was on the wrong side. It's Wishart on strike. And he cracks it through the off. I should say through the on. For a boundary right on the drinks break from a free hit. A messy end.
You know, they might try something, a slower ball in it, but the line's still there, like a French cut there. You know, you can't do nothing about it. You can't set it. Yeah, they're very, very warm. That's for sure.
That's a good shot. And a boundary.
Does play the hook shot very well, Seb Wishart.
He's been waiting half an hour for the next one.
That's what happens when you build yourself a hole.
Thomas takes the catch. And a surprise. I think he's surprised he even caught that. The sun would have actually been coming down towards his eyes as well.
I think that's Fazakli that took that.
Oh, it was Fazakli, was it? And Banks Smith's on his way.
As you said, it's all right to be very...
So Beams has got a style here. He's got a clear plan. He can't bowl too full. It's going to go. Happy days. And Rigby finds the fence.
Still a big, like he's virtually wide mid-on. So there's a lot of room there.
He's bowled his ball. That's backward a square. A looster from Beans with his offies.
That should be a no ball as well. Yep, he's called it. Now, can they make some runs off this ball?
2 boundaries. Can't run rate at 4.2. That should be knocked around. Got a couple
That's
here.
a pretty good shot, that. That's going to get through the boundary. That is rocketed off the bat.
Well, there you go. I think they've got the field. Well, they got the field wrong for this type of bowling. I don't have a massive problem with.
Like I know when you're keeping that, you're a bowler. You never bowl on wides, but that was definitely wide.
That's in the air.
That's out.
No. No.
What a great effort by Lukey Laycock there at wide mid-on, going backwards with the flight.
He's in an awkward spot, Laycock too. He's been good in the field today. You see this on the replay. He's inside the circle. He got up.
Oh, he had it.
I actually thought he had it on the second attempt.
Nearly.
He just got a little tangled. Just a little tangled, Laycock. But it was a really good effort. He's the tallest of chaps. He just got off the turf, got his right hand to it, and I thought he was going to get on the second bounce. Be like the wet weather catch in footy, the wet weather mark two-hander. Phillips nearly getting a wicket.
He's going to get it this time, though.
Gone.
There we go. Why would you bother doing that after that one? I don't know.
Well, he's pumped up, Laycock. Phillips has his second, and Wishart, he's lost his way.
Could that be the game? That's probably not the shot you'll be playing. Needs to be very, very sensible here. You just can't risk it at the moment. Oh,
6.
That's over.
Monster. Toodle pip.
Get an Uber for that one, people. Grab some pizzas on the way back, please. That's a massive hit.
Is she okay? I think she's okay. There it is. Down to the car park.
Oh, it's a great shot down the ground. Straight over the top of mid-off. 4 runs. That's what he needs to do. Pick up a boundary and a couple of ones every over. While he's there, I think Norfolk is still in the box seat. Oh, it's over.
That's out. No! Laycock misses it and it goes for 4. Laycock needs to grow about another 3 centimetres and he would have had 2 catches.
We need an Ash Burgess there or a Brodie White there. It'd be straight.
Because the trajectory is so flat, there's a lack of bounce, I think.
Yeah, so the inability to get top spin on the ball, which he's probably not getting. And it's obviously very difficult, this round-up action. It allows you to maybe come out, and even if you are, that's high! Miles in the air! Out!
Big wicket.
So Rice is gone, trying to launch another one out of the ground. Rigby stays intact.
Right there. He might just be a little bit more effective.
That's a nice clip. That's going to race away for 4. That's a tremendous shot. And the only open gate, and he's open, and the ball somehow finds its way out the gate under the only end of the ground. He's got a couple of overs left. That's out. That is out. What's he saying no for?
I dare say saying no because he felt it wasn't out, Peach, to be fair.
Did he hit it? No, I'm just wondering, did he hit it? That looked plump. Stage went 6 and over. It's been hard to score 6 and over, and that's going to help. And it's going to get away for 4 out of Webb's left hand. He couldn't reach it. And you're right, straightish was the shot. And 4's the result.
That's right.
Let's see what it's going to produce. A delivery which there's been a lot of, but that gets through and that's going to run away for 4. Well, that's what you do, John Anning.
Indeed, and again, down to that corner of the ground. It is the quickest part of the ground today. That's just another...
We've seen a lot of players mistime this. That's a really nice finish from Briscoe.
Oh, dear.
Well, Phillips has done it again. He is remarkable. And he gets 4. Timing is the key, though, isn't it, to that shot? We've seen a lot of players mistime this. That's a really nice finish from Briscoe.
Oh, dear.
Well, Phillips has done it again. He is remarkable. And he gets 4 at a grand final. He did it in a T20 grand final a little while ago. And he's just stunned Briscoe after getting hit for 4 on the crease. And then obviously you're saying come down, and he certainly can come out of the crease a little bit to him, but not to that. That's a poor delivery and a result. Centre boundary through backward square. A good result for Needs to get his innings underway. Boundary's come off his bat. He had a very fine 70 in the prelim. He's inside edged a couple. He's certainly winding up there. Burgess with his hands and his hips. A bit frustrated by continue. He's got 3 overs in his 10 over allocation. It's whipped away for 4. What a shot by Rigby.
Really, really nice shot here. And just more evidence. He's so well within the realm of possibility.
Anything under 7 is that's clipped again. That's out.
Oh, no.
Huge wicket. Rigby's gone for Zachary in the dying stages with just over 10 overs left.
Wow.
The massive wicket of Jason Rigby, and is that the game, John Anning?
Well, so much for John Anning's prediction, that's for sure. I really have put the mockers on poor old Jason Rigby.
I'd probably need to bugger off, mate, with those sort of predictions. But yeah, that's a limp dismissal from ground. Certainly the top 2, Wellington and Norfolk. Wow.
And there's an absolute peach.
Beautiful stuff from Fazakali. And disappointed Nichols will take his technique and toddle off the ground. Yeah, just 2 inside the circle for him. That's better. There's a fielder coming in, and he's just caught it. Fabulous catch.
It's game, set, and match. With 1 wicket to go, Josh Rollins to come out, but I don't think the 2 bowlers are actually going to get this over the line.
Well, it was a good shot from Needs. He was looking, just getting around in front of their club rooms. That's a decent shot, and that's going for 6. A monster.
He can not only take 40-odd wickets, he can bang 6s. That was amazing.
It's gone into that.
Sure, it's gone out the window now.
Yeah, well, no one's got even close to any prediction, luckily. That's
a good shot.
Nicely timed, and that'll run away for 4. A glimmer. Very light one with a battery that's fading.
Just takes that day away. Like, when you're playing grand finals, that's the thing you want to do.
In the air. Tapped over for 6.
Oh,
Tapped over for 6. Holy trousers. 16 to win. No, it's a 4. Tapped over for 4. Wow, disappointing. 18
Would
to
have
win.
been better with 6.
Must has just been shot. Well, that's nearly a wide. He's hit it for 4. Or is it? Gee, that... Not enough. Warriors have done it, providing there's no ball to end. It's come down much closer than we... Great effort, the Warriors.
Good premies for 21, 22.
They have worked hard, New Norfolk, but Wellington Warriors have done it. They've finally managed to win a premiership after several years of heartache for them.
They will party long and hard into the night, into tomorrow, and have a mad Monday on Monday.
Congratulations to the Wellington Cricket Club and also to New Norfolk for making the grand final. It's been a great effort, the Warriors.
Good premies for 21, 22.
They have worked hard, New Norfolk, but Wellington Warriors have done it. They've finally managed to win a premiership after several years of heartache for them.
They will party long and hard into the night, into tomorrow, and have a mad Monday on Monday.
Congratulations to the Wellington Cricket Club and also to New Norfolk for making the grand final. It's been in the end...